What do you do when a blood-soaked prayer summons you by mistake? This office worker was just grinding overtime, but he woke up in a new body, staring at a $10 billion bill from an actual evil god. Lazy Manna was diving into a world where overwork is the only thing keeping you from total annihilation. In the cold, driving rain, a desperate prayer echoed across the rooftops. With a hand trembling from despair, a young man drew a sigil in his own blood, a final, desperate gamble. He pleaded to any power that would listen, begging for fame, for fortune, for the power to change his fate. His phone screen illuminated the reason for his despair: loan applications denied, debts mounting, and threatening messages from collectors. This was his last chance to cure his mother's illness and escape a life of crushing poverty. Consciousness returned with a jolt. He was on his back, the hard ground cold beneath him. Giant, ghostly jellyfish-like shapes drifted in the sky above. A groan escaped his lips. His head throbbed, a dull, persistent ache that clouded his thoughts. He blinked, rainwater and tears mixing as he stared into the unfamiliar, stormy sky. His mind raced, fragmented. My head hurts. I was just working overtime at the company, right? Where's this place? He staggered to his feet, clutching his head, and caught his reflection in a pool of water. A stranger stared back at him, a young, gaunt face, bruised and battered. A surge of panic and disbelief shot through him. Is this me? Why did my appearance suddenly change like this? A flicker of movement drew his gaze upward. His breath caught in his throat. Dominating the cityscape was a colossal, luminous tree that pierced the heavens, its branches crackling with ethereal energy. The sight was both terrifying and magnificent, a clear sign that he was no longer on Earth. My God, where am I? He whispered, overwhelmed by the impossible vista. A warm, golden light enveloped him as a voice boomed from nowhere. Congratulations, young man. Before him, a strange, leather-bound book with an yin-yang symbol materialized, radiating power. You've successfully summoned me, the book announced. In return, you can now make 3 wishes. Any wish is fine. His shock gave way to a dawning, frantic realization. A talking book. He must have transmigrated into another world. His mind, conditioned by countless web novels, immediately categorized the situation. So, this is my golden finger? My starter cheat. But he was cynical. 3 wishes felt too limiting for a protagonist's ultimate power. A smirk crossed his new face as he decided to test the limits. My first wishes. He began, a glint in his eye. Please help me fulfill 10 more wishes. A low, rumbling chuckle echoed from the book. Hee, interesting. The benevolent golden aura curdled into a sinister purple miasma. The book's cover split open, revealing a maw of razor-sharp teeth. I originally thought there was an issue with the contract, a demonic voice growled. But now, it seems that's not the case. Tendrils of dark energy erupted from the book, coalescing into a monstrous, winged demon that towered over him. The sheer pressure of its presence forced him to his knees. You are a new soul, the entity observed, its voice dripping with ancient malice. Terrified, the man could only stammer, soul? Contract? What are you? Mortal, you are not worthy to know of my existence, the demon boomed. It explained the horrifying truth. The original owner of this body had used his own soul and blood as a sacrifice to summon it. His soul was taken by me, but the body that rightfully belongs to me has been occupied by you. The entity leaned in, its voice a venomous whisper. Tell me, since you've taken over my body, does that make you mine too? The man's blood ran cold. This wasn't a golden finger, it was a trap, and he was the scapegoat. Pure terror seized him, and he scrambled to his feet, trying to flee. I have to get out of here. But the entity was not finished. All right, I forgot to tell you. It said casually, once the contract is established, any thought of breaching it will result in cruel torment. Instantly, he was engulfed in agonizing flames, a piercing scream tearing from his throat. Aya! The entity watched him burn with disdain. Oof, you're just a weak soul after all. Truly boring. It raised a claw to end him. But through the searing pain, the man found his voice, not with a plea, but with an argument. When the breach of contract is caused by force majeure, Party B is exempt from liability. You're interfering, making it impossible to fulfill the contract. The demon paused, its claw hovering. Oh, mortal, are you trying to lecture me on rules? He pressed on, his mind a razor's edge amidst the agony. You could have just taken my life, but you didn't. That means you were testing me, testing for the right candidate. He met the demon's gaze, his own eyes burning with defiance despite the flames consuming him. "So, do you think I'm qualified enough to sign a new contract with you now?" Silence. Then, a low chuckle that grew into a booming, world-shaking laugh. "Ha, ha ha, interesting, interesting. You're the first person who dared to negotiate with me." The demonic entity seemed genuinely amused by his audacity. "You've piqued my interest, boy." A scroll of golden fire materialized before the charred and broken man. "Sign the contract," the demon commanded. "I've decided. If you can grant me one wish, I will bestow upon you a new life." The man waited, knowing there was a catch. The demon leaned in, its eyes glowing red with predatory delight. "And my wishes? I want to make 999 more wishes." The demon's voice was laced with mockery. "Let me warn you, you don't have much time. You'll lose consciousness and die in about 1 minute." The man could only manage a bitter, ragged laugh. "How dare you plagiarize my wish? That's shameless." With his life fading, he had no choice. "Ah, what else can I say? I'll obey you, boss." The fiery scroll flared, sealing the sole contract with the name contractor, Zhou Chen. In a blink, he was somewhere else, standing outside a grimy apartment, door 3 to 5. He was still in his tattered, burned clothes. The demonic book, his new boss, appeared in a swirling vortex. "So what am I supposed to do now?" Zhou Chen asked. The book's reply was maddeningly simple. "Do whatever you want. I'll come find you when I need you." And then it was gone. He stood alone in the desolate hallway, sighing in resignation. Forget it. He is my boss after all. There's no point in saying anything now. His new life was bizarre and terrifying, but it was his reality now. He decided he would just have to take it one step at a time, starting with whatever lay behind this door. He unlocked the door and stepped inside. The apartment was small, nearly bare, and reeked of poverty. "No one home," he mused. "Their financial situation is even tougher than I imagined." On a small table, he found a folded piece of paper, a loan agreement. He stared in shock at the terms. It was a loan requiring 2,000 milliliters of blood as a one-time mortgage. What exactly is going on with this family? Suddenly, the door was kicked open and a brutish man slammed him hard against the wall. A second man, wielding a lead pipe, sneered at him. "Where the heck did you run off to? You dare not answer my call." Another goon advised caution, but the leader scoffed. "It's fine, this kid's an oracle. His body's tough as nails." Zhou Chen glared, his mind still reeling from everything that had happened. "Ooh, are you?" he grunted, his eyes glowing faintly. The thug didn't bother to answer, smashing the pipe down again. "You forgot the debt you borrowed last week? And why haven't I seen that old woman come and sell her blood to pay it off? Did she die outside?" The thugs circled him, their words as cruel as their blows. "Your mother is truly foolish, risking her life for a good-for-nothing like you," one taunted. "Born trash, and yet you fantasize about making a comeback? The result is you're deep in debt and just the lowest-ranked oracle." The leader ground his boot into Zhou Chen's face. "You're not even worthy of shining my shoes." As pain racked his body, memories that were not his own flooded his mind. He saw himself as a small boy, kneeling, crying, begging his mother not to work so hard. He felt the terror of a nightmare where she worked until she collapsed and never woke up. The raw, desperate love the original Zhou Chen had for his mother became his own. The memory continued, a phantom ache in his heart. The boy's fear of failure, of not becoming an oracle to save her. Then, his mother's gentle hand on his head, her reassuring voice echoing through time. "Zhou Chen, it's okay. Even if the sky falls, Mom can hold it up. So you need to believe in yourself more." The warmth of her memory was a stark contrast to the cold floor beneath him. Something inside him shifted. The thug's insults faded into white noise. The memory of a mother's sacrifice, merged with a transmigrator's indignation, ignited a cold, hard rage. The thug swung his foot for another kick, yelling, "Hey, trash!" But this time, Zhou Chen moved. In a blur of motion, he lashed out with a kick of his own, sending the larger man flying backward with impossible force. The remaining thugs stared in disbelief. One had just been about to call off the attack before his accomplice was sent crashing into the far wall. "WH?" he stammered. "Wasn't that kid supposed to be the one flying over?" A crackling blue aura erupted around Zhou Chen, an energy far beyond what they had expected. This aura, could it be, he's broken through to the star level? Zhou Chen rose to his feet, power coursing through him, rewriting the damage to his body. His clothes were shredded, but his stance was unbreakable. "What's wrong with people at the bottom of society wanting to turn things around?" he asked, his voice chillingly calm. His glowing eyes locked onto the terrified men. "All that endless, whining nonsense. It's so noisy, so shut up." The two thugs exchanged a look of contempt. They had assessed Zhou Chen's energy signature, A-level, stage 2, barely a novice, yet he acted with such arrogance. As they decided to teach him a lesson, Zhou Chen was conducting his own analysis. He felt the residual blue aura coursing through him, a power he didn't understand. Oracle, A-level, he thought, deciphering their jargon. Based on their confidence, they must be stronger than me. So how did I do that? The lead thug lunged, shouting, "You brat!" His fist cut through the air, aimed directly at Zhou Chen's head. But something had changed. To Zhou Chen, the world seemed to slow down. A blue light flared in his eyes as he calmly processed the incoming attack. "I can see it. Their movements are so clear." With a subtle shift, he evaded the blow, and the thug's fist smashed into the floor, shattering the concrete where Zhou Chen's head had been moments before. The thug stared at the crater in disbelief. "Where's he?" Before the thug could react, a blur of motion appeared behind him. It was Zhou Chen. In the next instant, he pivoted and drove a powerful kick into the second thug, who was still reeling from the shock. The man went airborne, his own internal monologue a scream of confusion. He's only E-level. How can he have such speed and strength? The second thug, mid-flight, twisted his body, seeing an opportunity. "I've got into his blind spot. I'll break his ribs." He brought his metal pipe around for a vicious strike. But without even turning his head, Zhou Chen's leg snapped up, locking the pipe with a sickening clang of metal on bone. The thug's eyes went wide with horror as he coughed up blood. He knew my location without even looking. The force of the block sent the thug crashing to the ground, his weapon clattering uselessly beside him. He stared up at the silent figure of Zhou Chen, his body racked with pain and terror. "Ow! How can he be that strong?" The thug scrambled backward, pleading, "Please, have mercy. We were just following orders. It was Linyu. He's the one who sent us to collect the debt." Zhou Chen's gaze sharpened at the mention of the name. Linyu. He looked down at the pathetic men, his tattered clothes hanging off a frame that now radiated quiet power. He pulled the torn hoodie over his head. "Tell him, I'll pay off the debt. Tell him not to bother me." His voice was ice. "Now take the others and scram." Without another word, the thugs scrambled to their feet, helping their injured leader, and fled the apartment. Alone in the silence, Zhou Chen let out a breath. He looked into the empty room. "You're watching, right, boss?" A vortex of purple energy swirled into existence, the demonic book manifesting before him. "Ho, you can sense my presence. Your intuition is quite sharp," the book chuckled. Zhou Chen smirked. "Just now, I felt a very strange power within me. I guessed you might be helping in the shadows." The book's voice was smug. "That's right. If I hadn't lent you some power, you might have already been beaten to a pulp. You should be grateful." A look of exaggerated, shining hope crossed Zhou Chen's face. "So that's it. Boss, you really are my golden finger, aren't you?" he exclaimed, grabbing the book. "If I could borrow your power from now on, wouldn't I be fearless?" The book's demonic eye narrowed in anger. "What are you thinking? My power isn't something a mere mortal like you can use. You were just lucky you didn't exceed your limit, or you would have died before they even laid a hand on you." Zhou Chen's expression turned serious. "So, there's no benefit at all for me working for you," he argued. "Setting everything else aside, if I could become stronger, wouldn't it be easier to fulfill your wishes?" The book paused. "Don't worry. According to the contract, I'll grant you a helpful reward, but I haven't decided what it will be yet." The book slammed shut. "But if you're thinking of borrowing my power again, forget it. Unless you want to die faster." Zhou Chen sighed in defeat. "All right then." As Zhou Chen slumped, the book watched him, its thoughts hidden. "But this kid really did surprise me." It mused. Not only was the power he borrowed beyond my expectations, but his control over it was also quite stable. A strange glimmer appeared in its demonic eye. Could it be? Is this kid my destiny point? Zhou Chen, oblivious to the book's internal conflict, turned back to his new master. "So, have you decided on your second wish? Didn't you ask me to help you make your wishes come true?" The book seemed flustered for a moment. "What? Ah, that. I haven't thought about it yet." It quickly regained its composure. "Don't worry. I've already made quite a few wishes. You'll know when the time is right. Who cares? Just do whatever you want." Zhou Chen ran a hand through his hair, exasperated. "Sai, I know nothing about this world. There's just too much to learn. He had hoped the demon would make a wish so he could get a reward, but it seemed he couldn't count on his new boss for anything straightforward. Deciding to take matters into his own hands, he pulled out the phone he'd found on the rooftop. If I'm going to live here as this guy in the future, it's better to understand his situation first. He scrolled through the messages. Debts, online purchases of supplements. Is being an oracle really that expensive? Then his thumb froze. A single, unread message sent a jolt of ice through his veins. Mom's in a coma in the hospital. Come quickly, Tianlong Hospital. The timestamp was just minutes ago. The world fell away. Without a second thought, he was out the door, the city lights a blur as he raced towards the hospital. He burst through the doors, his breath catching in his chest as he found the room. The atmosphere in the room was heavy and still. A young woman with her back to him sat vigil beside a hospital bed. That must be my older sister, Zhou Chen. He realized, piecing together the original's memories. His gaze shifted to the bed. The woman lying there, pale and frail, was almost a stranger. The vibrant, smiling mother from his inherited memories was gone, replaced by a woman worn down by hardship. Is it all because of me? The thought was not his, yet the guilt felt entirely real. He took a hesitant step into the room. Sister, I'm sorry I'm late. He rubbed the back of his neck, a nervous habit that belonged to a boy he no longer was. How's Mom? Zhou Chen slowly turned, her face a mask of cold fury. What's your excuse this time? She asked, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Training? Breaking through? Or busy summoning gods to do great things? Her hand clenched the bedsheet. Mom, she was working hard to pay off your debts right up until she collapsed. Her voice began to tremble with rage. Why? Why can't you even come to see her? She gave you everything, our family's everything. Do you have any idea? To pay your debts, Mom didn't even have money to enter the intensive care unit. She pulled through with sheer willpower. Mom almost died. Do you know that? Tears streamed down her face as her anger finally broke. She slumped back into the chair, defeated. Sorry, Zhou Chen, your mom and I are tired. With a final, weary gesture, she placed a credit card on the bedside table. Here's half a year's worth of living expenses for you. From now on, I'll take care of Mom. It has nothing to do with you. Her final words were a blade. And your debt will be repaid by yourself. From now on, we have no more ties. Zhou Chen walked out of the hospital and into the cold night, his sister's words echoing in his mind. The demonic book appeared beside him. I sense your anxiety. Did that human woman's words really hit you that hard? She's just a stranger to you, isn't she? Zhou Chen pulled his hood up, a wry smile on his face. I didn't expect you to be able to comfort people. He looked at the bustling street. I'm fine. She just reminded me of the past. Back then, I was like this too, wanting to say something but unable to utter a single word. The book huffed, closing itself. Too lazy to care. Just don't let this delay my wish. Zhou Chen stopped walking, his resolve hardening. You said that as long as I prove my worth, you'd help me get stronger, right? As long as I become strong enough, I can make up for all of this. Right. The book was silent for a long moment. Then, its demonic eye snapped open. Of course, kid. Provided you can demonstrate your value. A small, genuine smile touched Zhou Chen's lips. Heh, destiny point, huh? He looked up at the night sky, a new fire in his eyes. The book watched him, its earlier thought echoing. Don't disappoint me, kid. As Zhou Chen stood tall against the city skyline, a brilliant blue aura enveloped him. No longer a temporary surge, but a power he was ready to claim as his own. At the shining nightclub, a beacon of Light City's excess, a man held court in the presidential suite. Flanked by women, he listened to reports. This was Lin Yu, a man for whom profit was everything. He celebrated a recent windfall, but his mood was about to sour as an underling approached with a report of failure. The news was humiliating. 3 of his men, sent to collect a simple debt, were beaten by a student. Lin Yu's face tightened with contempt. He blamed his own men, believing they tried to skim off the top. But his subordinate clarified the situation was special. The collectors were E-level apprentices, not exactly top tier, but competent. The student who neutralized them, however, was recorded as a brand new apprentice level 2. The numbers didn't add up. Intrigued, Lin Yu leaned forward, his casual demeanor gone. Who? He demanded. His subordinate presented a file containing a photo of Zhou Chen, explaining the power gap. Defeating a level 3 and a level 2 simultaneously was theoretically impossible for someone at that rank. The subordinate offered a theory. The kid's true strength must be level 3, and he was deliberately hiding it. Lin Yu stared at the photo, a slow, predatory smile spreading across his face. This wasn't a problem, it was an opportunity. Quite interesting, he mused, taking a drag from his cigar. Keep a close eye on him. We can't waste such talent. Days later, Zhou Chen was back in his routine, or rather, building a new one. The sharp words from the hospital still echoed, but they had forged a new resolve. As he jogged through his neighborhood, he was stopped by a local man, an uncle who peddled Oracle supplements. "Morning, uncle," Zhou Chen greeted, playing the part of the boy who used to live here. The man tried to sell him a new batch of A-brand energy supplements, but Zhou Chen politely waved him off. "Sorry, I still have some left." The uncle watched him go, a fond smile on his face. He chalked up the boy's newfound cheerfulness to the follies of youth, perhaps a new girlfriend. He had no idea he was looking at an entirely different person. Zhou Chen's mind was a whirlwind of new information. In the days since the hospital, he had merged the original's memories with his own research. He now understood this world revolved around oracles, individuals who gained superhuman power through expensive, specialized drugs. This was the source of his crippling debt. He pushed his body through another pull-up, feeling the unnatural strength coursing through him. 69-70. He landed lightly, the ground barely registering the impact. Even the lowest level oracle possessed physical attributes far beyond an ordinary person. No wonder everyone wants to become one, he thought, flexing an arm that felt both familiar and alien. The path to power was paved with money. As he contemplated how long it would have taken his old self to achieve this, his phone began to buzz. The caller ID showed class monitor. Her voice was sharp. His leave of absence was over, and the teacher had ordered him back to class. A jolt of panic. He'd completely forgotten. "I didn't forget. I'm up now, see?" He lied smoothly, already sprinting towards the massive complex of Light Oracle High School. He slipped into the classroom just as the teacher began a lecture on the Oracle economy. For Zhou Chen, it was a vital lesson in world mechanics. He learned about the status hierarchy, a ladder of power stretching from E level all the way to the godlike S level. Each rank was a world unto itself, a new tier of existence to be unlocked. He sketched a diagram in his notebook, the world tree. The world was divided into 5 layers. He, along with all ordinary people in E levels, resided in the 5th layer, the very bottom. To access the resources of the inner layers, he needed to reach at least D level. The most important thing now, he resolved, his gaze hardening, is to improve my strength as quickly as possible. A sharp thwack against the back of his head broke his concentration. A piece of chalk. He turned to see a group of students snickering. They mocked him, sneering that his high marks on written tests were meaningless. "You are both level 1, one bragged to his friend, "but I bet you could beat him with one punch." Zhou Chen's face remained a mask of indifference. He had faced far worse than schoolyard bullies. The teacher announced an impromptu test in P class, and the students filed out to the playground. Zhou Chen began his stretches, appreciating the school's focus on physical education for its Oracle students. This kind of practical training was exactly what he needed. The world was about to test him, and he had to be ready. "Hey, Zhou Chen," the bully from class, followed by his cronies, approached him. Other students stopped to watch the familiar spectacle. The bully grabbed Zhou Chen's collar. "Haven't seen you in a few days, and you've gotten pretty cocky. What's the use of high test scores? Are you going to talk your opponents into submission?" The bully's face twisted into a sneer. "For an oracle, level and strength comes first. In terms of strength, aren't you just level 1 trash?" Zhou Chen's eyes were cold. "By that logic, aren't you also just level 1 trash?" The retort stunned the bully into silence, then rage. "You, I'll tear your mouth apart." He swung a wild punch. The fist stopped dead, caught effortlessly in Zhou Chen's grip. The bully's eyes widened in shock, and then panic as he tried to pull his hand free. It wouldn't budge. He felt an inexplicable fear creep up his spine. "What's going on? I can't break free. And was this guy always this tall?" A faint blue aura, invisible to most but terrifyingly real to the one in his grasp, flared around Zhou Chen. His eyes seemed to glow. "Just now, didn't you say that strength is everything?" Zhou Chen asked, his voice dangerously low. "So, can I just tear your mouth apart now?" The bully began to tremble, stammering. No, wait." An immense pressure descended upon the playground, crushing the tension between the two boys. "How bold? A deep voice resonated. Who gave you permission to cause trouble in my class? The physical education teacher, Tianji Jia, stood before them, his eyes glowing with red-hot fury. The system flashed across Zhou Chen's vision, level 5th stage. A true monster had entered the arena. The teacher's voice was a low growl. Zhou Chen, you little brat. Causing trouble as soon as you get back? Zhou Chen released his grip instantly, the bully stumbling back. A disarming smile spread across Zhou Chen's face, a perfect mask of innocence. No, teacher. We were just sparring. The bully, clutching his wrist, could only manage a choked sound of defiance, the lingering fear in his eyes betraying his tough words. Tianji Jia shot a final, menacing glare at Zhou Chen. Warning, next time, I won't go easy. He then turned to the assembled students, his demeanor shifting to that of a motivational coach. He spoke of graduation exams, the critical inter-district tournament, and the glory it would bring. Then came the sales pitch, unveiling a case of imported grade A stimulants. Just 6,000 credits. Guaranteed results, he boomed, transforming the P field into his personal marketplace. The test began. The bully from before struggled, his muscles screaming as he barely hit 24 pull-ups. In contrast, a student crackling with a golden aura, clearly powered by the stimulant, blasted through 50 reps. Zhou Chen watched from the sidelines, leaning against a tree, his expression one of utter disinterest. This is the Oracle's test, he thought, a flicker of disappointment in his eyes. I expected something special. His standards were from another life, another level of power entirely. A tentative voice broke his concentration. Zhou Chen, you okay? It was the class monitor, Lu Tiantian. She seemed genuinely concerned. You vanished for days. I thought something happened. Blushing furiously, she quickly backpedaled. And not that I'm prying. It's just where to skip class before graduation, so I was curious. Zhou Chen offered a small, detached smile. I'm fine, thanks. By the way, she asked, holding her own stimulant. Not buying the teacher's stimulants. He shrugged, hands in his pockets. Nah, broke. He glanced around at the others, eagerly downing their expensive power-ups. Is everyone here rich? Am I the only poor one? She warned him that the test would be difficult without them, but her name was called. Zhou Chen, I'm up. He gave a simple wave. Good luck. Lu Tiantian strained at the bar, her face contorted with effort. The teacher watched, clipboard in hand, a cynical look on his face. Final count, 25. Bought 2 bottles. He thought, before loudly announcing, 35. Pass. The corruption was blatant. Zhou Chen saw it clearly. No wonder people buy those overpriced stimulants, the teachers giving them favors. He understood the desperation, with graduation on the line. But I don't need crutches, he resolved. Plus, I'm broke. Last one, Zhou Chen, the teacher called out. Zhou Chen stepped forward, acknowledging him. Tianji Jia's eyes narrowed as he scanned his list. Huh, didn't buy a single bottle? A malicious, predatory grin spread across the teacher's face. Think you can pass without my help? Fine, I'll fail you as an example for the others. Zhou Chen adjusted the wrist guards, his gaze fixed on the pull-up bar. Just a normal pull-up bar, but Oracle tests always have twists. The moment his hands clasped the metal, he felt it. A bead of sweat traced its way down his temple. His body felt heavier. A blue flame-like aura erupted from the wrist guard's crystal as a notification burned across his vision. Plus 10 kilograms. My body's heavier now. The more I strain, the worse it gets. Oracle tests don't play fair. He pulled himself up. The added weight was noticeable, but far from a problem. But there's a weight limit. Easy for my current strength. Instead of just passing, he decided to see what this new body could do. Might as well push my limits. A storm of blue energy engulfed him as the weight indicator went berserk. Plus 20 kilograms, plus 50 kilograms, plus 80 kilograms, plus 100 kilograms. Max. He continued pulling, rep after rep, as if the immense pressure was nothing. He dropped lightly to the ground, a small crater forming under his feet. The other students stared in disbelief. Zhou Chen still going? Almost 100 reps. He used to struggle at 30. Suddenly, the bullies who had tormented him were his biggest fans, swarming him with questions. You're elite class material. What stims are you using? From a distance, Tianji Jia watched, his shock curdling into rage. Since when is he this strong? Enhancers? No way. Those cost a fortune. The student's triumph was a direct threat to his authority and his illicit business. His eyes glowed red. Think tearing up makes you special? I'll teach you a lesson, brat. Elsewhere, in the principal's office, headmaster who was reeling from a phone call. What? Second-tier events canceled? He argued into the receiver, his voice strained. Our underfunded school barely produces third tiers. I get it, the government needs elite oracles now, but subsidies go to top schools. Orders from above. No workaround. Hello? The line went dead. With a roar of frustration, he slammed the phone down, cracking the receiver. The headmaster sank into his chair, hand over his face. Elite class stims and gear cost a fortune. We're barely keeping second tiers afloat. Where do we find a third tier in 3 months? An awful, pragmatic thought surfaced. Unless we funnel all resources into one student. But we'd have to expel the rest. He looked at a crystal memento on his shelf, a painful question echoing in his mind. Senpai, what do I do? Will Leyte Oracle Academy die on my watch? A knock at the door interrupted his dark thoughts. Headmaster Hu, it's Tianjijia. Enter. The P teacher walked in, holding a clipboard. Headmaster, the test results. Hu waved a dismissive hand. Promising cohort, still all first tier. Useless trash. He snatched the clipboard, his eyes scanning the names. Except one, Jijia added. He's unfit to be an oracle. The headmaster's gaze hardened. Time for drastic measures. Who? Zhou Chen walked down the empty school hallway, summoned to the one place no student wanted to go. A dark, intrusive thought, the system's voice, spoke in his mind. No clue, he muttered aloud. I've done nothing wrong. He paused before the office door. Heard the headmaster's ruthless. This isn't a chat. Hope it's nothing bad. Suddenly, a flicker of heat. A small flame danced to life in his open palm, startling him. It twisted and coalesced into a burning scroll covered in arcane runes. His internal system spoke again, a voice of knowing excitement. Does it have to be right now? Zhou Chen hissed internally, panicked. The system's reply was absolute. Why linger? Enter. The headmaster's sharp voice cut through the door, breaking Zhou Chen's focus. He glanced at the ominous red security box on the wall, then steeled himself. He stepped into the spacious office, his mind reeling from the sudden quest thrust upon him. Headmaster, you summoned me, he said, his voice steady despite the chaos in his head. The man at the desk looked up. Zhou Chen, correct? The headmaster tapped the file on his desk. Solid physicals, near second tier. Impressive. He leaned back, his tone dismissive. Skipping class, backtalk, fights, youthful recklessness. I'll overlook it. He paused, his gaze turning hard as steel. But none of that matters. Know what makes an oracle. Without waiting for an answer, he delivered the final, crushing verdict. Money. So I suggest you quit. Zhou Chen's mind went blank, the headmaster's words cutting through the air like shards of ice. Quit. The word echoed in the sterile office. You're saying, you want me to drop out? He asked, his voice barely a whisper. Headmaster, who didn't even turn from the window. That's right. The cost of an oracle's growth is extremely high. Given your family situation, it's better to cut your losses early. The headmaster's internal calculus was cold and pragmatic. He's on the brink of the special class, but that's not enough. We need a guaranteed level 3 for the competition, and that means focusing all resources on one prodigy. He turned, his gaze dismissive. We'll refund your tuition. You don't have to come tomorrow. How about it? Zhou Chen stood in stunned silence. The sentence delivered without emotion, a simple matter of logistics. Just as despair began to set in, the triggered wish scroll in his hand flared. The system's grimoire materialized beside him, its single red eye wide with manic glee. Its focus was locked on a black crystal memento on the headmaster's shelf. Can't you see I'm struggling? Zhou Chen hissed internally. The system was insistent. Zhou Chen's mind raced, pushing past the shock. Getting expelled is not an option. I need that graduation certificate to get to the middle city and pay my debt. He forced himself to be calm, to analyze. Wait, as far as I know, this school has never had a student above level E2. To them, anyone stronger is incredibly valuable. If I can level up again, right here, right now, they'll have no choice but to keep me. A desperate, reckless plan formed. He addressed the grimoire. Boss, you mentioned a reward for my wish. Can I choose it myself? The system seemed intrigued. Its tone shifted to alarm as it realized his intent. Zhou Chen's eyes blazed with newfound power. That's right, he declared, his voice firm. The reward I want is borrowed power. Lend me your strength. The system erupted in protest. But Zhou Chen held his ground, his logic a cold, sharp blade. I can't afford to be expelled. If I'm gone, how long until you get your wish? He pressed the advantage. Just trust me, boss. The system's sharp-toothed mouth hung open, caught between self-preservation and its own burning desire. Finally, the grimoire relented with a sigh of dark smoke. A torrent of golden flame erupted from Zhou Chen's body, twisting into a burning scroll of arcane runes. A system notification appeared, formal and binding. Zhou Chen didn't hesitate. The headmaster's patience had worn thin. What is it? Do you still need something? Zhou Chen met his gaze, his quiet defiance a stark contrast to his previous shock. I hope the principal can test my level one more time, and then decide whether I stay or go. The headmaster sighed, seeing it as a student's last, pitiful appeal. A final appeal. All right, just shake my hand. As their hands clasped, a faint blue aura flickered to life. Level 2. Higher than the report suggested, but still far from enough, the headmaster thought with a pang of pity. But for Zhou Chen, this was it. Only one chance. I have to get as much power as possible. He drew upon the new contract, and the gentle flicker exploded into a raging storm of energy. The headmaster's eyes widened in shock as the raw power surged through their handshake. This wasn't level 2. It wasn't even close. The sheer pressure of the energy radiating from Zhou Chen forced him to take a step back, his expression shifting from pity to utter disbelief. The entire office was engulfed in a violent, azure light. Even the system was baffled. The headmaster stumbled, staring at his hand. How did his levels suddenly soar? Amidst a pillar of crackling blue flames, Zhou Chen stood, his eyes glowing with borrowed might. He was now a full level 4. Principal, he asked calmly, what now? The headmaster's despair vanished, replaced by a dawning, frantic hope. Heaven never seals all paths. His demeanor flipped in an instant. He lunged forward, grabbing Zhou Chen's shoulders with a desperate grip, his voice a roar. Zhou Chen, please represent our school in the district exchange competition. Zhou Chen, caught off guard by the 180-degree turn, could only manage a bewildered, eh. Later, sitting on the office couch, the headmaster explained the school's dire straits. They had been ranked at the bottom for years, and without a strong showing in the level 4 bracket of the competition, the Ministry of Education would cut their funding. He offered a clumsy apology, saying the earlier misunderstanding was because they needed to focus resources. Zhou Chen, playing his part, nodded. It's fine, Principal. I understand. The offers began to pour out. Waive tuition, transfer to the elite special class. A doubled weekly supply of energy supplements. The headmaster laid all his cards on the table, his voice thick with sincerity. Zhou Chen, a student as outstanding as you would be welcome anywhere. But I'm not exaggerating. Your decision could determine the survival of this school. Zhou Chen's eyes opening. The headmaster was desperate, and that made him generous. Principal, what if I want that black crystal on the cabinet? The headmaster identified it as the Black Star Crystal, a symbolic memento from the previous principal. He paused, then gave a wry smile. But if the school is gone, what meaning does that spirit have? If you can save this school, giving it to you is completely justified. With the deal struck, Zhou Chen gave his word. Don't worry, Principal. I'll do my best. As he spoke, the triggered wish flame on his knuckle flared once before vanishing. Curious, the headmaster asked about his sudden power spike. Zhou Chen invented a plausible lie on the spot, a special training technique to hide his true level, a secret he hoped the principal would keep. The headmaster bought it instantly, his face lighting up with admiration. Hiding one's level was a sophisticated battle tactic. That makes sense. Don't worry, I won't tell. To know the future is in the hands of someone like you. Zhou Chen watched the man's impassioned display and thought, why does it feel like the principal just convinced himself? A teacher was summoned. Take Zhou Chen to the special class immediately, the headmaster ordered. Handle the supplements as I requested. The teacher let him out, explaining that the entire second floor was reserved for the elite students. She smiled, clearly relieved. Please come with me, Zhou Chen. As they walked, the teacher couldn't contain her curiosity. What's your relationship with the principal? I've never seen him so happy. Zhou Chen gave a vague laugh, but was interrupted by a frantic shout. It was Tianji Jia, the PE teacher, who grabbed him by the collar, his face a mask of genuine concern. I try to plead with him. Every student has the right to learn. Don't give up. The other teacher blinked. Drop out? What are you talking about? Zhou Chen is transferring to the special class. She then delivered the final, crushing blow. And you, teacher Tianji Jia, The principal wants to see you." He looked very angry. The color drained from Tian Jijia's face as he realized his scheme to oust Zhou Chen had just earned him a one-way ticket to the headmaster's wrath. He was utterly screwed. That night, Zhou Chen collapsed onto his bed, the adrenaline finally fading. The impossible task ahead loomed over him. Go from level 2 to level 4 in 3 months. How? He asked the system for an easy way out, but was immediately shot down. He knew the system was right. He couldn't rely on borrowed power to win. Still, he'd avoided expulsion and was now getting free supplements, a net positive. He picked up his phone to relax, but reality came crashing back. A single, blaring message. The tournament was a problem for the future. Right now, he had a much more immediate crisis. I need to figure out how to make some money. Zhou Chen followed the directions to the special class, but the path led him to a deserted, desolate wing of the school. The corridor was cold and empty, feeling more like an abandoned factory than an elite training facility. What's going on? He wondered, his initial relief replaced by a growing unease. Is this some kind of mistake? A cheerful voice cut through the silence. "You're Zhou Chen, right? Over here." A man in a tracksuit waved enthusiastically. "When you weren't at roll call, I figured you might have gotten lost." Zhou Chen turned, surprised by the man's friendly demeanor in such a grim location. The man introduced himself as the homeroom teacher for the advanced class. "Just call me Teacher Zhang," he said with a laugh. I expected advanced class teachers to be stricter. Zhou Chen thought, finding his easygoing nature surprising. He asked, "You handle the whole class? Are there no other teachers?" Teacher Zhang explained the school's grim reality. "We have academic teachers, but I'm the only one for combat training. Enrollment has been declining, and few qualify for the advanced class, so they haven't hired new staff." He pointed out that the outer sections of their floor have fallen into disrepair. The school really is in bad shape, Zhou Chen realized. No wonder the principal is so desperate. With a confident grin, Teacher Zhang placed his hand on a door. "But don't worry, a starved camel is still bigger than a horse. I promise this place won't disappoint you." He swung the door open, revealing a brightly lit, state-of-the-art training hall. "Zhou Chen, welcome to the advanced class." Inside, students were in the middle of free training, running on high-tech treadmills and striking heavy bags with focused intensity. Zhou Chen was impressed. This is the advanced class? The facilities are nothing like that shabby playground. It's like a premium gym, and the students seem motivated. Though something felt off. He scanned the room, noticing the cold stares and the competitive glares exchanged between students. The atmosphere wasn't collaborative, it was tense, charged with rivalry. Teacher Zhang clapped his hands. "Everyone, gather up. Let me introduce your new classmate." The teacher stood with Zhou Chen before the assembled students. "This is Zhou Chen. He's joining us late, but the advanced class only cares about strength. If he made it in, he must have something special." He encouraged them to work together for the upcoming tournament, and Zhou Chen offered a polite greeting. "I look forward to learning from you all." The greeting was met with a contemptuous snort. A muscular, red-haired student folded his arms, his expression a mask of disdain. "Strength? Doubtful. Just admit you pulled strings to get in. You'll only drag the advanced class down." Teacher Zhang immediately jumped to his defense. "Ma Wenhao, watch your tone." Zhou Chen transferred through proper channels. But the bully, Ma Wenhao, ignored him, his eyes glowing with malevolent energy as he locked on his Zhou Chen. "We'll see about that. I formally challenge you, Zhou Chen. You accept?" A shocked murmur ran through the crowd. A formal challenge was a serious affair, a battle for pride where the loser had to obey the winner without complaint. "Why is Ma Wenhao, our strongest student, bullying a newcomer like this?" someone whispered. The commotion drew the attention of others, including a calm, blonde-haired student who paused his workout. Teacher Zhang tried to intervene, stating that a challenge required mutual consent. Before he could stop it, Zhou Chen spoke, his voice calm and steady. "If it's just a friendly match with no lethal force, I accept." This was it. A perfect chance to gauge his strength before the tournament and establish his position. In the principal's office, headmaster who answered his phone, his face contorting in panic. "What? Zhou Chen's fighting someone already?" On the other end, Teacher Zhang explained frantically that Ma Wenhao had issued a formal challenge and Zhou Chen accepted. The entire class was gathered, taking sides, and the situation was spiraling out of his control. The headmaster's panic subsided, replaced by sharp, calculating focus. Didn't Zhou Chen train in power concealment? Is this a test? A slow smile spread across his face. Perfect chance to see his real level. He spoke into the phone, his voice firm. Prepare the arena. I authorize this challenge. The match was set. Teacher Zhang reviewed the rules. Same as the tournament format. Only the two combatants may enter the arena. Anyone interfering faces immediate expulsion. Both fighters placed their hands on verification podiums, confirming they were both E-rank, Phase 2. This is a friendly match. No strikes to vital areas. No lethal force. The two opponents faced each other in the center of the arena. Ma Wenhao wore a smug, confident sneer, while Zhou Chen remained impassive, his expression unreadable. Teacher Zhang chopped his hand down through the air. Begin. Ma Wenhao exploded forward, intending to end it with a single, overwhelming strike. Of course he'd charge straight in, Zhou Chen thought, his reaction instantaneous. He caught the punch with an open palm, stopping the attack cold. Ma Wenhao stared in disbelief. He blocked it. His reflexes are this sharp. Frustrated, Ma Wenhao unleashed a relentless barrage of punches and kicks. Yet, Zhou Chen moved with uncanny grace, evading every blow with minimal, efficient movements. Darn it, quit dodging like a rat. Ma Wenhao growled, realizing he had to corner his elusive opponent. Ma Wenhao altered his attack, lunging forward before pivoting into a spinning kick charged with fiery energy. Combat art. Gale hook kick, he roared. The technique was a feint followed by a powerful, sweeping strike designed to break through an opponent's guard and knock them off balance. The kick connected, sweeping Zhou Chen's legs out from under him and sending him crashing to the floor. Ma Wenhao grinned, victorious. My Gale hook can feint mid-strike. Even if you block, the impact will floor you. Let's see you dodge on your back. But Zhou Chen's eyes were sharp and clear. Before Ma Wenhao could press his advantage, Zhou Chen planted a hand on the ground, using it as a pivot. He spun his body, channeling energy into a counterattack. An arc of blue light erupted as his legs swung around and slammed into the side of Ma Wenhao's head. The bully staggered back, his mind reeling. Impossible. He knows combat arts too. Ma Wenhao tried to regain his footing, his confidence shattered. Stay calm. As long as he doesn't hit my face. I still have a cha. His thought died as a fist appeared inches from his nose, stopping with perfect control. Zhou Chen stood before him, calm and composed. A clean facial strike means victory, right? Ma Wenhao could only stare, utterly defeated. Ma Wenhao dropped to his knees in the silent arena. Teacher Zhang, looking as stunned as everyone else, raised Zhou Chen's arm high. Winner, Zhou Chen. The newcomer had not just won, he had dominated. Disbelief hung in the air, thick and suffocating. Ma Wenhao, sweat beading on his brow, stared at the fist hovering inches from his face. The single word echoed in his mind, a verdict he couldn't accept. I lost. The other students were just as stunned, their shouts of confusion filling the gym. The transfer student had won, and it was over so fast they barely saw what happened. Zhou Chen lowered his hand, his expression calm. The match was quicker than I thought, he mused, but I have a feel for it now. He looked down at his kneeling opponent. So you've got no complaints now, right? Teacher Zhang watched, his mind racing. Ma Wenhao had professional training, but he was completely overwhelmed. He analyzed Zhou Chen's performance. No formal techniques, but his reflexes and physical ability are first-rate, a true combat prospect. His thoughts were interrupted by a slow clap. Headmaster, who stood at the edge of the arena, a proud grin on his face. Well done, he boomed, his arrival stunning the students. He gestured to Zhou Chen. Come with me for a moment. I have something to tell you. As the principal led Zhou Chen away, whispers erupted among the remaining students. They had just witnessed their strongest fighter get dismantled. The blonde-haired student, who had been watching intently, smiled. Someone that strong. He has to become one of our underlings. A pink-haired girl beside him rolled her eyes in exasperation. You're doing it again. Walking down the hall, the principal asked how Zhou Chen was finding the advanced class. It's pretty good, Zhou Chen replied dryly. Just that the classmates are a bit enthusiastic. The principal chuckled. Powerful profits always draw attention. You'll get used to it. He then made an offer. From now on, just focus on training. If you need anything, the school will help however it can. This was the opening Zhou Chen was waiting for. The principal seems to trust me now, he thought, a plan forming. He stopped and turned, his expression earnest. Principal, do students have any way to make money quickly? The principal was taken aback. Make money? At your age, you should focus on training. The opportunities will come later. He placed a reassuring hand on Zhou Chen's shoulder. If your family's in trouble, the school can cover some expenses. Zhou Chen immediately withdrew. The principal's offer was charity, not opportunity. It would invite scrutiny he couldn't afford. Never mind, I was just asking. He returned to the gym, his mind heavy. Taking out student loans was heavily punished. He needed another way. As Zhou Chen sat on a workout bench, a cheerful voice broke his concentration. Yo, the blonde student appeared, throwing a casual arm around his shoulders. That match was awesome. You even got the principal to talk to you directly. Who exactly are you? Zhou Chen, unaccustomed to such familiarity, simply stared back. And who are you? Before the blonde could answer, a sharp voice cut in. Shinjirue, that's rude of you. The pink-haired girl approached, apologizing for her companion's forwardness. Sorry, he's always been like this. No ill intent, though. She introduced herself as Su Xiaoxia and the blonde student as Shinjirue. Based on enrollment year, we're technically your seniors, she added with a warm smile. Feel free to ask us anything. Shinjirue, however, had already made up his mind. Then we're a 3-person team now. And as team leader, I'll take good care of you. Zhou Chen could only sigh internally. What a strange bunch. Shinjirue leaned in, his curiosity getting the better of him. That move you used earlier, where did you learn it? Zhou Chen feigned ignorance. Move? What's that? Shinjirue's jaw dropped. You don't know what a combat technique is. Then how did you knock down Ma Wenhao? Zhou Chen shrugged. Just a reflexive move. Shinjirue and Su Xiaoxia stared in disbelief before bursting into laughter. No way. Ma Wenhao will go nuts when he finds out you beat his special technique by accident. Shinjirue decided to explain. Combat techniques are powerful special moves. Prophets learn them from scrolls or memory stones, and their effects vary depending on mastery. Images of elemental power and fluid martial arts flashed through Zhou Chen's mind. The move Ma Wenhao used, Shinjirue continued, was a D-rank technique called hook wind kick. The pieces clicked into place for Zhou Chen. No wonder I couldn't block it. It wasn't just raw strength. If I had combat techniques too, I might have a better shot at the interclass match, Zhou Chen thought aloud, asking, are they rare? Su Xiaoxia confirmed they were. The school teaches basic ones, but powerful techniques have to be bought. The market price for an ordinary D-rank technique is around 500,000. The number hit Zhou Chen like a physical blow. 500,000, that was several months of loan payments. The gap between him and these students was wider than he imagined. Shinjirue, oblivious to Zhou Chen's inner turmoil, grinned. By the way, I've got one too. We can spar sometime, and I'll show you. Su Xiaoxia eagerly agreed. The casual way they spoke about owning something worth $500,000 solidified a new reality for Zhou Chen. I heard joining the advanced class is expensive. Everyone here must be a rich kid. A new path opened in his mind. Wait a minute. If they're from wealthy families, maybe they know how to make money. He turned to them, his expression serious. If I want to buy a technique but don't have money, is there a quick way to earn some? Any method, I don't mind. Shinjirue quipped. Any method? Robbing a bank. Except robbing banks, Zhou Chen clarified. Shinjirue's playful demeanor vanished. His voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper. If it's fast, high-earning, and has no rules, only the Blackwater Zone Miracle Land comes to mind. Su Xiaoxia immediately smacked him on the head. Stop misleading him. The school strictly forbids students from going there. Shinjirue rubbed his head, laughing it off. Just joking. If you're caught, you're expelled on the spot. But his tone shifted again. How much are you short for that technique? Zhou Chen hesitated. About 300,000. The number shocked them both. They checked their accounts, but came up empty. Seeing their helplessness, Zhou Chen's decision was made. Blackwater Zone, huh? He thought, a grim look on his face. Desperate times call for desperate measures. I'll go check it out after school. That night, Zhou Chen followed his phone's GPS to a street sign that read Blackwater Road. The area ahead was cordoned off, a desolate landscape of crumbling buildings under a dark sky. He had changed out of his school uniform, hoping to avoid recognition. He stood before the barricades and spoke to the empty air, addressing the entity bound to him. Boss, what do you think's inside this place? Silence was his only reply. Is that guy not here? He scanned the ruins, a strange sense of unease settling over him. Whatever, the Outer Zone prophets aren't very high level. He bolstered his own confidence. I'm at Tier 4 power now. Even if something happens, I can escape. He stepped past the barricades, noting the signs of recent passage in the dust. He wasn't the first to venture here. Tucked away in the shadows of a dilapidated building, he found it, an old wooden door with a small, barred window. It was completely out of place. A secret passage? Interesting. As he approached, he was unaware of the eyes watching him from the darkness. Figures lurked in the shadows, their gazes fixed on him, glowing with predatory intent. Zhou Chen opened the door and stepped through, finding himself at the top of a stone staircase leading down into the earth. The desolate silence of the abandoned district faded, replaced by a low hum. He descended and emerged into a breathtaking sight, a sprawling, vibrant city alive with neon lights and crowds of people. It was a hidden world, thriving beneath the ruins. So this is the Miracle Land, Blackwater Zone. The Miracle Land of Blackwater Zone was exactly as advertised, lawless. The air was thick with desperation, the streets littered with the disenfranchised. Here, where profit was the only god, anything was possible. For Zhou Chen, the crushing weight of his debt made this squalor look like opportunity. This place might just hold the answer he was looking for. But he was not the only hunter in this jungle. His senses, honed by a life he couldn't speak of, screamed that he was being followed. He stopped, turning to face the shadows. "How long are you planning to follow me?" Three figures emerged, their predatory smiles confirming his instincts. Their leader stepped forward, cracking his knuckles. "Not bad instincts, kid. Since you noticed, I guess we'll have to rough you up a bit more." Zhou Chen remained unervingly calm. "Knock me out? What?" The leader sneered, his gaze sweeping over Zhou Chen's clean clothes, a stark contrast to the grime of the district. "Quit playing dumb. We've seen plenty of rich brats like you slumming it in disguise. We'll get a fat ransom for you." A flicker of amusement crossed Zhou Chen's face. "What kind of idiot?" The thug moved closer, his voice a foul whisper. "I'm an oracle. You can't escape me. Play nice, and I might let you live." He reached out, grabbing Zhou Chen's face. That was his last mistake. A switch flipped behind Zhou Chen's eyes, his patience gone. "You're really rude." In a blur of motion, Zhou Chen's hand shot out, palm first. A concussive blast of force erupted, slamming into the leader's jaw and driving him face first into the concrete. His two cronies stared in disbelief, their minds unable to process the speed of the attack. Their big bro was down before they could even blink. Panic turned to rage. Darn it. He took out Big Bro when his guard was down. They drew knives, their fear masked by aggression. "Get him. Teach him a lesson." They closed in, blades glinting in the dim light, trapping Zhou Chen between them. Suddenly, the air split with a deafening crash. Two massive metal crates fell from above, striking both thugs with pinpoint accuracy and knocking them unconscious instantly. Zhou Chen stood over the new pile of bodies, completely bewildered. Where did those come from? Before he could analyze the situation, a hand grabbed his. A figure cloaked in a dark hoodie pulled him into a run. "Come with me," she urged. Without a word, Zhou Chen allowed himself to be led away, leaving the scene of chaos behind them. They stopped in a secluded corner. "We should be safe here," the hooded figure said, catching her breath. Zhou Chen sighed in frustration. "Thanks for saving me, I guess, but I was hoping to question those too." As she turned, her hood slipped, revealing a familiar face with shocked, pale blue eyes. "You're Zhou Chen. What are you doing here?" She immediately panicked. "Darn it. I forgot I'm supposed to keep a low profile." Zhou Chen, recognizing the need for mutual deniability, feigned ignorance. Do I know you?" Flustered, she quickly went along with the lie. No." She pointed at his collar. "Your name tag." Zhou Chen looked down to see his school ID pin still attached to his shirt. He swiftly removed it, playing it cool. "Thanks for the heads up." Both were silently relieved their covers remained intact, however precariously. He offered an exit. "Don't go flashing your info around in Blackwater District. It's dangerous. Let me get you out of here." She hastily refused. "No thanks. Got urgent business. Gotta run." As she scurried away, Zhou Chen understood. If she finds out I'm a student, I'm in trouble. Better leave. From the shadows, the girl watched him go. It's been years, but that's definitely Zhou Chen. Is he really forgetting me, or pretending? She recalled the surge of power she felt when their hands touched. Did he become an oracle too? Zhou Chen's first priority was anonymity. He purchased a simple black mask, a small price for security in a place like this. With his identity now better concealed, he resumed his search, but the path to quick money remained elusive. His wandering drew attention. A man with a greasy smile approached him. "Hey kid, you're not from around here, are you? Call me your local tour guide." Zhou Chen cut through the charade, his voice cold and direct. "Then tell me, where can I make quick money around here?" The guide's eyes lit up with avarice. "Cha-ching, another headcount fee." He beamed. "Easy, follow me." He led Zhou Chen down a dingy staircase, deep into the belly of the building. The distant thud of impacts grew louder with every step. They emerged onto a balcony overlooking a hexagonal cage. Inside, a brutal knockout was met with the roar of a bloodthirsty crowd. "This is an underground fight club?" Zhou Chen asked, his gaze fixed on the scene. The guide grinned. "Bingo, fast cash central." The guide laid out the proposition. "Special match tonight. Winner gets prize money plus a cut of the bets." Zhou Chen's analytical gaze scanned the fighter in the ring. Tough, but only tier 1. His eyes flickered to the massive screen displaying the total prize pool, 435,146. This was it. This was his chance. The guide made his pitch. "So, one in. I can get you chips right now." Zhou Chen turned, his voice devoid of any hesitation. "Skip the chips. I'll just take the prize money." The guide's sleazy smile froze, his mind short-circuiting. "Huh." Meanwhile, the hooded girl scanned the raucous crowd. "Weird, I definitely saw Zhou Chen come in." Her search was interrupted by panicked shouts from nearby gamblers. "How's that punk so strong? My money." Her eyes snapped toward the cage. There he was. His opponent, Yellowfi, the tournament's supposed seeded fighter, was all bluster. "I'm the manhua." He didn't get to finish. A single, clean punch sent him sprawling. The crowd groaned. Another fight over in an instant. This was getting boring for them, but for Zhou Chen, it was just business. He became a specter in the ring, a blur of controlled violence. One after another, they came. One after another, they fell. His call of "next" echoed through the arena, a death knell for each new challenger. He had to end this quick. The onslaught was relentless. Fighter after fighter was launched from the ring, their unconscious bodies broadcast on the main screens. In the manager's office, the club boss watched in horror. "Ag, we let him fight because he looked weak. What is going on?" An underling burst in. "Boss, our contracted fighters all bailed. Customers think it's rigged and are demanding refunds." The boss's face contorted with fury. "I know. No way we're letting this punk walk with the prize. Hey, unleash that thing." Back in the ring, Zhou Chen delivered the final punch. Last one. He stood alone amidst the fallen, turning to the announcer's booth. "Hey, prize money's mine, right?" The announcer's voice boomed, ignoring his question. "Our challenger's unstoppable. Bet you want more, right, folks? So we're giving you one last thrilling match." The crowd roared. Zhou Chen's eyes narrowed. So they never planned to pay up. The management was moving to their final option, a secret final contender, wheeled out in a heavy, sealed container. The latches on the container hissed open, releasing a cloud of cold vapor. From within the darkness, a hulking silhouette stirred. As the light hit it, Zhou Chen's composure finally broke. It was a monstrous, non-human creature with pointed ears and grotesque muscles. Introducing the freak, Nifwan. With a hiss of hydraulics, the metal container opened. Two handlers, sweating under the arena lights, stepped back as their cargo was revealed, a grotesque, goblin-like creature strapped to a vertical gurney. With a crash, the restraints broke and the being was unceremoniously dumped into the ring. Zhou Chen stared, his collected demeanor finally cracking. What's going on? This was no human fighter. A device on the creature's chest flared with light. Reaching up, it tore a thick metal control bolt from the back of its neck, tossing it aside where it cracked the arena floor. Freed from its inhibitor, the creature, Niflon, let out a guttural roar, its eyes wide with feral madness. This was the management's idea of a final match, a monster unleashed. The crowd gasped, a wave of terror and excitement washing over the stands. Some recoiled in fear, while others leaned in, hungry for the spectacle. Watching from the shadows, the hooded girl's eyes widened in disbelief. Why is something like this here? This underground club had crossed a line she never anticipated. Her hand hovered over her phone. She knew this was far beyond Zhou Chen's level. She could get him out, but it would mean exposing her location and compromising her entire mission. Her jaw tightened in frustration, torn between her objective and the boy she once knew. Zhou Chen. In the ring, Zhou Chen's mind raced. This one's different. It's definitely not human. He felt the creature's gaze lock onto him, the predatory focus of a true hunter. Every instinct he had screamed that he was standing before something exceptionally dangerous. The creature moved first. Its finger elongated into a razor-sharp bone spur as it lunged, a blur of motion. So fast, Zhou Chen twisted on pure reflex, the blade grazing his shoulder and drawing blood. A second later, and he would have been dead. The monster's intentions were brutally clear. It was here to kill him. Zhou Chen was forced to parry, his arms absorbing the bone-jarring impacts of the creature's claws. Ugh, so strong. He knew a defensive battle was a losing one. This thing was too dangerous. He had to end it, and he had to do it quickly. Holding back was no longer an option. A notification flashed in his mind's eye. E, 2 level, E 4 level. Blue energy erupted around Zhou Chen as he activated his ability. Leverage. Clasping his hands together, he brought them down in a devastating hammer blow. The creature was slammed headfirst into the floor. He stood over it, catching his breath. Did I take it down? Suddenly, the creature's arm shot out, impaling the floor where he'd been standing. It was completely unharmed. No way. My strongest attack had no effect on it at all. He dodged back, realizing its skin was too thick. Close combat put him at a severe disadvantage. He needed a weapon. As the creature swiped again, Zhou Chen saw his opening. He sidestepped the attack and grabbed its extended arm. With a brutal twist and a sickening crack, he snapped the bone blade clean off its limb. Got one. He now held the creature's own weapon in his hand. Now armed, Zhou Chen pressed his advantage. He lunged forward, plunging the bone blade into the creature's shoulder. TCH, too shallow. But the dark fluid that seeped out was confirmation enough. It could be hurt. Its strength doesn't match mine after leveraging. If I can get close one more time, I can finish it. The creature slammed its fists on the ground, and the arena was instantly flooded with a thick, white vapor. Zhou Chen covered his mouth, wary. Is this poisonous gas? He quickly assessed it. No, just regular mist. But in this fog, he was blind, and his enemy was perfectly at home. An attack flashed out of the mist, slicing his arm open. Before he could react, another cut across his back. He gritted his teeth. It's using the mist to wear me down. The creature was scared to face him head-on, but time was on its side. His leverage ability was on a timer, and once it ran out, he was finished. He had to find it. Now, stay calm. He told himself, don't be afraid. His eyes blazed with azure light as he shut out the noise and pushed every ounce of his being into his senses. Focus. The world fell silent. He filtered out the roar of the crowd, the thumping of his own heart. He listened to the air itself. Then, a faint whisper of movement, a trail of green vapor only his heightened senses could perceive. His eyes snapped open. I see it. As the monster lunged from the fog, Zhou Chen met it head-on. He parried its strike, and with a swift counterattack, severed its remaining arm at the elbow. As the limb fell to the ground, the creature was left defenseless. Now's my chance. He moved to strike, but an agonizing pain erupted in his chest, forcing him to clutch his heart. Is this my limit? The backlash from overusing his ability was crippling. The creature seized the opportunity, spitting a jet of corrosive acid. Zhou Chen was frozen in pain as the projectile pierced straight through his stomach. Pain was just a signal. It's not over yet, he roared, pushing past the agony. Gritting his teeth, he activated leverage again. He grabbed the acid-hardened spike protruding from his own body, using it as an anchor to wrench open the creature's maw with his bare hands. Not done yet. With a final, desperate scream, he poured every last fragment of his power, his life force, into his grip. Die. The creature's head tore apart from the inside, silencing it forever as Zhou Chen was showered in its remains, victorious but critically wounded. In the control room, the arena manager stared at the static-filled monitors. The creature's missed attack had blinded their cameras. How's the situation? He demanded. I can't see anything clearly. Just then, the vapor began to dissipate. Boss, the fog has cleared. His subordinate's shout drew his attention back to the main screen. The manager's eyes went wide with disbelief. What? How? Is that kid dead? A collective gasp rippled through the arena as the scene was revealed. Zhou Chen stood alone in the center of the ring, the mangled remains of the monster at his feet. How is that possible? The hooded girl thought, her composure shattered. Around her, The crowd erupted in a mix of cheers and disbelief. Zhou Chen looked out from the shadows of his hair, one eye glowing with an intense, cold blue light. It was done. The manager's men were frozen, their faces pale with shock. How could a human do that? The manager himself collapsed back into his chair, clutching his head in a fit of rage and despair. That kid actually won. But I spent a fortune to buy that thing from the city. His investment, his secret weapon, was gone. That menace. A voice echoed through the stadium speakers, congratulating the new champion. Contestant, please follow the staff to claim your prize money. Zhou Chen let out a breath he didn't realize he was holding. It's finally over, he thought, his body aching. He followed a guard away from the bloody ring and into a private office. Inside, the manager sat waiting. Here's the prize money, a guard announced, opening a briefcase on the table. It was filled with neat stacks of bills. A total of 510,000 G. Zhou Chen looked at the money, then at the manager, his expression unreadable behind his mask. No problem, he said, reaching for the case. Hold it. The manager's hand slammed down on the briefcase. Zhou Chen stopped. I've changed my mind, the manager snarled, his eyes glinting with a new, predatory light. Become our contracted fighter, compete according to my arrangements, and you can keep this 510,000 G. He leaned back, a smug look on his face as he presented his alternative, where you can take 110,000 G and leave right now. Zhou Chen's eyes narrowed. This wasn't part of the deal. What do you mean by that? He asked, his voice dangerously low. All my contracted fighters ran away, and you killed my main event fighter. The manager roared, his composure finally breaking. I paid a fortune for him. You broke the agreement. You have to compensate me. Zhou Chen remained unmoved. You never said anything about extra matches. If I remember correctly, you told me that going on stage means signing a life and death agreement. Killing the opponent or being killed on stage carries no responsibility. Whether or not to kill is entirely up to the fighter, right? The manager's face went white, caught by his own words. A dark, crimson aura erupted around Zhou Chen, his killing intent flooding the room. So, 510,000 G, he stated, his glowing eye locking onto the manager. Not a single coin less. Pushed to his limit, the manager snapped. Who do you think you are? He screamed, pulling a handgun. You think you can walk out of here? He fired. But Zhou Chen was faster. You think you can stop me? He whispered, his hand clamping around the gun, shattering the metal and plastic with a deafening crack. The manager shrieked in pain, his hand mangled. Yeah, kill him. Get him from me. On his command, a dozen guards swarmed into the room, leveling their own firearms at Zhou Chen. They surrounded him, trapping him in a circle of aimed barrels. Zhou Chen simply let out a weary sigh. Outside, the crack of gunshots echoed through the hall, freezing the hooded girl in place. Gunshots, coming from where Zhou Chen went. A moment later, a body flew out of the office doorway, crashing into the brick wall with a sickening thud. The crowd scattered in panic. What is this? Filming a movie? One person yelled as another guard landed nearby. The hooded girl stared at the chaos, her eyes wide with a dawning realization. It couldn't be. Was he really this strong? Inside, the fight was a blur of motion. Zhou Chen used the heavy briefcase to smash one guard's face, then pivoted, using another's body as a shield against a hail of bullets. With a vicious grin, another guard took aim, but Zhou Chen was already moving. He slammed his hand into the gunman's face, then grabbed him and hurled him through the office window, shattering the glass. He's downstairs. After him, another guard shouted from the broken window. The manager, cradling his broken hand, screamed orders. Send people to block the back streets and exits. Zhou Chen landed hard in the alley below, stumbling as a sharp pain lanced through his chest. My heart hurts. I used too much borrowed force. The wounds from the fight with the monster began to bleed anew. Just as his legs threatened to give out, a hand shot out from the darkness, pulling him back from the main alley. Hidden in the shadows, Zhou Chen watched as the manager's men sprinted past their position. He's not here. Search this way, one yelled. He must have gone to the back door. Zhou Chen turned to his rescuer. It was the hooded girl from the crowd. Safe now, she said calmly. You're the one from just now. Zhou Chen recognized her immediately. Save your strength, she cut him off, her tone urgent. I know a secret passage that can get you out safely. She led him through a narrow service corridor that opened onto a quiet street. Go straight through here and you'll get out, she instructed. Leave before they surround the whole area. Zhou Chen hesitated, looking at the strange girl who had just saved him. Go quickly, she insisted, turning away. Zhou Chen pulled down his mask slightly, revealing a small, tired smile. Thanks. With that, he turned and disappeared into the night. Watching him go, the girl, Lin, raised her phone to her ear. Hello? It's me, she said, her voice dropping. Sister Shi, I have something to tell Grandpa. Zhou Chen slammed his apartment door shut behind him, finally safe. The briefcase of money clattered to the floor as he stumbled forward. My heart hurts. I can't hold on. He gasped, sweat and blood dripping from his chin. The borrowed power, the wounds, the exhaustion, it all came crashing down at once. With a final curse, his body gave out, and he collapsed unconscious onto the floor. A translucent blue screen materialized in his fading consciousness. Status update. His star energy level had reset to rank E, level 2. The temporary boost from borrowed force was gone. Below, the numbers on his debt scrolled. Total remaining debt, 100,318,912, minus the 510,000 he had just earned. It was a small victory, but one that cost him nearly everything. In the black void of unconsciousness, a dream took hold. A memory. His mother, frail in a hospital bed, smiled a sad, gentle smile. Her voice, preserved on a final recording, whispered the lie she had told him, a kindness meant to soften a brutal truth. She wouldn't get better in 2 or 3 years. She had that much time left at most. Her deepest wish was to see him grow old, to touch his face one last time. The dream shifted to the sterile white room, to the moment after. He was on his knees, head bowed over her still form, a silent testament to a grief too vast for words. Her final apology, her last declaration of love, echoed in the emptiness, stretching into a painful, fading whisper that dissolved into the darkness of his mind. With a violent gasp, Zhou Chen's eyes snapped open, a single tear tracing a path from a nightmare he could never escape. He was on the floor, the rough texture of his own apartment beneath him. He stared at the ceiling, his breath coming in ragged bursts, the memory of his mother's death clinging to him like a shroud. Slowly, he pushed himself into a sitting position, the morning light filtering through the window. I'm still alive, he thought, the words a hollow comfort. He let out a weary breath. The dream still felt so real, a constant reminder of the loss that fueled his every desperate action, even after all this time. A dark, gravelly voice shattered his thoughts. Awake! A crimson tome with a single, malevolent eye materialized beside him. Boss! Zhou Chen exclaimed. The book's voice was laced with cold fury. It had returned to find him passed out, and it demanded an explanation for the 2 days he'd been unconscious and on the brink of death. The demonic book didn't wait for an answer. Let me guess, it sneered, you snuck off to one of those deathmatch arenas. Used too much borrowed power to kill some monster and nearly got consumed by it. Its pages contorted into a monstrous maw. Idiot. How many times have I told you not to use my power recklessly? What if you had died? Zhou Chen's expression remained unimpressed. It wasn't reckless. I had no choice, he stated flatly. The book's rage intensified. You think I could just bring you back if you died? Reviving you last time used up most of my power. If you die again, even I won't be able to save you. The book's tone shifted, its anger giving way to a grim warning. Having brushed with death, you should cherish this second chance more. Zhou Chen was quiet for a moment. Then a faint smile touched his lips. You're right, he conceded. I should treasure this hard-won opportunity. Curiosity overriding its anger, the book pressed for details on the creature. They don't sound like anything from this world. But Zhou Chen waved it off. Who knows? Anyway, I never want to go back to that hellhole again. He pushed thoughts of the fight, and the girl who helped him, from his mind. No point dwelling on it. Focus on leveling up for now. Suddenly, his eyes went wide. All right, the money. He scrambled for the briefcase, popping it open with a relieved sigh. He hugged the case to his chest. You wouldn't understand. With this 510,000 G, I won't have to worry about debt until after the regional tournament. That way, I can focus on leveling up properly. His planning was interrupted by a sharp twinge of pain. He looked down at the bloodstain on his shirt. The minor injuries had healed, but the wound from the monster's tongue remained. Need to treat this before returning to school, he muttered. With a new list of priorities, hospital, bank, training, he headed out, making his first stop Tianmon Hospital. In the examination room, a doctor inspected the puncture wound. "Nothing too serious," he announced, impressed. "This recovery speed isn't normal. Are you an oracle?" Seeing his chance, the doctor launched into a sales pitch for a special membership card, which Zhou Chen quickly shut down. No thanks. Just the standard medication." The doctor chuckled and handed him a bottle. "All right, here's some special anti-inflammatory ointment." As Zhou Chen took it, a wave of relief washed over him. The monster's tongue hadn't been poisonous. But in that moment of relaxation, his eyes began to feel strangely itchy. Zhou Chen stared at the medicine bottle in his hand. A faint, ethereal blue light was pulsing from it. "Doctor, what's this glow?" he asked. The doctor gave him a confused look. "Glow? I don't see any glow. It's just regular anti-inflammatory for oracles." Zhou Chen froze. He could see it clearly. "Can only I see it?" The doctor, misinterpreting his shock, suggested it might be stress-induced hallucinations and tried another sales pitch for counseling services. But Zhou Chen was no longer listening. He looked around the hospital, and his new vision painted the world in a different light. He saw the glow on medicine shelves, and even faint auras surrounding the people in the hallway. His mind raced, connecting the dots. The difference between ordinary people and oracles was enhancement by star energy. Could this be the glow of star energy? He wondered. The fight in the arena, the overload of power, his eye glowing with blue light. Had that incident triggered a profound change in his perception? The implications hit him like a physical blow. If true, this is huge. An excited grin spread across his face. Oracle leveling depended entirely on absorbing star energy from the environment. If he could actually perceive it, he could absorb it with an efficiency others could only dream of. His thoughts were derailed as an individual walked past, emitting a blindingly potent aura of green star energy. The power was extraordinary, so intense that the man, a suave figure in sunglasses, paused. Did I just get scanned? He wondered, but a quick survey of the hall revealed no one of sufficient strength, and he dismissed the feeling. Speaking into a hidden earpiece, the man, Amir, reported his status. He reminded his partner of their mission. "Don't forget, we're here to find the alien star." According to his boss's prophecy, this individual was a key point that would alter history. Their job was to make contact and determine if the target was an ally or a threat. Amir smirked, his confidence absolute. "Relax," he murmured. "If you ask me, the boss worries too much." He slowly took off his glasses, a vibrant green energy flaring to life around him. A data tag materialized in the air. It rank Oracle Amir. "If the alien star really is an enemy," he promised, his eyes glinting, "I'll personally destroy it." Back at Lighter Revelation Academy, Zhou Chen was summoned to the principal's office. The man sat with an air of stern disappointment, his fingers steepled. He listed Zhou Chen's recent transgressions, unanswered calls, missed classes, a complete disappearance just days after joining the prestigious special class. Fixing Zhou Chen with a piercing gaze, his voice dropped to a low, demanding tone. "Care to explain?" Caught. Zhou Chen bowed his head, feigning contrition. The principal's information network was as efficient as ever. He offered a vague apology about a family emergency, ready to accept any punishment. But the principal's concerns seemed genuine, shifting the conversation away from discipline. Zhou Chen, ever cautious, wondered if this was merely about his commitment to the upcoming exchange match. The principal's concern was not for a pawn, but for a promising student. He dismissed Zhou Chen's worry, assuring him that the academy valued his well-being above any single match. "You are an excellent revelator," he stated, his voice firm with conviction. "The purpose of this academy is to nurture talent like yours. I hope you understand that." Zhou Chen delivered the response the principal wanted to hear, a confident promise to bring honor to the school. The performance was flawless, masking the complex reality of his situation. Dismissed, the principal added a final note, that his friends had been so worried they'd come to his office. The word hung in the air, foreign to Zhou Chen. Friends? As he entered the training room, he was immediately swarmed. A blonde boy and a pink-haired girl, their faces etched with worry, grabbed him. "Zhou Chen, you're finally back," they exclaimed in unison, relief warring with frustration. He had vanished without a trace, and their concern was genuine, a feeling he was still unaccustomed to. He offered a simple lie. "Sorry, things were busy at home." The blonde boy, however, wouldn't let the subject drop. He brought up the combat technique Zhou Chen had mentioned needing money for. Before Zhou Chen could deflect, The boy held out a credit card. Xia and I scraped together 300,000, he said, his offer direct and without condition. Use it first. Pay us back whenever. Zhou Chen was momentarily stunned. He recalled a casual mention of the cost, never imagining they would take it so seriously. A warmth he hadn't expected bloomed in his chest. He gently pushed the card back, crafting a polite refusal. I looked into it, and the technique wasn't worth the price, he lied smoothly. But thank you both, anyway. Just as the moment passed, another figure approached. It was Ma Wenhao, the one he had defeated to enter this class. He looked hesitant, holding out a much smaller sum of money. I overheard you were short on cash. I have 50,000 saved up, he mumbled, offering not just money, but a gesture of goodwill. The pink-haired girl, Xia, immediately jumped to Zhou Chen's defense, questioning Ma Wenhao's motives. Flustered, Ma Wenhao explained his change of heart. He admitted he'd once believed Zhou Chen entered the special class through unfair connections, but after learning the truth, his resentment had transformed into admiration. You made me realize the gap between us, he confessed. So, I want to be your friend. Xiao whispered to Zhou Chen. He's right. You are the first to defeat him. Should we let him join? Zhou Chen gave a non-committal shrug, not minding either way. With that, Xia officially welcomed Ma Wenhao as their fourth member. Ma Wenhao, humbled and relieved, simply replied, "Ranking doesn't matter to me." The group's dynamic immediately shifted into light-hearted bickering, with the boys arguing over who should fetch water. A genuine smile touched Zhou Chen's lips as he watched them. These were good people, good teammates. He felt a profound sense of gratitude. It was lucky he was still alive, or he would have never met them. The momentary warmth faded as Zhou Chen returned to the grind of training on a treadmill. The mechanics of leveling were simple. Intense exercise stimulated the body to absorb star energy, filling an experience bar. Yet, the absorption rate was the true bottleneck. Even pushing himself with specialized equipment, he could feel the energy slipping away, wasted. He could feel the ambient star energy drawn to his body, but it was like trying to fill a sieve. This was the wall that left so many oracles stuck at level 1 for life. At this rate, he would never reach his goal of level 4 before the competition. He needed a breakthrough, a way to forcibly boost his absorption rate. The blonde boy, bored with solo training, suggested a spar. The word struck a chord in Zhou Chen's mind. A flashback ignited in his memory, the life-or-death battle in the arena, the moment he was forced to perceive star energy to survive. That's it, he realized. A dangerous idea began to form, one that would require everyone's help. A moment later, the training room was a blur of motion. Izumo palm, Xia shouted, her hand glowing with purple energy. Rending fist, the blonde boy yelled, his own fist wreathed in blue flame. Zhou Chen stood between them, effortlessly parrying and deflecting their coordinated assault. Their synchronization was improving, but he was operating on another level entirely. After nearly an hour, Zhou Chen called for a break. His two training partners collapsed, exhausted but buzzing with energy. Xia panted. I thought you were joking about 1 versus 2. We couldn't even touch you. The blonde boy agreed, exhilarated. This method is amazing. I could throw myself into battle and even try moves I never dared before. With the first round over, Ma Wenhao eagerly stepped up for his turn. Zhou Chen watched them, a satisfied smirk on his face. His theory was proven. All-out combat skyrocketed their star energy absorption rate. With their solid foundations, they would level up quickly this way. And for him, with his own absorption rate now at its peak, a much more dangerous method came to mind. Star energy supplements were useless for those with low absorption. The energy was too weak. But the borrowed power from his demonic patron was different, 100 times more concentrated, a pure, volatile flame. Attempting to absorb it directly was a suicide mission. But now, with his perception and enhanced absorption, he might just be able to make that temporary power permanent. To level up quickly, it's worth a try, he decided, his eyes glowing with resolve as he activated the skill. A tidal wave of raw, blue energy flooded his being, far more than he had ever drawn before. He hadn't realized until this moment the truly absurd amount of power he could borrow, the same power that had let him level up twice in an instant. This was the critical step. He wrestled the torrent of power, slowly controlling the violent flow. With intense concentration, he compressed the chaotic energy, forcing it down into a single, infinitesimally small point of light. It was done. With a silent command, he began the final, terrifying process, Absorb. The moment the compressed energy touched his core, it erupted. Blue lightning arced across his body as the power surged through him, instantly filling him to capacity. He gritted his teeth, sweat beading on his forehead. He hadn't expected even such a tiny, controlled amount to be so overwhelming. He had miscalculated. Even with his desperate attempt to restrain it, he had still absorbed too much. His body felt like it was going to burst from the sheer pressure. There was only one option left. He had to release it. With a roar, he thrust his hand towards the ceiling, unleashing a pillar of pure energy that shook the entire room. The floor trembled violently. An earthquake? The others yelled, staggering. It's Zhou Chen. His star energy just skyrocketed. In a flash of dark energy, the demonic tome materialized, its single eye wide with fury and disbelief. What's happening? I sense a strange power. You absorb my star energy. Arcs of blue lightning still danced across Zhou Chen's skin as he turned, a smirk playing on his lips. Yeah, he said calmly. I tried to control the amount you gave me, filtering it down to what I could handle. Luckily, it worked. The tome was aghast. You absorbed my star energy and didn't die? A new thought crossed its mind, a whisper of prophecy. Could it be? You really are my destiny point. Zhou Chen turned to the demonic tome, a question on his lips. Before he could ask, the tome quickly denied saying anything, its voice dripping with false nonchalance. Just then, the training room door burst open, and his coach, Xiao Zhang, rushed in. What's going on? He yelled, his eyes wide with alarm as he took in the lingering energy. The team assured him they were fine, explaining Zhou Chen's sudden surge of power. Xiao Zhang could feel the potent star energy still crackling in the air. Wenhao, get the measuring device, he commanded. Ma Wenhao complied, placing the glowing cube on a nearby surface. It pulsed, then displayed a stark, undeniable result, a Roman numeral 3. A level 3. The entire team, coach included, stared in disbelief. Leveling up was a monumental task, yet Zhou Chen had just broken through. This is the first level 3 in our school in ages. Xiao Zhan exclaimed, already spinning on his heel. I have to tell the principal. As the coach bolted from the room, Xiao rushed to Zhou Chen's side, demanding to know his secret. He gave a non-committal answer, suggesting their sparring method was the key. A wave of realization washed over the group. The exhaustion, the feeling of being pumped full of energy, it all made sense now. The path to power was clear, and their motivation surged. As the others buzzed with excitement, Zhou Chen stretched and spoke to his silent partner. You didn't curse me this time, he noted. The demonic tome's voice was surprisingly pragmatic. I'm used to it. If it's just to level up quickly, I won't interfere anymore. After all, I need you to get stronger too. Zhou Chen leaned back, a confident calm settling over him. He had absorbed and compressed an immense amount of the borrowed power, a reservoir he could now slowly digest. Level 4 was no longer a distant dream. It was his next inevitable step. The tome hovered silently, its single eye narrowed as it processed this new, symbiotic arrangement. The clock started ticking. 55 days until the exchange tournament. Days turned into weeks in a blur of relentless training. Running, sparring, pushing their bodies to the absolute limit. Calendar pages tore away, July, August, until finally, the countdown reached its end. September 6th, 2026. 0 days remaining. The team stepped into the exchange tournament venue and were immediately dwarfed by its scale. Thousands of seats filled a massive stadium, the air electric with anticipation. Xia was giddy with excitement, her dream of competing on such a stage now a reality. For all of them, this was a new, intimidating world. Ma Wenhao turned to Zhou Chen, his expression serious. Are you ready for the level 4 matches? The gap between level 3 and 4 is huge. He regretted they wouldn't be able to fight together, but Zhou Chen just offered a placid smile. Don't worry, he said, his tone deceptively casual. Winning or losing doesn't matter. If it's dangerous, I'll just forfeit. The rest areas for level 3 and 4 were separate, forcing the team to split up. They exchanged promises to cheer for each other and wished him good luck. Zhou Chen gave a final wave, his easy smile hiding the cold resolve in his eyes. Finally, the time had come. He clenched his fist, ready for what was next. High above the arena floor, Principal Hu Wei and Coach Xiao Zhang entered the VIP stands, an unfamiliar luxury. This is my first time in the VIP area, the principal admitted. Before, their school had only competed at the level 2 tournaments. He was promptly greeted by Principal Wang Mingyuan of Yungang, a familiar face in a sea of strangers. Principal Wang congratulated Hu Wei on producing both Level 3 and Level 4 students so quickly. Hu Wei modestly credited his students' hard work, but Wang shared a critical piece of information. With the new rules, the central authorities are increasing subsidies for winning schools. Competition will be fierce. Their conversation was interrupted by a condescending voice. No wonder it's so noisy. Turns out some country bumpkins are here for the first time. The speaker was Li Tuo, vice principal of Shuawang Academy, last year's champions. When Principal Hu Wei's temper flared, Wang quickly intervened, urging caution. But Li Tuo continued to mock them, a smug grin on his face. "Enjoy your last time here," he sneered. After the confrontation, Coach Zhang voiced his concerns, but Principal Hu Wei had already found his composure. He asked the coach for his honest opinion of their students. "They're amazing," the coach said without hesitation, "especially Zhou Chen. His talent isn't worse than those drugged-up prodigies from elite schools." The principal's face hardened with conviction. "That's right. The only thing we need to do is believe in them." Meanwhile, in the stands, a girl with glasses held a sign for their school, her hands trembling. It was the class rep from Zhou Chen's old class. She recalled the week prior, walking the halls and worrying. Since he transferred to the special class, he had become a school superstar. She feared he was in a different world now, one where he wouldn't even bother with someone from an ordinary class. Lost in her thoughts, she had missed a step and stumbled. Just before she fell, a strong arm caught her. She looked up, flustered, into the calm, familiar face of Zhou Chen himself. Her heart leaped in surprise. He explained he was just passing by. Embarrassed, she confessed her insecurity, that she thought his new status meant their friendship was over. Zhou Chen's response was simple and direct. "What are you saying? Friends are friends. That doesn't change just because of status." A gentle smile bloomed on her face, her doubts erased. He hadn't changed at all. Her memory faded as an announcer's voice boomed through the stadium, calling contestants to the stage. Her eyes snapped open as she saw him. "Look, it's Zhou Chen," she gasped. He walked forward, his expression unreadable, heading toward the arena floor with a purpose that silenced the crowd around him. As he walked, a familiar blue interface shimmered into existence, visible only to him. Status update. Star Energy Rank. E-Class Level 2 - E-Class Level 4. The long weeks of brutal training had paid off. The debt remained a crushing weight, but his power had grown exponentially. He was ready. The stadium lights flared to life as an announcer's voice echoed through the massive venue. "Honored guests, dear teachers, and fellow students, welcome to this year's Outer Zone Regional Exchange Tournament." The hosts, a man and a woman in formal attire, waved to the roaring crowd. A murmur of excitement rippled through the stands as they recognized the female host. It was Lillian, the most popular idol in the region. She flashed a charming smile and a peace sign. Today, the real stars are the contestants. The rules for the Level 4 group were laid out. 12 academies, 16 contestants total, in a single elimination bracket. Each match was one-on-one. Winners would advance until a single champion remained. To increase the intensity, matches were now limited to 30 minutes, ending when one side surrendered or was incapacitated. The contestants, including Zhou Chen, listened with focused silence, the weight of the competition settling upon them. Suddenly, Lillian directed everyone's attention to a high pillar overlooking the arena floor. A man stood there, his presence commanding silence. A wave of gasps spread through the audience. That's Master Baiwei, a legendary S-rank envoy, a figure most had only ever seen on television, was here in person. With a calm, almost dismissive gesture, he raised a single finger, pointing it towards the floor below. The entire stadium trembled. With a deafening rumble, a colossal stone platform erupted from the center of the arena, forming a new, elevated stage. The announcer's voice crackled with excitement, explaining that Master Baiwei himself had prepared this special arena. He had even erected protective barriers to shield the audience and would magically repair any damage between matches. Finally, he provided each contestant with a glowing green gem, a device for both identification and a last resort protective shield. Zhou Chen stared at the gem in his hand, his mind reeling from the casual display of world-altering power. S-rank strength wasn't just a higher level, it was akin to godhood. Next to him, a fellow contestant noticed that while everyone else was tense, Zhou Chen's demonic tone was practically dozing off, its utter lack of concern a bizarre source of comfort in the overwhelming atmosphere. With the rules set and the stage prepared, the tournament began without delay. The announcer's voice signaled the start of the first match in the round of 16. The fight was a blur of motion and raw power. "Wow, the first match starts off so fierce," one spectator yelled. It ended almost as quickly as it began, with Envoy Xiao Ran delivering a devastating, cannon-like attack that sent his opponent flying. In the VIP stands, Principal Hu Wei and Principal Wang Mingyuan observed the brutal efficiency of the first match. The presence of an S-rank master signaled a new level of ferocity for this year's tournament. They discussed the massive power gap between level 3 and 4, a gulf widened by the fact that rich academies could easily afford powerful C-rank combat arts for their students. Despite the odds, a confident smile touched Principal Hu Wei's lips. "But things will be different this time," he declared, just as the fifth match was announced. Yunhu envoys Lan Xin. Lan Xin entered the ring, her movements fluid and ghost-like. She effortlessly weaved through her opponent's fierce attacks, looking as if she were merely toying with him. "Warm-up's about over," she said with a smirk, her hand glowing with a violet aura. In a flash, tendrils of energy shot out, binding her opponent, Li Zhe, completely. He struggled, but the ability-type combat art held him fast. "Excuse me, step aside," she said, closing the distance and ending the match with a single, precise strike. Time, 5 minutes. The audience erupted. An ability-type combat art, used to control an opponent's movements before striking, it was practically unheard of at this level. "Is this magic?" someone shouted, voicing the crowd's disbelief. Her flawless victory sent a shockwave through the tournament, planting a seed of doubt. Perhaps the reigning champions weren't so invincible after all. The principals were equally stunned. Coach Zhang noted that such abilities were typically only seen in D-rank envoys or higher. Principal Hu Wei beamed with pride. She's a 1 in 10,000 talent who awakened her potential early. This drew a sneer from Principal OU of Zhongshan Academy. "TCH, big deal." Hu Wei shot back. "Then why did you spend a fortune trying to poach her from us?" "Lan Xin told me all about it, and said you were greasy." As OU fumed, the imperious Principal Li of Shuoguang Academy cut him off. "Enough. It's just an early awakening." The sixth match began. Shuoguang Academy's Wang Zhua stepped into the ring. 5 seconds. That's all it took. Before his opponent could even launch an attack, Wang Zhua had taken him down with a single, brutal strike. He stood over the unconscious body, his expression one of utter boredom. The crowd stared in silent awe. This was the power of the three-time champions. For them, it seemed the tournament was already over. Principal OU gloated at Wang Zhua's display, praising his master, Principal Li. Li simply gave a cold, dismissive smile. "Didn't I say before? The more a dog thinks it's strong, the louder it barks." Meanwhile, Coach Zheng's face was grim. He confessed to Principal Wang that for a small school like theirs, just participating was an achievement. If Zhou Chen could somehow win even one round, it would be a monumental victory. After the seventh match concluded, a short break was called. In the contestant waiting area, Zhou Chen stretched, a little surprised to find himself in the final match of the round. The demonic tome's voice echoed in his mind, urging him to borrow its strength for a quick win. Zhou Chen immediately dismissed the idea. Jumping to level 5 would stand out too much. "If I get investigated, I'd be in trouble." He had to win this on his own terms. A voice cut through his thoughts. "Tough luck, you're in the last match." It was Lan Xin. She gave him a serious warning about his opponent. Lei Che of Zhongshan Envoy, a top contender for the championship. His signature combat art, the thunderclap burst kick, was rumored to be powerful enough to injure even D-rank envoys. She reminded him that while the gem would block a fatal strike, the raw impact would still shatter his body. "The battle over academy funding is just that cruel," she finished grimly. Zhou Chen regarded her coolly. "Thanks for the warning. But why help me?" She explained their principals were allies, united against the arrogant elite schools. "Originally, I hoped you could at least wear down a few opponents for me," she admitted with a yawn. "But since your opponent is Lei Che, oh well, if you can just drain some of his stamina, that'd be great." She waved and walked away, leaving Zhou Chen to contemplate just how monstrous his next opponent truly was. The break ended, and the announcer's voice boomed once more. Finally, the last match of the first round is about to begin. Zhou Chen stepped out of the tunnel, and the crowd roared. He allowed himself a small, private smile. Didn't expect such a warm welcome for me. But the announcer continued, let's welcome contestant Leici. Zhou Chen froze. Oh, guess that wasn't about me. A column of golden light descended from the ceiling, striking the center of the arena. With a ground-shattering impact, a figure landed in a crouch, cracks spreading across the stone beneath him. It was Leici, sparks of lightning crackling around his spiky blonde hair. The crowd went insane. Zhou Chen watched the spectacle from across the stage, his own entrance utterly forgotten. The bracket materialized in his vision, confirming the inevitable. His fight was next. The announcer's voice boomed, introducing the star of the final match, Leici from Zhongshan Academy. His reputation preceded him, a prodigy who reached level 4 in just 4 years, already certified by the National Guild. The crowd erupted, a sea of fans chanting his name, their adoration a testament to his celebrity status. He was the undisputed favorite, the genius of the new era. Amid the roaring cheers for Leici, a quiet observation was made from Zhou Chen's classmates. He had no supporters. One of Leici's fans sneered, dismissing Zhou Chen as unlikable. But a lone voice cut through the noise. The class monitor, her cheeks flushed with indignation. She furiously defended Zhou Chen's quiet strength against Leici's flashy arrogance. The argument escalated instantly. Sparks of psychic energy seemed to crackle between the class monitor and Leici's fans as their shouting match intensified. Go Zhou Chen, she yelled, countered by a chorus of Go Reich. Other students watched, stunned. They had never seen their usually composed class monitor become so fierce. On the arena floor, Leici soaked in the adoration, a golden boy waiting for his coronation. The announcer hyped his potential, speculating if he could challenge the reigning champions. He was so caught up in the moment that Lillian had to discreetly remind him he'd forgotten the other contestant. Flustered, the announcer cleared his throat and stammered an apology before turning his attention to the forgotten fighter. The introduction was a death sentence. Standing opposite Reich is Zhou Chen of Light-Yu. His past achievements are none. His signature technique is none. The announcer trailed off, realizing it was Light-Yu Academy's first time participating. Zhou Chen felt a bead of sweat. Maybe he should have bought a technique just for show. The revelation of Zhou Chen's empty record sent ripples of derision through the crowd. A first-timer? They must have spent everything just to get one student to level 4. In the VIP box, Principal OU of Zhongshan laughed openly at Principal Hu Wei's misfortune. To draw our Leici in the first round, how unfortunate. Principal Hu Wei could only pinch the bridge of his nose, the humiliation weighing heavily on him. Leici approached Zhou Chen, his voice dripping with condescending sympathy. He acknowledged Zhou Chen's bad luck and offered a hollow gesture of mercy, appearing instantly at Zhou Chen's side to whisper. How about this? He offered. I'll use only 1/10 of my power. That way, your loss will at least look respectable. Zhou Chen's expression remained unchanged. No, he stated flatly. Fight normally. The announcer, mistaking the brief exchange for the start of hostilities, roared into the microphone. No more talk then. I announced the last fight of the first stage. Begin. With the declaration, the tension shattered. Leici exploded from his spot, the stone floor cracking under the force of his launch. In a blur of golden light, Leici moved. He wasn't just fast, he multiplied. Afterimages flooded the arena, a dozen versions of the prodigy swarming Zhou Chen from every conceivable angle. Fists flew, a relentless barrage meant to overwhelm and pulverize. The announcer screamed in disbelief. Is this a special technique? Could these be afterimages caused by speed that fast? From the waiting area, Lan Xin watched with a grim expression, acknowledging that Leici was just as much of a headache as she'd feared. Other top contestants remained silent, their faces unreadable. In the VIP box, Principal OU gloated, smugly declaring that no one at this level could possibly match the genius he had so carefully scouted. The flurry of attacks ceased, leaving Zhou Chen standing perfectly still, untouched. Leici reappeared, a smirk of disappointment on his face. Why aren't you moving? Can't even keep up with 1/10 of my speed. He dismissed Zhou Chen as unworthy and prepared to end it. Then goodbye. As he launched a final, decisive strike, he noticed something was wrong. Zhou Chen wasn't dodging. Leici's eyes widened in shock as blood splattered into the air. But it wasn't Zhou Chen's. Instead of being hit, his kick was stopped cold. Zhou Chen's hand had shot up, catching his ankle with impossible speed. Before the prodigy could process it, Zhou Chen yanked him forward and delivered a single, brutal punch that sent a shockwave of impact through the silent stadium. Lei Che crashed to the stone floor. The announcer was speechless, questioning if Lei Che had simply been careless. His fans were not so analytical. He hit him in the face. "Shameless," they screamed. "He must be cheating." Zhou Chen simply stood over his opponent, his thoughts pragmatic. "He wasn't attacking, so I struck first. There are no rules against that, are there?" Principal Wang slapped the stunned Principal Hu Wei on the back, roaring with laughter. "Whoa, your student has some depth." Across the box, Principal OU was livid, shouting accusations of a substitute fighter. Principal Hu Wei calmly shut him down. "Do you think you're smarter than the S-rank envoy who reviewed the contestants?" The insult hit its mark, leaving OU fuming as the powerful Principal Li shot him a look of pure disdain. But the fight was far from over. From the dust and debris on the arena floor, a voice cut through the stunned silence. "The match isn't over yet." Slowly, pushing himself up on trembling hands, Lei Che rose from the ground, his eyes burning with a new, dangerous intensity. The announcer's voice cracked with excitement. He's standing up. Player Lei Che is back on his feet. On the arena floor, the golden prodigy rose, his face a mask of humiliation and fury. He had been so utterly confident, and that punch was a direct affront to his genius. "Using just 1/10 of my strength, I underestimated you," he growled, his eyes glowing with golden energy. "From here on, I won't hold back anymore." With a guttural roar, Lei Che unleashed the power he had been suppressing. Ugh! A violent storm of golden thunder erupted from his body, flooding the arena. The star energy was so immense it became a physical presence, a crackling tempest howling for release. "Let my thunderous light roar through the entire arena." In the waiting area, a fellow contestant shielded his eyes from the blinding flash, remarking on the intense energy output. Zhou Chen stood his ground as Lei Che became a golden projectile, ricocheting off the arena's invisible barriers. He moved faster and faster, each impact accelerating his speed until the stage was a cage of crisscrossing light beams, trapping Zhou Chen at its center. "He's using the arena's barrier to increase his speed," the announcer screamed into the microphone, barely containing his excitement. "Is he about to use that move?" With a final, arrogant smirk, Lei Che converted all of that stored kinetic energy into a single, devastating attack. He launched himself forward, roaring, "Take this!" Thunderous explosive charge kick. The unstoppable kick met an immovable fist. A sickening crunch echoed through the silent stadium as Zhou Chen's punch connected squarely with Lei Che's face, shattering his momentum and his pride. Blood sprayed through the air as the prodigy was sent flying backward once more. "You should have attacked earlier," Zhou Chen stated, his voice devoid of emotion. "Before I got used to your speed." Lei Che crashed to the ground, unconscious. A small, red gem, his star stone, clattered beside him. Li's star stone turned red. The announcer stammered. "That means he's completely lost the ability to fight." After a stunned pause, he declared the impossible. "The winner is Zhou Chen." Zhou Chen simply thought to himself, "I almost couldn't hold back my strength, but the stone protected him. He should be fine." The audience was in a state of shock. How did he do that? It was too fast, I couldn't even see. With the quarterfinals concluded, the tournament bracket updated. Wan Xin and Wang Zhua had also dominated their own matches with decisive one-strike victories, proving themselves to be top-tier contenders. As the crowd buzzed about the next match, a palpable wave of malice washed over the stands. Zhou Chen's opponent, Xiao Ran, radiated a dark, murderous aura. Students in the audience recoiled in fear, shocked by the sheer killing intent emanating from the fighter. The match began. Xiao Ran's explosive fist technique lived up to its name, a vicious flurry of strikes from all angles. Yet Zhou Chen moved with an unnatural calm, weaving through the attacks, as if predicting them. He saw his opening, a fatal flaw in the pattern, and countered with a single, blindingly fast kick that sent Xiao Ran sprawling. Zhou Chen wins. In the VIP box, Principal OU was livid. He hasn't used a single battle technique. "He's just using raw power," he shouted. Convinced of foul play, he made his accusations loudly. "He's either a higher rank in disguise, or he used illegal drugs. Send someone to check." Just as the semi-final was about to begin, the tournament was halted. Two stern officials from the Mid-City District strode onto the arena floor, their presence silencing the crowd. "Put this on," One of them ordered Zhou Chen, holding out a diagnostic collar, then release a burst of star energy. The whispers started immediately. They were inspectors, here to verify a seer's true level. Zhou Chen complied, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face. Did I overdo it after all? He thought. I need to be more careful not to stand out. The device lit up, and the inspectors reviewed the data. The results were irrefutable. Verification complete. No discrepancy in level. And no sign of drugs. The announcer's voice boomed, confirming the inspector's verdict. Zhou Chen's level is correct. He really is E-rank level 4. A new wave of disbelief crashed over the audience. How could a mere level 4 be so overwhelmingly powerful without any discernible techniques? It defied all logic. His next opponent, Lu Yu, stared in wide-eyed shock, questioning if such strength was even possible. His doubt was answered a moment later when he, too, was defeated in a single, decisive strike. Unbelievable, the announcer screamed. Zhou Chen secures victory again and advances to the finals. The mood in the VIP box had transformed completely. The same principals who had mocked Principal Hu Wei now swarmed him with congratulations, praising his student and his own dedication. Beaming with pride, Hu Wei watched as his rival, OU, fumed in silence. To think he made it to the finals in his very first tournament. He mused, Zhou Chen, you really didn't let me down. With one finalist decided, the arena's focus shifted to the second semifinal. Lan Xin stepped forward, her expression a mask of hardened resolve. For the Academy's honor, I absolutely cannot lose, she vowed. She turned to face her opponent, and a terrifying pressure descended. Wang Zhua, shrouded once again in that overwhelming aura of pure killing intent. The crowd roared as the semifinal match began. In the stands, Lan Xin's friends cheered with all their might. On the arena floor, her opponent, Wang Zhua, watched with cold, calculating eyes. His expression was devoid of sportsmanship. It was the predatory gaze of a hunter who had already marked his prey. He saw his opening before the fight even truly started. Good chance. Lan Xin moved first, unleashing a torrent of wind-based strikes. But the blows, which should have staggered any opponent, landed on Wang Zhua with no effect. He stood firm, a smirk playing on his lips as his eyes glowed with a menacing red light. Lan Xin stared in disbelief, her confidence faltering. How could it be completely useless? Wang Zhua grabbed her arm, his grip like iron. You have prestige? He asked, his tone laced with mockery. Enraged, Lan Xin punched him, but he didn't even flinch. What's it to you? She snarled. He looked at her with utter contempt. Nothing. I just think it's ridiculous. Ripping her arm free, Lan Xin channeled her energy into a binding technique. Purple tendrils of power erupted from her hand, wrapping around Wang Zhua and immobilizing him. Seeing her chance, she launched her ultimate move. Battle skill, wind scythe leg. The attack connected perfectly. Very good. All hit, she thought, catching her breath. Now this should. Suddenly, a voice whispered from right behind her. Petty tricks. Lan Xin's blood ran cold. She whirled around to see Wang Zhua, completely unscathed, a cruel smile on his face. Before she could react, he activated his own skill. Battle skill, boiling blood. His fist, glowing with raw power, slammed into her stomach. The force of the blow was cataclysmic. Lan Xin was thrown across the arena, her body skipping across the floor before coming to a stop. The impact shattered the stage, sending debris flying. The audience gasped. Both sides are so strong. The semifinals really are on another level. But Wang Zhua isn't hurt at all. What a monster! In the stands, her friends watched with tear-filled eyes. Her teacher looked on, his hands clenched in frustration. On the broken floor, Lan Xin knelt, defeated. Her star stone had turned red, and a small, worn charm had fallen from her pocket. With the last of her strength, she grit her teeth, her vision blurring. I can't fall yet. Her mind drifted back to a rainy afternoon. Her friends were distraught, worried that the Academy's subsidy would be cut, forcing them to give up their studies. Lan Xin had wrapped her arms around them, her voice filled with a fierce determination she didn't entirely feel. Don't worry, we'll definitely win the District Exchange Championship. Then the Ministry of Education won't cancel our subsidy, and everyone can keep studying. One of her friends had looked up, hope dawning in her eyes. Oh, really? Lan Xin had smiled. Of course, when have I ever lied to you? In return, her friend had pressed a small charm into her hand. This is from my mom. I hope it brings you good luck. Clasping the charm, Lan Xin made a promise, a deal with her friends and with herself. The memory faded, replaced by the stinging pain of the present. Lan Xin reached a trembling hand toward the fallen charm, her voice a broken whisper. A deal. She had failed. She had broken her promise. The hope of her friends and her academy lay shattered on the ground with her. Wang Zhuo loomed over her, his shadow extinguishing the last of her hope. Fighting so desperately for something like this? He sneered, kicking the charm away. How boring. As he turned his back, the announcer's voice echoed through the stadium. System detected that Lan Xin's starstone has turned red. She has lost the ability to fight. Wang Zhuo a victory. But the match wasn't over for him. Red energy, thick with killing intent, gathered around his foot as he raised it high above Lan Xin's head. It ends here, Yunhu Domain's hero. The stadium erupted in panic. Stop! The match is already over, the announcer screamed. From the stands, her teacher cried out in pure terror. Stop right now! As a subordinate tried to hold him back, Principal Hui calmly watched the scene unfold. No need, he said. In that same instant, a black blur shot across the arena. Wang Zhuo's foot slammed down, not on Lan Xin, but on the hard floor, stopped by an intervening force. When the dust settled, Zhou Chen was holding the unconscious Lan Xin, glaring daggers at her assailant. Wang Zhuo's eyes widened, a flicker of surprise piercing his murderous rage. You are? He growled. Zhou Chen's name echoed through his mind as he stared at the boy who had just appeared from nowhere. The stadium exploded with relief. It's Zhou Chen. He saved Lan Xin at the critical moment. Thank goodness. The crowd's relief quickly turned to fury. He was going for the kill. That's too much. Wang Zhuo simply cracked his knuckles, dismissing the newcomer. Whoever it is, it doesn't matter. One more or one less makes no difference. As a chilling blue aura enveloped him, Zhou Chen gently laid Lan Xin down. Then let's try. In the somber quiet after the storm, medics wheeled the unconscious Lan Xin away on a stretcher. Zhou Chen stood alone on the shattered stage, his gaze fixed on Wang Zhuo. An official announcement echoed through the stadium, requesting an expedited restoration of the arena for the final match, which was now set to begin immediately. From the stands, Zhou Chen's classmates from the honors class spotted him. Isn't that Zhou Chen's friend? The blonde boy asked, pointing toward the group from Yunhu. They exchanged worried glances, sending silent messages of encouragement. Zhou Chen made it to the finals. One girl confirmed grimly, but his opponent doesn't seem easy to deal with. Lan Xin's teacher stared at the arena's main screen, his fists clenched. Letting a lunatic like that compete. What was Li Gai was thinking, he muttered, his voice tight with anger and fear. He shouted across the stadium, a desperate plea. Zhou Chen, be careful. From the floor below, Zhou Chen gave a slight turn of his head, his expression unreadable. Don't worry. Wang Zhuo scoffed, his tone dripping with contempt. With your background and resources, you don't actually think you stand a chance, do you? From the start, this battle was already. Zhou Chen cut him off, his patience gone. You talk too much. Are we fighting or not? Wang Zhuo's eyes flashed a menacing red as a low growl escaped his lips. The preparations were complete. The announcer's voice boomed, signaling the climax of the tournament. I announced the match begins. In an instant, two overwhelming auras exploded into existence. Wang Zhuo's violent, blood-red energy clashed against Zhou Chen's serene, ice-blue power, splitting the arena down the middle. Wang Zhuo moved first, a blur of motion. He launched a furious volley of punches, each one aimed to shatter bone. The blows hammered against Zhou Chen's guard, sending shockwaves across the floor. A cruel smirk spread across Wang Zhuo's face as he pressed his assault. I thought you'd be more impressive. Suddenly, Wang Zhuo's eyes widened in shock. His punch, thrown with full force, was stopped cold. Zhou Chen's hand was clamped around his fist, an immovable object meeting a supposedly unstoppable force. That's my line, Zhou Chen said, his own eyes glowing a chilling blue. Is that all the reigning champion has? Enraged by the humiliation, Wang Zhuo's muscles bulged. A wave of red energy surged through his arm. Battle technique. Boiling blood, he roared. Their fists met in a cataclysmic impact, unleashing a torrent of power that ripped through the arena and sent the crowd reeling. The commentators stared, speechless. In 10 years, I've never seen such a spectacle in a level 4 match. So strong. In the stands, Zhou Chen's friends watched in disbelief. He was holding back all along, one stammered. They were only one level apart, yet the gap in their power was a terrifying, uncrossable chasm. The exchange was brutal and relentless. Zhou Chen sidestepped a wild swing and countered with a precise strike to the jaw, sending a spray of blood from Wang Zhuo's mouth. Even Lan Qin's teacher was stunned. I knew he had a solid foundation, he thought, but to fight someone with top-tier resources to this extent, it's unbelievable. Wang Zhuo touched his lip, his fingers coming away wet. Blood. The sight flipped a switch in his mind, erasing all traces of arrogance and replacing it with pure, primal fury. I'm injured, he whispered, his voice trembling with rage. A guttural scream tore from his throat as he unleashed his full power. Yaya. Battle technique. Boiling blood max. As Wang Zhuo's body contorted, his skin turning a demonic red, Zhou Chen's internal system analyzed the phenomenon. He watched the star energy erupt, artificially boosting strength beyond its natural limits. The demonic book in his mind's eye observed, cataloging the data. So this was a battle technique. Interesting. Wang Zhuo became a red comet, his speed increasing tenfold. He charged, confident that no one could react to his new velocity. But as he closed the distance, a notification burned across Zhou Chen's vision. Activated. The world slowed to a crawl around him. The attack was useless. Principal Hu Wei's subordinate began to panic. Master, his energy is spiking. Should we request a level check? But the principal waved him off. He simply applied the Wang family's boiling blood to his whole body. It's not a violation. His gaze remained fixed on Zhou Chen, the other contestant. I'm rather curious. Where is his limit? The fighters became blurs of motion, their fists creating sonic booms. So fast, I can't even see. Is Zhou Chen at a disadvantage? His friend worried aloud. But the other watched with wide, knowing eyes. No, that's not it, he realized. He's guiding Wang Zhuo's punches. It was a dance of death. Wang Zhuo swung with the force of a battering ram, but Zhou Chen was like water. He flowed with the assault, his hands gently redirecting every blow. Each of Wang Zhuo's furious punches missed by a hair's breadth, carving deep gouges into the arena floor instead of their intended target. Wang Zhuo's rage reached its peak. You're the first at the same level who could push me this far, he snarled, veins pulsing on his forehead. The admission cost him dearly, fueling his final, desperate gambit. But I am the strongest, he roared, unleashing a massive, uncontrolled wave of red energy. Zhou Chen met the explosion of power with an unimpressed smile. Is this all you've got? He asked calmly. As he spoke, a luminous blue aura enveloped him, swirling with power that dwarfed Wang Zhuo's. A final notification, visible only to him, confirmed the end. Activated. Remaining uses 0/6. With a primal roar, Wang Zhuo unleashed everything. His entire body pulsed with the crimson energy of boiling blood max, a forbidden technique pushing his physical limits to the breaking point. Opposite him, Zhou Chen's last charge of borrowed force ignited, encasing his fist in a serene, crackling blue. This was the final exchange. Activated. The system interface burned across Zhou Chen's vision as the world slowed to a crawl. He could see everything. The trajectory of the punch, the strain on Wang Zhuo's muscles, and the one critical flaw. In the spectral overlay of his enhanced sight, a single point glowed brightest. His weak point is the heart. Zhou Chen's blue-clad fist struck first, not with brute force, but with surgical precision, landing squarely on Wang Zhuo's chest. A strangled cry escaped Wang Zhuo's lips as the impact resonated through him. Before he could recover, Zhou Chen followed with a devastating barrage, his fists moving like pistons, driving the champion back, blow by brutal blow. Impossible. The thought screamed through Wang Zhuo's mind. His own speed and strength were at their absolute peak, yet Zhou Chen's were still increasing. The humiliation, the disbelief, it all coalesced into pure, unadulterated rage. "No way," he howled, his voice cracking with desperation. "I am the strongest." Zhou Chen watched the final, desperate charge with an unnerving calm. "This ends now," he stated, his voice a low counterpoint to Wang Zhuo's scream. Wang Zhuo threw his final, all-or-nothing punch. Their fists met at the arena's epicenter, and the world detonated in a blinding flash of red and blue energy, the sheer force of the impact tearing the very ground apart. The blinding light faded, revealing a thick cloud of dust and debris. Lan Qin's teacher leaned forward, his heart pounding. "How did it go?" he gasped. As the smoke cleared, a single silhouette remained standing. To the crowd's shock, it was Wang Zhua, his head bowed, his form obscured by the haze. But the announcer saw the truth. "No, Wang Zhua has lost the ability to fight," he cried. The champion swayed, then collapsed to his knees, utterly defeated. Standing on the other side of the cratered stage, without a single scratch, was the true victor. The one standing at the end is Zhou Chen. The main screen flashed, confirming the impossible. Litu Academy, with a staggering 200 points, had secured a historic comeback, clinching the championship. For the first time since the Outer Exchange tournament began, a peripheral academy, an underdog, had taken the overall crown. The stands erupted. Zhou Chen's classmates from Yunhu and the honors class were on their feet, screaming in disbelief and joy. "We won! We won!" They had witnessed a miracle, a true dark horse rising from obscurity to topple a giant. Lan Xin's teacher shouted with pride, "Well done, Zhou Chen. You really made us proud." The principal of Litu Academy watched with a tear rolling down his cheek, a profound sense of relief washing over him. "Now we finally don't have to beg for subsidies," he whispered. His young subordinate beside him could only stare, dumbfounded by his boss's first thought. In the VIP boxes, the mood had shifted dramatically. The principals who had mocked Litu's ambition were now scrambling. "Principal who is still down there. We have to hurry and congratulate him," one urged. The most vocal critic, a gray-haired man, gritted his teeth in fury. "Darn it," he muttered, before being pulled along to pay respects to the new champion school. Principal Hui of Yunhu Academy stood, his duty as an observer complete. "This Zhou Chen guy. Interesting," he mused, a faint smile on his lips. As he turned to leave, his eyes caught two figures by the exit. It was the guild master. He actually came too, Hui thought. Could he also be here for Zhou Chen? The guild master spoke to his silver-haired subordinate, Lin. "I didn't expect the backward outer district to produce such talent. Lin, you know him. Can you bring him into the guild?" Lin's gaze was distant. "We were neighbors as kids, but he didn't seem to recognize me. But as for pulling him into the guild, I'll do my best." On the victor's podium, Zhou Chen held the golden trophy as cameras flashed all around him. The announcer praised Litu's monumental achievement, a golden phoenix from a small place. Zhou Chen forced a smile for the press, thinking to himself that this felt even more tiring than the match. The next day, Zhou Chen stood in the principal's office. "This is all thanks to you," the principal said, holding a newspaper with Zhou Chen's photo in a headline. "Outer District Miracle." He then handed over a small, intricate device. "This is what I promised you." Internally, Zhou Chen cheered. Finally, it was his. "The specialized institutes of the inner district will be reaching out soon," the principal advised warmly. "When you get there, please don't forget Litu." Zhou Chen held the device, his reward, and nodded firmly. "Don't worry, principal. I won't forget." With that, he turned and left the office. As he stepped into the quiet hallway, he was met by his smiling friends. "Isn't school on break?" he asked. "Of course we came to find you," the blond boy announced, brandishing a letter. "School's already sent out admission notices, and they're from the 5 great academies." "Congrats," Zhou Chen said with a genuine smile. "With your skills, it would have been strange if they didn't want you." His friend shook his head, placing an arm around his shoulder. "It's all thanks to our boss. But our goals won't be so short-sighted. One day, we'll be the greatest partners." The pink-haired girl clarified. "He means we'll be counting on you from now on." She beamed, suggesting they hang out during their free time. Zhou Chen's reserved facade cracked. "Of course," he agreed. "Being alone is boring anyway. And in the future, we'll need to spar together too." As the group celebrated, a hesitant voice called out. The quiet, studious girl from their group, Lin, stepped forward, her hands clenched into determined fists. "Can I join you guys?" she asked, her eyes shining with newfound resolve. I also want to become stronger." Inside the gleaming, state-of-the-art training room of the honors class, Lin Xiaotian stood in stunned silence. The facility was beyond anything she had ever imagined, a sanctuary for the elite she never thought she'd enter. Her hands clasped together, her eyes wide with a mix of awe and disbelief. "Wow, this is the honors class. Can I really study here?" she whispered, the question more to herself than anyone else. She turned to Zhou Chen, a blush coloring her cheeks. "I didn't think you'd take my request so seriously, Zhou Chen." "Thank you," He offered a simple smile, deflecting the credit. I didn't do much. I just mentioned it to the principal, and he agreed right away. Lin then turned to the assembled group and bowed deeply, expressing her gratitude to the principal and her friends for the opportunity. The principal smiled warmly, his voice filled with newfound confidence. Don't mention it, he began, announcing a wave of reforms. I plan to remove the honors class restrictions so all students can freely use the training equipment. With the subsidy from winning the exchange competition, I can finally do what I always wanted. Renovations are already on the agenda. This is all thanks to everyone's efforts. The group stood together, a portrait of victory. The principal thanked them all once more. The blonde boy, however, couldn't help but feel a pang of comedic jealousy. I'm really unwilling. Why did the school only get renovated after I graduated? I can't enjoy any of it. Darn it. Another friend quickly shut him down, telling him not to ruin the mood as the principal chuckled, assuring them they could always come back and visit. As the school holiday began, the pink-haired Xiaoxia noticed Lin training with a new intensity. Xiaodian, why are you suddenly training so hard? She asked. Lin, blushing but resolute, explained her change of heart. I used to think I had no talent, but seeing you all fight so hard for your dreams. I want to be as cool as you. I'm going to apply to the 5 great academies as a special cultural student. Lin declared her goal with a fire in her eyes. There's 1 month left until the application deadline. I want to give it a shot, even if I fail. Moved to tears by her friend's determination, Xiaoxia grabbed her hands. Xiaodian, I'll do everything I can to help you. You can do it. The others quickly chimed in, their voices a chorus of support. We'll help too. The blonde boy turned to the champion of the hour. What about you, Zhou Chen? Have you decided on a school yet? Zhou Chen's reply was unexpectedly flat. I haven't received an admission letter. His friend scoffed in disbelief. I got my letter the day after the competition ended. Even we got into the 5 grades. There's no way no school would want you. But Zhou Chen could only shrug. I don't know either. The principal cleared his throat, interrupting their speculation. Ahem, Zhou Chen. About this, I was just about to tell you. He held out a formal, deep red envelope. This is your admission notice. It just arrived at the school today. The group crowded around instantly, buzzing with excitement. See, I told you. Quick, which of the 5 academies is it? Zhou Chen opened the envelope. The words on the letterhead stopped his friends cold. Dawnblade Envoy Professional Academy. A moment of silent shock was shattered by a disbelieving scream. Dawn Academy, the one that can even suppress the 5 great academies. The magnitude of the invitation hung heavy in the air, far beyond what any of them had anticipated. Zhou Chen looked blankly at his friend. What do you mean? His friend stared back, aghast at his ignorance. You don't know? He began to explain the pecking order of the nation's envoy institutions. The most recognized were the 5 great academies: Morning Star, Watcher, Red Lion, Sky, and Alpha. Each one was a symbol of absolute authority and strength. The lesson continued, the air thick with reverence. But the only one that can stand above all 5, that's Dawn Academy. A glowing crest, emblazoned with crossed swords, materialized in their minds. If Dawn Academy takes an interest in a student, they get priority selection. Even the 5 academies have to wait their turn. Zhou Chen processed the information, his mind working logically. Since Dawn Academy is so high in status, why aren't the top schools known as the 6 academies? The principal stepped in, his expression turning serious. Because Dawn's value cannot be measured alongside them. They were founded specifically to eradicate the rift. He paused. This information is confidential. But since you all have inner zone clearance now, I think it's fine to explain. Lin fidgeted nervously. I don't have clearance. Should I avoid this? The principal waved her concern aside. No need, as long as you don't tell others. He painted a grim picture of a hellish, red-hued dimension. The rift is a two-way world filled with creatures as powerful as envoys. When one appears, we must go inside and eliminate them before they escape, or the consequences are unimaginable. The fame and fortune are great, but the danger is far beyond imagination. A shadow passed over the principal's face as he relived a painful memory. I was once a member of a rift-clearing squad. A flashback ignited, his younger self, battered and bloody, standing with his team against a towering demonic beast. But in one mission, a main member was seriously injured and left with lasting aftereffects. Morale broke, and we had no choice but to disband. He fixed his gaze on Zhou Chen, the weight of experience in his words. While other academies require students to engage with the rift for graduation, Dawn Academy's exams are the hardest and have the highest casualty rate. I advise you to think carefully. They only have priority recruitment rights. If you refuse, other schools will still come for you. I don't want you to throw your life away unknowingly. Zhou Chen's response was immediate, his resolve unshakable. I'm going. His eyes held no trace of fear, only ambition. A place where I can make money and get stronger. How could I possibly miss it? The principal's serious expression broke into a knowing smile. Heh, I knew you'd say that. I have a feeling you'll become a remarkable warrior. His friend, fired up by the revelations, threw an arm around Zhou Chen's shoulder. We won't fall behind either. As long as we all grow strong enough together, we won't have to fear the rift, right? Zhou Chen simply nodded. But another detail on the notice suddenly caught their attention. The registration date was September 16th. Today's the 6th. That's only 10 days away. A jolt of panic hit Zhou Chen. 10 days. He had no time. I need to hurry and prepare, he said, turning to his friends. Sorry, I can't help the class rep train. They waved him off, assuring him, don't worry, leave it to us. He rushed back to his dorm room, 3 to 5, and began to pack, his mind racing. But as he muttered to himself, a sinister purple flame erupted from the floor, and he froze, sensing an all too familiar presence. A vortex of dark energy tore through reality in his room. From its depths emerged the cursed grimoire, its single eye glaring with malevolence. A monstrous, clawed hand followed, its long red nail pointing directly at the reward Zhou Chen had just received, the shimmering crystal from the principal. The razor-sharp claw descended, piercing the crystal. It didn't shatter the gem, but instead drew out its very essence, a teal-colored energy that was swiftly absorbed. Drained of its power, the crystal fell to the floor and crumbled into worthless shards. Zhou Chen stared, his body rigid with shock, a primal scream of frustration tearing from his throat. My crystal! On the floor of his dorm room, Zhou Chen knelt in despair, the dust of his shattered crystals slipping through his fingers. My money, he cried out, the loss of his hard-won reward hitting him harder than any physical blow. The cursed grimoire materialized, its voice a gravelly rasp that filled the room. It admitted to draining the crystal's power, rendering it worthless, before callously asking how his school business went. Zhou Chen composed himself, his frustration giving way to cold calculation. He informed the grimoire of his acceptance into Dawn Academy, a place with the resources he needed to get stronger and pay his debt. The only catch was the constant battle against the rift, a danger even for seasoned guides. But the book revealed a terrifying secret. There was nothing to fear, because guides and rift creatures were fundamentally the same. The very starlight energy they wielded originated from the rift itself. The revelation sent a chill down his spine. Trying to mask his unease, Zhou Chen joked, so scary. Are there any life-saving rewards, boss? As if on cue, a golden scroll of fire materialized, displaying a wish list with one item checked off. The grimoire conceded, explaining that since rifts were tied to its goals, and since it had regained a sliver of strength from the crystal, it would reluctantly grant him a reward. A command echoed in his mind. Kid, endure it. A violent torrent of purple and black energy erupted from the floor, engulfing Zhou Chen in an agonizing storm of power. His body was seized, every cell screaming as the energy tore through him. A system window, alien and powerful, flashed into his vision, fragment connecting to permission holder. Status updates flooded his senses, a brutal system rewrite happening in real time. Then came the reward for his agony. The process finalized, leaving a faint purple glow in his eyes as the last traces of power settled within him. The pain subsided, leaving only confusion. What is this authority of creation fragment? He asked, his hands trembling. The grimoire explained it was a gift from an old acquaintance, the creation demon god Satasudo. This authority could draw out his latent potential, create the most suitable power for him, and even rewrite his race or body. From now on, he wouldn't just receive power, he would create it. Zhou Chen was skeptical. Wasn't all that too complicated just for a level up? The grimoire's voice was sharp with disdain. Fool, do you think level is everything? For losers, yes, it only affects basic physique. But once you reach D rank, your first awakening, your potential, is what truly matters. I gave you this authority so you don't awaken some useless trash potential. If you're too weak, you're worthless to me. He thought back to Lan Xin, the formidable athlete. Her special power, that must have been her potential. Compared to her ability, his own combat skills felt common and plain. He knew the grimoire was right. If he wanted to raid the rift and survive, he needed a true potential. Otherwise, he would struggle against even a single monster. The book advised him to try his new power. As he focused, he noticed the world's interface had changed. The old, parchment-style system was gone, replaced by a sleek blue HUD that felt like the video games from his past life. A familiar status bar materialized before him. It was intuitive, efficient, a system built for a gamer. His mind raced. If there was a status bar, were there other functions? A shop, maybe? He willed it, and new windows appeared, but they were grayed out and inaccessible. Everything was gated behind his rank. The path forward was clear. He had to level up. He pulled up the level up menu, ready to invest. The cost was steep, but the goal, D1 rank, was within sight. But as he tried to confirm, a new notification blocked his path. A new currency, soul, was required, a mysterious substance extracted from rift creatures. He was resource-gated, trapped at his current level. Zhou Chen let out a frustrated sigh. The irony was maddening. He needed to enter a rift to gather soul, but he was too weak to go in, especially now that his body no longer absorbed starlight energy. He was in a bind. The grimoire's voice dripped with annoyance. "Sigh, you're such trouble. Feels like I'm chained to you." Just as Zhou Chen lost hope, the grimoire changed its tune. "Fine," it grumbled. "Another wish just got completed anyway." A notification popped up. "I'll give you one last thing." Energy, now a brilliant blue, swirled around his hands. An item? Equipment? A detailed description filled his view. The armor was a fragment, soul-bound, and requiring no physical wearing. Its exclusive skill, armor attachment, could summon armor to block attacks and increase strength. As he read, a spectral blue gauntlet materialized over his hand and forearm, crackling with power. Soul-bound armor, he marveled. With stats like this, who needs a bike? The grimoire interjected, its tone weary. "This cost all the power I just saved. I'll count it as an early investment. Work hard over there and repay me." Zhou Chen grinned, his confidence restored. "Got it. I'll never forget your kindness, boss. I'll work hard." He finally had the gear he needed to start his journey. The next morning, his friends and the principal gathered to see him off. He paused before leaving, handing a sealed letter to the principal. "Speaking of that, I do have a favor. If possible, I'd like you to check on my mother at the hospital. And if you meet my sister, please give this to her." He confessed that things were complicated between them, making it hard for him to do it himself. The principal accepted without question. "Understood. I'll look after your family. You just focus on school." His friends chimed in, promising to visit in half a year. With a final wave, Zhou Chen turned and stepped into the waiting taxi, leaving for Shiyu Airport and the next chapter of his life. At the airline counter, the attendant looked at him with professional skepticism. Travel to the city's mid-level during the school holiday was unusual. "May I ask the reason?" she inquired. "Enrollment," Zhou Chen replied simply. When she asked for proof of admission, he didn't pull out a letter. Instead, he slid a sleek, black card with a golden crest across the counter. "Will this do?" The attendant's eyes went wide. She held the card as if it were made of glass. "This is a Dawn Academy ID card." Her mind reeled. In all her years working this outer-level desk, she had never seen one before. She stared at the seemingly ordinary boy, unable to process that he was one of the chosen few admitted to the world's most prestigious academy. She snapped back to attention, her entire demeanor changing. "This alone is enough." "Forgive my rudeness," she exclaimed, bowing her head slightly. She waved him through. "This way, please. On the plane, just follow the attendants." When he asked about a ticket, she smiled. "With your status, flights to mid-level don't need tickets. Only return trips require them." He was escorted to a first-class seat, another unexpected privilege of his new identity. As the plane climbed into the sky, soaring above the vast expanse of the city below, Zhou Chen stared out the window. His face was a mask of cold resolve. Dawn Academy, he thought, his journey finally beginning. "Don't disappoint me." After the short flight, Zhou Chen stood before the towering edifice of Dawn Academy. It was grander than any building he had ever seen, yet strangely silent and empty, feeling less like a school and more like a monument. With his worn suitcase in hand, he located the sign for new student reception and stepped through the immense archway, ready to begin. Inside the reception office, a friendly-looking upperclassman greeted him from behind a desk. After a simple request for his card, the senior's eyes lit up with recognition. "So you're Zhou Chen. I've been waiting for you," he exclaimed, his eagerness catching Zhou Chen completely off guard. He didn't know this person. Why would anyone be waiting for him specifically? The senior leaned in conspiratorially. "Not me," he clarified. "Someone else wants to meet you." He led Zhou Chen out of the building and into a secluded courtyard dominated by a large, upright stone tablet. "Here we are," the senior instructed. "Stand in the middle and touch the stone table with your black card." Zhou Chen hesitated, surveying the oddly out-of-place structure. "Is this some kind of hidden passage?" The senior just smiled. "You'll find out in a bit. You might feel dizzy, just bear with it." As Zhou Chen touched the stone with his ID card, a flare of pink energy erupted, and the world dissolved around him. In a disorienting flash of light and swirling petals, the scenery reformed, revealing an even more magnificent campus. It wasn't a passage, it was teleportation. "So that place earlier wasn't the real school," Zhou Chen stated, piecing it together. "That's right," the senior confirmed cheerfully. "Don's actual location is much farther away, so we use a teleportation stone tablet." He gestured towards an elegant white mansion ahead of them. "Here it is." The senior pushed open the doors, announcing their arrival. "Miss Lin, I've brought the person you requested." Zhou Chen's eyes swept over the room's occupants before landing on a woman with striking silver-white hair. She turned, a faint, knowing smile on her lips, and his breath caught. It was her, the woman who had saved his life. "Zhou Chen, long time no see. Remember me?" she asked. He nodded, a genuine smile touching his lips for the first time. "Of course. I've been wanting to thank you. I just didn't expect you to be my senior." As he spoke, another woman with purple hair dismissed his guide with a quick payment. Zhou Chen cut straight to the point. "Senior Lin, why did you call me here?" Before Lin could answer, a young man in a pristine uniform stepped forward, his face a mask of contempt. "Stop right there. A filthy commoner from the outer district. Who gave you permission to approach Miss Lin?" Lin's expression turned to ice. "Cui Mingchen, watch your mouth," she snapped, her voice cutting through his arrogance. "Zhou Chen is my guest." Lin gestured to a chair, but Zhou Chen remained standing, impatient. "No need, just tell me what it is." Resigned, Lin made her move. "Our guild is short on people, so I want to invite you to join. As for the offer, how about 30 million? The number hit Zhou Chen like a physical blow. 30 million. For a speaker of his level, the going rate was barely $1 million. This was an impossible sum. Cui Mingchen exploded. "Miss Lin, are you crazy? That amount could hire 3 top-tier B-rank speakers," he shrieked, his composure shattered. "This trash from the outer district isn't worth a fraction of that." Lin's eyes flashed with a dangerous violet light, and a palpable killing intent flooded the room. "Cui Mingchen," she hissed, her voice low and deadly. "Since when do you get to make decisions for me?" Terrified, he could only stammer an apology, wondering who this boy was to warrant such a fierce defense. Ignoring the tense silence, Lin focused back on Zhou Chen. "You just arrived, so you probably haven't joined a guild. This is the highest offer I can give right now. I hope you see my sincerity." Zhou Chen weighed his options. The money was a lifeline, an offer beyond his wildest dreams. But it didn't make sense. He was just an E-rank rookie. There had to be a catch. Just as he was about to speak, a campus-wide announcement echoed through the room, summoning all new students to the assembly hall. "Looks like the last student has arrived," Lin noted. Seeing his hesitation, she offered him an out. "The offer came out of nowhere, so it's normal to hesitate. Think it over. After freshman orientation, there will be a session to choose mentors." She leaned forward slightly, her tone softening. "I hope you'll choose me as your mentor. Consider it repayment for saving you." The offer was layered, a mix of business and a personal debt she was now calling in. Zhou Chen gave a non-committal reply. "Senior Lin, I'll think about it." Satisfied for now, Lin instructed her purple-haired subordinate, Sister Shi, to escort him to the assembly hall. The assembly hall was a classic tiered lecture room, already sparsely populated with the other freshmen. As Zhou Chen found a seat, a blond young man made a theatrical entrance, preening as if he were the main character of a story. His mind was already scheming, planning to get close to the Lin family's daughter to elevate his own family's status. Seeing Zhou Chen, he smirked. "What a pathetic guy. I'll sit next to him. Comparison makes me look better." A world-weary instructor took the podium. "Looks like everyone's here. I've got things to do, so let's make this quick. He scanned the room with a tired gaze. If Dawn accepted you, you were once a genius. But here, forget your old glory. You're just freshmen now, and what you'll face next is something entirely unknown. That is, the Rift. The instructor painted a grim picture. The Rift was a hunt where survival was not guaranteed. Conventional weapons were useless, forcing speakers to rely on their own power and equipment forged from Rift materials. Dawn is the world's solid defense against the Rift, he declared, and you are the warriors now standing on that line. He told them to learn what they could from the library, simulation rooms, and optional lectures. Freedom was the school's doctrine. The more you understand the Rift, the stronger you can grow and survive. If you can't even adapt, you might as well quit early. He looked over the students, seeing ambition and resolve, not fear. A small, satisfied smile touched his lips. Good. I can tell you all have ambitions worth dying for. You've passed the first stage of assessment. With a wave of his hand, brilliant, teardrop-shaped crystals materialized before each student. Take these, it's your school reward. The freshmen gasped. They were skill stones, impossibly expensive items that could grant combat techniques instantly. The instructor confirmed their nature. Correct. This is a skill stone for. Crush it, and your body will automatically comprehend it. Without hesitation, Zhou Chen crushed the stone in his fist. A system window immediately flashed in his vision. The skill automatically detected and translated Clique script, the language of the Rift. This was an invaluable asset, a key to navigating ruins and dungeons far more efficiently. But don't celebrate too soon, the instructor warned, cutting through their excitement. You'll have 2 exams ahead. First, clear a low-level Rift. Second, reach D rank and awaken your potential within 6 months, and earn 100 credits within a year. Panic spread through the students as they realized the daunting task ahead. Only the arrogant blonde, already at E5, remained confident, certain he was the highest ranked in the batch. D rank. Zhou Chen was currently E6. He couldn't level up without soul from Rift creatures, but this mandatory exam was the perfect opportunity. The instructor assured them the school would provide resources, including special potions and mentors to guide them. With that, he turned to the entrance. Come in. The doors to the assembly hall swung open. A group of upperclassmen entered, their presence commanding immediate respect and awe from the freshmen. Leading them, with an air of cool authority, was Lin. These are your upperclassmen, the instructor announced. They'll be your mentors during the freshman exam. Scene begins with non-story content, which is skipped. The instructor stood before the freshmen, outlining their first major choice at Dawn Academy. 6 upperclassmen stood on the stage, the mentors from which they could choose. Whispers erupted as the students recognized Lin, her silver-white hair making her stand out instantly. The name Shenhua Guild, one of the 4 great guilds, rippled through the crowd with awe and ambition. To be chosen by its heir was a direct path to power. Zhou Chen listened, the name clicking into place. The impossible sum she offered now carried the weight of a titan of industry. A burly student, brimming with confidence, was the first to try his luck. He declared his devotion, practically begging to be chosen, but Lin shut him down with a graceful, yet impenetrable smile. A strength-type oracle had no place under a magic-type mentor. Another student jumped up, proclaiming he was a hybrid of strength and magic, but his desperate plea was met with the same polite refusal. She was a pure mage, she claimed, with nothing to offer him. The rejections were absolute, and the other hopefuls slumped back in their seats, defeated. Lin's standards were clearly in a different league. The instructor sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. He had seen this performance before. He quietly reminded Lin of the academy rule. She had to take at least 1 student, or the last one remaining would be assigned to her by default. A flicker of frustration crossed her face before she conceded with a quiet yes, her eyes narrowing as she scanned the remaining freshmen with newfound, calculated intent. Zhou Chen felt her gaze, but remained silent, unsure of how to play this public spectacle. The arrogant blonde beside him, however, saw it as his moment. He smirked, confident that the rejections of others only paved the way for his own success. In his mind, the outcome was guaranteed. His charm would win her over, and if not, the default assignment rule would grant him the connection to the Lin family he so desperately craved. It was Zhou Chen's turn. He rose, his expression calm as he faced the stage. He didn't boast about his rank or potential. Instead, he spoke directly to her, his voice carrying just enough for her to hear. Senior Lin, he began. "What I seek is not only knowledge, but to stand by your side." The words were a gamble, a public echo of the private allegiance she'd already tried to buy. For the first time that day, Lin's composed mask broke, her eyes widening in surprise as a faint blush colored her cheeks. The other students scoffed, anticipating another rejection, but their mockery died in their throats. A brilliant, genuine smile spread across Lin's face as she pointed. "He's the one." The declaration hit the blonde like a physical blow, his face contorting in disbelief and rage. He was the last one. How could she choose him? The system he'd banked on had been circumvented by a single, decisive choice. Lin led Zhou Chen away from the stunned assembly, their footsteps echoing in the grand, crystalline mission hall. Now that they were alone, Zhou Chen got straight to the point. He needed to know why a guild as powerful as Shenhua, with its access to countless high-level speakers, would offer a fortune to recruit an unknown rookie like him. Lin met his gaze, her expression unreadable. "I recruited you for the guild, but also for personal reasons," she admitted cryptically. "But first, you need to pass the entrance test I've arranged for you." She gestured forward, and Zhou Chen saw them. For other speakers stood waiting, their gear and posture marking them as seasoned veterans, not freshmen. "These are your teammates for the test," Lin explained. One of the women, an assassin by her gear, stepped forward. "Everyone's here," she announced coolly. "Let's introduce ourselves." The introductions were a stark reminder of the gap in power. The examiner was Su Han, a C-rank level 5 with stealth potential, who promised to fail them if she had to intervene. The rest of the team were all D ranks: Lu Wei, the level 1 healer, Zhao Lin, the level 1 archer, and finally, the heavily armored team leader, Li Rui, a D-rank level 3 with combat enhancement. His message was simple and absolute. "If you want to pass, follow my orders." Li Rui's eyes fell on Zhou Chen's simple clothes. "No gear? What's your potential?" When Zhou Chen plainly stated he was an E-rank with no awakened potential, Li Rui's face contorted with fury. "An E-rank newbie?" he roared. "He's just going to drag us down." The others quickly placated him, noting that the teams were already set. Grumbling, Li Rui relented with a sneer. "TCH, just make sure he doesn't get in my way." The healer, Lu Wei, gave Zhou Chen a patronizing look. "Newbie, when we enter the rift, stay close behind me." He calmly replied that he had combat experience, a statement she dismissed with an exasperated sigh. To her, his confidence was merely the arrogance of ignorance. Without a weapon or potential, he couldn't even scratch a rift creature. With the introductions over, Li Rui formally requested the team's evaluation. The request was approved, and an administrator produced a glowing world tree fragment. With a flash of light, the artifact tore open reality itself, a swirling vortex of violent purple energy filling the room. A system notification echoed in the air. "Has opened. Let's move," Li Rui commanded, and the team prepared to step through. Zhou Chen felt the dense star energy wash over him. So this was a rift. While the others saw a dangerous test, he saw an opportunity, a hunting ground to find the item he needed to upgrade his system. He stepped into the swirling portal, and the world dissolved. A notification flashed in his vision. "Entered." He and the team now stood at the entrance of a dark, subterranean world. They had barely materialized before the archer gasped. "They spotted us." The team's reaction was instantaneous. "Standard formation," Li Rui bellowed, and the four speakers snapped into a defensive posture with practiced precision. Standing apart from them, Zhou Chen watched with mild approval. They were professionals, at least. The examiner, Su Han, gave a wry smile. "Looks like your test has already begun. Good luck." Activating her battle skill, she vanished into the shadows. At the same moment, Li Rui's eyes widened. "Here they come." A pack of D-rank shadow demon wolves burst from the darkness, their claws and fangs glinting. Li Rui met the charge, his shield absorbing the impact of the first wolf. "Shadow demon wolf. No wonder its sense of smell is so sharp," he yelled. From the back line, Zhao Lin loosed the energized projectile striking true. Enraged, Li Rui activated his own skill and carved through two of the beasts. "Too weak," he snarled, a battle-crazed grin spreading across his face. Intoxicated by the fight, Li Rui charged deeper into the pack, ignoring Zhao Lin's desperate cry. "Wait, you're rushing too far ahead." His recklessness immediately broke their formation. A wolf slipped past his guard, sinking its fangs into the archer's arm. As the healer, Lu Wei, rushed to help her wounded teammate, her focus shifted, leaving her completely exposed to another lunging beast. The formation was broken. The healer, Lu Wei, was completely exposed, her eyes wide with terror as a shadow demon wolf lunged. Just as its fangs were about to connect, a blur of motion intercepted the beast. Zhou Chen struck with a single, precise blow, obliterating the wolf instantly. He looked down at the healer, who had collapsed in shock. "Are you okay?" he asked, his voice cutting through the ringing in her ears. A blue screen flashed in his vision. The system confirmed his theory. Only his own kills counted. He looked at the dead wolf, then towards the deeper shadows where larger threats stirred. If a simple D-rank beast yielded 10 souls, then a bigger target would offer a much greater price. A predatory smile touched his lips. It was time to hunt. "We need healing here," Zhao Lin cried out, clutching her bleeding arm. Lu Wei, shaking off her near-death experience, rushed to the archer's side, her hands glowing as she activated her skill. She glanced back towards where the attack came from, but there was nothing there but the dissipating remains of the wolf. That freshman, he had just saved her. She hadn't even seen him move. From her hidden perch, Su Han watched the test devolve into chaos. Their coordination was non-existent. Li Rui, the supposed leader and vanguard, was fighting purely for his own glory, completely oblivious to the danger his recklessness put the backline in. His level and gear were the only things keeping him alive. A rift wasn't a playground, and if they didn't regroup immediately, this evaluation was over. Li Rui laughed, drunk on battle. This test was too easy. Without these useless teammates holding him back, he could clear it alone. As he reveled in his power, a flicker of movement registered behind him. "You think I didn't notice you sneaking up on me?" he roared, spinning with his sword ready to cleave another shadow wolf in two. Clang. The impact jarred his entire arm. His sword hadn't cut through flesh, but struck something as hard as stone. Deflected, he stared in disbelief as his blade was knocked aside. Before him stood a new type of monster, its hide like jagged rock. Before he could react, another one emerged from the shadows, its jaws wide. Aya! The rock wolves swarmed him, their claws finding purchase in the gaps of his armor. Li Rui's scream of pain and shock echoed through the cavern. The sound was a dinner bell. On the surrounding ledges, glowing eyes appeared in the darkness. His shouting attracted the others. Zhao Lin gasped. "We're surrounded." Pinned and taking damage, Li Rui's arrogance evaporated into pure panic. "Lu Wei, what are you standing there for? Heal me," he shrieked. The healer was too far out of range, a fact that only enraged him further. "Are you useless? If I fail this test, it's all your fault." His words hung in the air, a toxic accusation that paralyzed the young healer with fear and doubt. Su Han's expression hardened. Sending the backline to rescue a compromised vanguard was suicide. Li Rui's tactical failure had doomed them all. She watched Lu Wei freeze, caught between her teammates' command and the obvious danger. This test was hopeless. Sighing, Su Han gripped the hilt of her blade. It was time to intervene and fail them. Just as a rock wolf lunged for the terrified Lu Wei, a hand shot out and clamped its jaws shut. Zhou Chen held the beast effortlessly, its struggles useless against his grip. With a sickening crunch, he crushed its skull. A new notification appeared. His eyes glowed with an icy blue light. The rock wolf's tough armor meant nothing to the power of his demon armor. "Everyone, follow me. I'll break us out," Zhou Chen commanded, his voice cutting through the panic. Before the archer could even question how, he was already a blur of motion. He carved a path through the pack, his sword a streak of light, felling wolf after wolf. The system chimed with each kill. He wasn't fighting them, he was harvesting them. "How does that freshman have skills like that?" Su Han whispered, her professional composure shattered. "He's even stronger than a D rank." The other two were equally stunned. "Is that power and speed really E rank?" Zhao Lin exclaimed. Shaking herself from her shock, she drew her bow. "Let's go help." But as they ran forward, a new wave of wolves descended upon them. "Get down." Zhou Chen's command was absolute. In a single, fluid motion, he swept through the remaining beasts, a whirlwind of blades that left only silence and falling bodies in its wake. He stood over them, his breathing even. "Should be safe for now," he stated, turning to the stunned group. "Lu Wei, please heal the injured." In an instant, the team's entire power dynamic had been rewritten. Lu Wei, still dazed, tended to Li Rui's wounds. Zhao Lin, her earlier suspicion replaced by awe, moved to stand guard with Zhou Chen. "Not resting?" she asked. He just shook his head, his focus elsewhere. A transparent blue window only he could see confirmed his progress. 210 souls. More than expected. If this kept up, he could finally get what he came for. I said I'm quitting the test. Are you deaf? Li Rui's voice, raw with humiliation, ripped through the cavern. He shoved Lu Wei's healing hand away and staggered to his feet, pointing an accusing finger at his teammates. I'm up front killing monsters while you do nothing. How can I pass with trash like you dragging me down? Zhao Lin fired back, but Li Rui was beyond reason, lost in his wounded pride. Li Rui sneered, his face a mask of bitter arrogance. Still talking back? I'll make them understand my importance, he thought. He crossed his arms, issuing an ultimatum. If you want me as vanguard, then beg me. The two women stared, speechless at his audacity. But Zhou Chen didn't even pause. In that case, wait here, he said calmly, turning his back on the disgraced warrior. I'll be the vanguard. Let's finish the test together. After Li Rui's humiliating tantrum, the question of who would lead hung heavy in the air. Zhou Chen broke the silence. If the team needs a tank to move forward, I can do it. The idea was laughable to the disgraced warrior. You? Li Rui scoffed, his pride stinging. You think killing a few wolves makes you a tank? Without gear, a gearless nobody like you is nothing but dust before a real boss. To Li Rui's shock, his teammates didn't share his assessment. I agree with the freshman's suggestion, Zhao Lin stated firmly, with Lu Wei echoing her support. The archer met Li Rui's enraged glare without flinching. I've seen his skills, she explained, and we worked too hard to get this test slot to give up now. I think it's worth a shot. Zhao Lin cast a pointed look at the disgraced warrior. At least he's more reliable than someone who cries and quits over a little scratch. Turning her back on him, she beckoned to Zhou Chen. Let's go, newbie. Don't worry about that guy. Left alone, seething in his own failure, Li Rui's face twisted with rage. They would regret ignoring him. The newly formed trio pushed deeper into the cavern, but the path was not clear. Snarling rock wolves erupted from the darkness. With a practiced motion, Zhao Lin loosed an arrow, disrupting a wolf's pounce. Nice job, Zhou Chen called out as he became a blur of motion, his hands glowing with power. 2 blue flashes, 2 dead wolves. 2 notifications confirmed the kills. Ambush. Front left, Lu Wei cried out as a shadow wolf, faster than the others, broke from the side. It lunged for the healer, but was stopped short. Zhou Chen's hand, encased in the jagged blue energy of his demon armor, clamped down on its skull and crushed it instantly. He turned to the stunned girls. You okay? As the last wolf fell, the cavern grew quiet. Zhao Lin checked the carcass, amazed. That many? It went so smoothly, I didn't even realize. Lu Wei chimed in, her earlier fear replaced by admiration. It's because the newbie is an amazing tank. We're under no pressure at all. Zhou Chen deflected the praise. It's only because we're working well together. They continued on, the atmosphere lighter than before. As they walked, Lu Wei finally voiced the question on both her and Zhao Lin's minds. By the way, what was that blue light that appeared on your arm during the fight? Zhao Lin nodded. I saw it too. Zhou Chen's expression didn't change, but internally, he knew the secret was out. They had seen the demon armor. Thinking fast, Zhou Chen decided a partial truth was better than a complete lie. He summoned the glowing blue gauntlet. I'm not sure, he said, feigning ignorance. It just showed up one day. The girls stared in awe. An attachment-type potential. Zhao Lin gasped. And you're not even D rank yet? You awakened early. No wonder you were so confident. Zhao Lin's awe quickly turned to playful accusation. You said you didn't have a potential when you joined. You were lying. Lu Wei explained that members with potential, especially for the high-demand tank role, were required to report it to avoid discrimination. Zhou Chen simply nodded, filing the information away for future reference. Noted. Zhou Chen kept his thoughts to himself. Teamwork was inefficient. He had lost out on several soul acquisitions because his teammates landed the final blow. A quick check of his status confirmed his frustration. He needed 2,000 to level up. Clearing Fisher's solo was the only way to guarantee he got every last kill, every last soul. Watching from a hidden ledge, Su-Han was forced to reevaluate her assessment. The test was not a failure. I can't believe an E-rank freshman turned this team around, she mused. He was strong, his commands were decisive, a far better captain than Li Rui. The student Lin Un had pushed onto her team might just allow them to pass after all. Her professional analysis was cut short by a flicker of movement. It was Li Rui, trailing the group, his body radiating a sinister purple aura. He was no longer just a failed leader. He was a threat. Su-Han's eyes narrowed. Why was he hiding his presence? What was he planning? The team came to a stop in a vast, cathedral-like cavern. A dead end. Looks like this is the final area, Lu Wei observed. But why is there nothing here? Zhao Lin shook her head, her hand on her bow. Impossible. The fissure would be closing if the target was dead. This is a real headache. Suddenly, a sharp pang of danger shot through Zhou Chen's mind. The passive skill flared to life, painting his vision red. His eyes snapped upwards to the darkened ceiling where a single, star-like point of light was rapidly growing larger. Above us, he roared, just as a colossal shadowy beast began its descent. Kaboom! The creature slammed into the ground with the force of an explosion, sending the party scattering. As the dust and debris began to settle, Zhou Chen gritted his teeth. So they were ambushing us. From the impact crater, not one, but several pairs of malevolent, glowing eyes stared back at them. The full scale of the ambush was revealed. 3 D-rank giant shadow demon wolves, and at their center, a D-rank rock wolf king. The girls' faces paled. You've got to be kidding me. Before the despair could set in, a new figure appeared. It was Su-Han. Get back, she commanded, her face grim. The test has to be aborted. Su-Han quickly assessed the impossible odds. 3 elite levels and 1 boss level. This is way beyond the scope of the test. The fissure's energy must have been misscanned. While she saw a guaranteed failure, Zhou Chen saw only opportunity. 3 elites and a boss. They must be worth a ton of souls. But taking them on alone was a risk. As if summoned by his thoughts, a blue screen flashed in his vision. The mission was clear, and so was the penalty. He wasn't just being given an opportunity, he was being given an order. Zhou Chen remembered the contract he was bound by. Defiance was met with torment until death. The system wasn't suggesting he fight. It was cutting off his escape routes to force his hand. A slow, predatory smile spread across his lips. The system thought it could control him. It's really looking down on me, isn't it? Zhou Chen stepped past the stunned proctor. Senior, let me handle this, he said, his voice cold and absolute. These guys are mine. A torrent of blue lightning erupted from his body as his status flared for all to see. With his potential unlocked and 810 souls in his account, the hunt was about to begin. Zhou Chen stood alone, a solitary figure against a tide of monstrous power. Before him loomed a D-rank rock wolf king and its 3 elite shadow demon wolf guards. From their safe vantage point, his teammates and Proctor watched in horror. You're going to fight all 4? Su-Han shouted, her professional composure cracking. Lu Wei looked on, terrified, but Zhao Lin held her ground. Let's just watch a bit longer, she urged, a flicker of faith in the freshman's impossible confidence. He doesn't seem like the type to do something reckless. Su-Han sighed, her authority rendered moot by the rules of the examination. If a student insisted on facing death, the proctor was bound to respect their wishes. I just hope you know what you're doing, she muttered. Zhou Chen glanced back at the girls. You guys hide, too. Leave this to me. As they retreated, Zhao Lin called out a final warning. Don't push yourself. If it gets to be too much, retreat. Staring into the glowing maws of the beasts, Zhou Chen made a cold assessment. Just from their aura, he knew they were on another level entirely. Without the demon armor, a single hit would be fatal. And yet, he felt no trace of fear. A dark, chilling smile crept across his face. After all, compared to the parasitic, evil god latched onto his very soul, these monsters were nothing. The pack moved first, for torrents of shadow and claw converged on his position. Zhou Chen stood his ground, unmoving, as his eyes began to glow with an intense blue light. A notification blazed in his mind's eye. The world slowed, the monsters' attack paths painted in trajectories of deadly light, every movement tracked and analyzed. He sidestepped a crushing paw, ducked under a snapping jaw, and weaved through the maelstrom with impossible grace. From the sidelines, the girls were speechless. Amazing, he's holding his own against 4 D-rank Lord-class monsters. Lu Wei gasped, her fear turning to awe. Zhao Lin scoffed, thinking of their former leader. Our captain was nothing like this. Are all tank potentials this strong? Even Su-Han, a professional hunter, was stunned. She had heard rumors of oracles with potentials powerful enough to solo a lord, but never with their bare hands. Still, her experience screamed a warning. Lord-level monsters were never this simple. Zhou Chen knew it too. Their speed was manageable, But fighting four at once was a foolish waste of stamina. He needed to change tactics. He needed to thin their numbers. Fast. His gaze locked onto the largest target. Take out the king first. He exploded forward, his fist glowing with the power of the demon armor, and slammed it into the Rock Wolf King's head. The impact sent a shockwave through the cavern, but his full power strike merely spiderwebbed its rocky hide. The Wolf King flared with a golden light as a system window appeared for Zhou Chen to see. The cracks on its head sealed instantly, leaving the armor pristine. It was a war of attrition, and Zhou Chen was losing. He needed to break the stalemate, and he needed to do it now. Watching from a hidden crevice, Li Rui's mind reeled. The freshman challenged 4 D-rank lords and didn't die instantly. His disbelief quickly curdled into bitter jealousy. It must mean these lords aren't that strong, he rationalized, his bruised ego seeking any excuse. This should be my moment. I'm the captain. The glory, the recognition, it was all being stolen by a nobody. A guttural scream of pure rage tore from Li Rui's throat. His eyes burned red as he charged from his hiding spot, sword raised high. His mind was consumed by a single, treacherous thought. If he just accidentally killed the newbie while fighting the monsters, he could reclaim his rightful place and secure his future. Die, he bellowed, bringing his blade down on an unsuspecting Zhou Chen. But Zhou Chen was not unsuspecting. His perception skill had tracked the pathetic warrior from the moment he moved. Without even turning his head, he raised his gauntlet, catching the steel blade with a sharp clang. He turned, a predatory grin spreading across his face. Perfect timing. Before Li Rui could react, Zhou Chen pivoted and drove a powerful kick into his stomach. The armored warrior was launched backward, a perfect projectile aimed directly at a lunging shadow demon wolf. Defense enhancement, Li Rui shrieked, throwing up his shield. The shield shattered on impact, and the force of the blow sent him sprawling, his armor splintering as he coughed up blood. Li Rui's sword flew from his grasp, tumbling end over end through the icy air. Zhou Chen calmly snatched it, his demon armor gauntlet reforming around the hilt. With the borrowed blade in hand and a new plan forming, he faced the remaining monsters. Time to end this. He didn't hesitate. Accessing his internal system, he gave the command. All soul points into agility. The confirmation was instantaneous. His soul reserves plummeted, leaving him with only a handful of points. The investment paid off immediately. Power surged through him, and he vanished. Moving in a blur of blue light, he reappeared behind a shadow demon wolf, the borrowed sword slicing clean through its neck. Blood spattered his face as he looked on, his expression cold. One down. Zhou Chen quickly analyzed the unexpected windfall. It granted an additional 10 agility and boosted his strength based on current speed. His agility stat now sat at a formidable 15. The system had just handed him the key to victory. With this new ability, even the boss was no longer a threat. He moved again, another imperceptible flash of motion. The second shadow demon wolf fell before it could even register the attack. 2 down. Suhan could only stare, mouth agape. He got even faster. What is going on? The final shadow demon wolf, seeing its packmate slaughtered, abandoned its attack on Zhou Chen. It locked eyes with a much weaker target. The students huddled around the whimpering Li Rui. Why did that guy follow us? Lu Wei cried as the beast charged them. Now we have to save him. Zhao Lin spun around, planting her feet. You think you can push us around just because we're weak? She roared, refusing to be prey. Green lightning crackled around her fist as she prepared her own skill. Don't underestimate us. But the killing blow was not hers to land. Zhou Chen was already there, a phantom of death bisecting the last elite wolf. He gave Zhao Lin a nod. Nice one. A quick check of his status confirmed the tally. He finally had what he needed. Only the Rock Wolf King remained. Zhou Chen faced the boss, a grim smile touching his lips. Level up. A finality echoed in his voice as a system notification burned in his vision. A pillar of raw, abyssal energy erupted from his body, shaking the very foundations of the fissure. His teammates and Proctor watched, stunned into silence by the violent spectacle of his rank up. The notifications kept coming. A new power flooded his senses, the ability to summon a domain of pure darkness. The system delivered his reward. He felt the knowledge of it settle into his bones. At his command, from menacing tentacles of shadow erupted from the ground, plunging deep into the Rock Wolf King's armored flesh. bypassing its defenses entirely. The boss monster stared, its glowing eyes wide with shock and pain as the life drained from its body. Zhou Chen stood amidst the swirling shadows of his new domain, the glowing sword held loosely at his side. Checkmate. His new status appeared before him, a testament to his hunt. He was Zhou Chen, D rank, level 7, and the game had only just begun. The Rock Wolf King lay slain, its massive form dissolving as the abyss reclaimed its own. A system notification confirmed the kill. Zhou Chen stood impassively, the borrowed sword held loosely at his side. He acknowledged the massive soul point reward with a grim smile. A Lord-level monster was worth the effort. The battle had been won not by brute force, but by the armor-piercing power of his new skill, Touch of Death. More notifications blazed in his vision. A glowing yellow crystal materialized in his hand, pulsing with residual energy. The system identified it as a rare material, the crystallized form of the beast's power. Zhou Chen pocketed it without a second thought. Its purpose was unknown, but its value was certain. His teammates cautiously approached, their faces a mixture of awe and disbelief. Lu Wei still looked for signs of a second phase, unable to accept that a single freshman had soloed a lord. Zhao Lin, however, was already a believer, her amazement unmarred by doubt. The proctor, Su Han, was all business. She confirmed the stabilization of the rift star energy, a clear sign the boss was truly dead. Her professional gaze met Zhou Chen's. That means you've passed the test. Relief washed over Zhao Lin and Lu Wei as they embraced, tears of joy streaming down their faces. Finally, Lu Wei cried, "I thought I'd never clear this test in my life." They bowed deeply to Zhou Chen, thanking the freshman who had carried them to victory. He simply waved it off. "Just call me Zhou Chen." Su Han stepped forward, ready to deliver the official results. Su Han began the assessment. Lu Wei, Zhao Lin, both of you performed well. As per the rules, you each get 5 credits. Zhao Lin quickly protested, feeling they had done nothing to deserve them. But Su Han corrected her firmly. "Not true. You knew your limits, followed the plan, and didn't hold the team back. Even when things went wrong, you stayed calm. That deserves praise." Turning to Zhou Chen, Su Han's expression was one of genuine admiration. "And Zhou Chen, your performance was the best I've ever seen from a freshman. Not to mention soloing 4 lords." A notification appeared for Zhou Chen. "You get the full 10 base points, plus Li Rui's 5 points, for a total of 15 credits." Lu Wei and Zhao Lin gasped. Such a high score was unheard of. Zhou Chen gave a slight nod. "Thanks, senior." Before Su Han could respond, a furious voice cut through the cavern. "Why does he get my credits?" Li Rui stormed towards them, his face a mask of indignation. Su Han turned, her expression turning to ice. "Because you won't be needing them anymore." The proctor's judgment was swift and merciless. "As captain, you abandoned your team mid-battle, a serious failure of duty. You even drew your blade on a teammate." Li Rui's eyes went wide with terror as she delivered the sentence. "Per regulations, the Academy Committee cancels your exam results. You've lost eligibility for admission." His pathetic excuses about wanting to end the fight faster fell on deaf ears. The reality of his actions crashed down on him. He was doomed. With the disgraced captain left to his fate, Su Han led the team out of the fissure. Back in the opulent waiting hall of the academy, she finalized the report. "I've already submitted the test results. Rewards will be transferred within 24 hours. The mission was officially over, and the students were free to go." Zhao Lin and Lu Wei immediately crowded around Zhou Chen, their phones out. "Can we add your contact info? We'll call you if we get missions later." After the day's events, they knew having a powerhouse like him as an ally was invaluable. He agreed, cementing the new partnership forged in the icy rift. As the girls departed, Su Han made her move. She offered Zhou Chen a spot in her mid-tier guild, Shadow, noting that C-rank requirements could be waived for someone of his caliber. To sweeten the deal, she promised to convince the president to offer him a 3 million signing bonus. Zhou Chen considered the impressive sum, but politely declined. "Sorry, senior. I don't have any plans for now." Su Han took the rejection in stride, a knowing smile on her face. She assumed his sights were set higher, likely on the prestigious Shenhua Guild, especially since Lin En was his advisor. "What a pity," she said, her tone genuine. "Still, you're always welcome if you change your mind." Just then, a calm voice called out. "Looks like the test went well." Lin En and her aide, Senior Shi, had arrived. Su Han and the others exchanged pleasantries and waved their farewells to Zhou Chen, their respect for him growing now that they understood the powerful connections he held. Lin had been waiting for him, surprised he'd finished ahead of schedule. She led him from the hall, explaining that she'd already arranged for his luggage to be sent to his new dorm. The room she showed him to was spacious and modern, far nicer than he had expected. Once you earn more credits, you can apply for an even better one, she explained. Now, alone in the room, Zhou Chen got to the point. Now that I've passed the test, Senior, you should tell me why you recruited me. Senior, she looked nervous, but Lin was resolute. It's fine. I chose to recruit Zhou Chen because I trust him. Plus, he passed my test. That'll shut those people up. Lin laid her cards on the table. She was the official heir to her father's guild, but her claim was tenuous. Internally, the organization had fractured into 3 factions, all fighting for succession. To secure my claim, I need to rebuild my own loyal team, she concluded, her gaze sharp and determined. And for that, I need your help. Zhou Chen processed the political maneuvering. I see, so you can't trust the old guild members. But why trust me? Lin praised his remarkable battles in the Blackwater Zone and his obsessive drive for power. And there's one more reason, she added, her voice dropping. You're in massive debt, aren't you? The question hit him like a physical blow. She had done her homework. She detailed how his debt was a trap controlled by a company run by her political rival. They preyed on capable pawns, using financial leverage to force them into servitude. Then came the offer. Join me, and I'll keep them off your back. And once I defeat them, I'll erase every record that could harm you. Then, you'll truly be free. Zhou Chen considered his options. Guild backing meant safety and privilege. Freedom from the predatory loan company was a prize beyond measure. There was no reason to refuse a deal this good. If you need me, Senior, I'll gladly help, he stated, his decision made. What do I need to do? Lin smiled, delighted. Great. No rush. Just follow your own pace for now. To prove her sincerity, Lin immediately put her money where her mouth was. At her command, Shijia processed a transfer. A notification lit up Zhou Chen's phone. He was stunned. Lin explained it was a token of sincerity, a down payment equal to a C-rank signing bonus. The rest would come when he officially joined. With the deal struck, Lin and her aide departed for the night. As the door clicked shut, Zhou Chen collapsed onto the bed, a wave of exhaustion and exhilaration washing over him. Finally, a moment of peace. It was time to check his gains. He pulled up his status menu. His soul count stood at 5260. Reaching D rank had unlocked new features, including a rank-up option, an exchange shop, and a new attribute, potential. He noted with interest that this new stat seemed linked to his abyss power, and its upgrade cost was double that of his other attributes. He decided against leveling up. The cost was becoming prohibitive. Instead, recalling how boosting agility unlocked the Godspeed skill, he gambled on the new potential stat. He invested 1,600 souls, watching as the system confirmed the upgrade. Enhanced, leveled up to LV.2, and he gained a new exclusive skill. His hypothesis was correct. Increasing potential strengthened all his abyss skills. The new space skill functioned as a personal storage dimension. He tested it, commanding a swirl of darkness to consume and then retrieve his water bottle. All his items, from the Rockwolf crystal to armor fragments, were now safely stored, accessible at a moment's notice. He briefly checked the rank-up menu again, only to be met with a notification. It required a key item he lacked. Unbothered, he turned his attention to a far more exciting prospect, the exchange shop. The shop offered a decent selection of consumables and, more importantly, weapons. Reflecting on how crucial a blade had been in his recent fight, and knowing the exorbitant cost of weapons in the real world, he made a quick decision. The weapon materialized in his hands, crackling with a faint blue energy. It felt perfectly balanced, a worthy investment. His soul count now stood at a modest 2160, and he resolved to save the rest. Suddenly, the air grew heavy as a familiar presence manifested, the demonic book. Unfazed, Zhou Chen explained the situation. He had awakened the abyss potential, granting him not only an item storage, but also the ability to summon his parasitic evil god into the physical world to fight. The evil god was impressed. His vessel was progressing even faster than anticipated. This development saved it a great deal of effort. The time for waiting was over. Since you can enter rifts now, the book boomed. its single eye glowing with malevolent power. Time to put you to work. The opulence of the rank evaluation department was a world away from the icy fissure he had just conquered. Other students milled about, waiting for their turn to have their futures defined by a single test. The demonic book manifested beside him, its presence a dark stain on the pristine hall. "What are you sitting here for?" it grumbled. Zhou Chen remained unmoved. He was here for his certification, the key that would unlock more missions, more souls, more power. Every step was calculated. A staff member called his name. She guided him through the hall, her polite smile a practiced mask. "Zhou Chen, a new student this year, correct? It's not often we see someone your age awaken D-rank potential." She assumed he was new to this world of ranks and ratings, and began her standard orientation speech. She explained the hierarchy of power: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and the coveted legendary. The higher the rarity, the greater the potential for growth. As she spoke, another student celebrated achieving silver rank, while his companion cursed his luck at being stuck with bronze. The system was absolute, and it defined everyone's starting line. They arrived before a stark, granite monolith, the evaluation device. "Hand me your black card, then place your hand on the device," she instructed. Zhou Chen complied without a word. As his palm made contact, the stone erupted in a brilliant flash of golden red light, energy crackling across its surface. The administrator stared at her data panel, her brow furrowed in confusion. Strange. The reading should have been instantaneous, but the monolith's light was unstable, flickering wildly. Worse, her diagnostic panel was completely blank, failing to register any data at all. The golden light died, swallowed by an oppressive, violent purple. Malevolent energy surged from the monolith, a wave of raw power that sent a tremor through the entire hall. The other students cried out in alarm, stumbling back from the overwhelming fluctuation of star energy that choked the air. The pressure was immense, a physical weight that made it hard to breathe. The administrator stood frozen, her professional demeanor shattered. She had never witnessed detection waves this powerful. It was a phenomenon completely outside her experience, a power that defied classification. A single word materialized in the air above Zhou Chen, glowing with the same sinister purple light. He stood unaffected within the storm, the chaotic energy his native element. The administrator stared, aghast. Not only was the purple color an unrecorded rank, but the name Apostle sounded like a full-fledged profession, a level of awakening far beyond a mere neophyte. Her mind raced through the established theory. First awakenings granted simple, elemental names like flame or storm. Only after a second awakening did they evolve into a true profession like flame warrior or storm mage. For a new student to awaken with a profession name was, by all known rules, completely impossible. The commotion drew the attention of a senior official. "What was that all about?" the section chief demanded. The administrator hurriedly reported the anomaly. "It was this student's test, chief. His potential rank is purple, and the name is, like a profession." The chief's expression hardened with skepticism as he demanded to see the device's readings for himself. He studied the raw waveform on the panel. The data, however strange, was stable. "The data isn't wrong," he declared, his voice grim. "This device isn't from our world. A misreading is impossible." The stunning implication hung in the air. This wasn't an error. It was a new level, a tier of power never before documented. After a brief, tense call to his superiors, the chief turned back to Zhou Chen. The administrator returned with his newly engraved card. "Your potential rank is a color never before seen in history," the chief explained. "After a decision from higher authorities, your potential is temporarily classified as a unique rank." He handed over the card, noting that Zhou Chen's apostle potential would be a subject of intense study. As Zhou Chen examined his new ID, he connected the dots. The purple rank. It had to be the influence of the creation authority fragment. Meanwhile, the other students whispered among themselves, debating whether unique meant powerful or simply unknown. Zhou Chen ignored the gossip. Apostle was just a name, a servant to a boss. What mattered was the certification was complete. With his new credentials secured, he left the evaluation department and headed straight for the mission hall, eager to put his new status to use. He had barely stepped inside when a friendly student named Zhang Hao approached him, looking for one more person for a gathering mission. It was a simple mining job in a totally safe rift. While it paid fewer credits than a combat mission, the cash payout was better. 2 credits and 50,000 G was an easy payday, exactly the kind of low-risk resource grind he needed. "I'm in," Zhou Chen agreed without hesitation. Zhang Hao walked him through the school's recruitment app, the standard procedure for forming teams. A few taps later, the agreement was official. They joined the other 2 members of their party, and with their team of 4 assembled, they set out immediately. On the way, Zhou Chen noted the lack of a proctor. "Safety supervisors are only free for freshman tests," Zhang Hao explained cheerfully. "This mission isn't dangerous, so no need to spend extra." Soon, they arrived at the Crystal Mine Cave, a cavern glittering with a massive, breathtaking vein of blue crystals. As he admired the glowing formations, the evil god book materialized, its eye twitching. A familiar sensation washed over Zhou Chen, and a new notification burned in his vision. Failure would result in a penalty, another collection task from his demanding patron. The evil god was ecstatic. "The star energy in these crystals is so rich. I can absorb it to recover power," it hissed. "You better work hard." Zhang Hao tossed him a spare pickaxe, and the team got to work. With each swing, Zhou Chen cleaved large chunks of crystal from the walls, his efficiency startling his new teammates. Zhang Hao stared, impressed by his raw strength. "Didn't expect you to be this strong. Is your potential strength type?" Zhou Chen gave a vague confirmation. Zhang Hao sighed wistfully, remarking how easy offensive types had it finding teams, while his own vision-enhancing ability limited him to simple collection jobs. But as Zhou Chen worked, the book cried out in frustration. It couldn't absorb the energy. Curious, Zhou Chen tried to store a harvested crystal in his abyss space. The system was clear. He couldn't claim the crystals because they did not belong to him. Zhang Hao noticed him staring and offered a friendly warning. "Everything here belongs to the school. The punishment for taking anything is severe." The truth hit Zhou Chen like a physical blow. All ores had to be turned in. The mission from his patron, however, demanded he personally acquire 150 of them within the hour. The 2 objectives were in direct conflict. The evil god offered no solutions. The mission started. Figure it out. Before he could formulate a plan, the cave began to tremble violently. The team panicked, thinking it was an earthquake, until one of them screamed, pointing at the floor. A monstrous worm with a maw of crystalline teeth erupted from the ground. A crystal-eating king worm. The mission was anything but safe. Zhang Hao cursed their luck. The worms nest in the veins. Our digging must have enraged it. Retreat. The team scrambled, running for their lives as the colossal beast tore through the cavern in hot pursuit. But as they fled, Zhou Chen's mind lashed onto a critical detail. The creature nested. It was a threat, but it was also an opportunity. As the worm lunged for a panicked Zhang Hao, Zhou Chen moved. He shoved his teammate clear with a powerful thrust, placing himself directly in the monster's path. As the beast bore down on him, Zhang Hao could only scream his name, watching in horror as the freshman stood his ground, ready for battle. The demonic book scoffed from within the beast's gullet. "You were way too careless, getting hit by a monster of this level." But Zhou Chen's voice was calm, a cold smile playing on his lips even as he was surrounded by flesh. This was no accident. He let it catch him. Every action was a calculated risk, and this was the linchpin of his new plan. He recalled the information Zhang Hao had given him. The worms nested in the ore veins. That meant its lair would be a private, undiscovered treasury. If the school didn't know about it, the ore within had no owner. It was a treasure trove he could claim entirely for himself. With a brutal surge of power, Zhou Chen ripped his way out of the king worm's side, landing in a cavern that took his breath away. The beast hadn't just been nesting in a vein. It had hollowed out a grotto of pure, uncut crystal. The evil god cackled with glee. "So many crystals. Kid, you really guessed right." His gamble, born of desperation and sharp-witted analysis, had paid off spectacularly. The book's excitement was short-lived, but you still have plenty of guests to deal with. The cavern floor writhed as hundreds of smaller crystal-eating worm larvae emerged, drawn by the death of their parent. The others would see a swarm. An infestation. Zhou Chen saw only profit. "I was just worrying that I wouldn't earn souls from this mission," he mused, a predator's grin spreading across his face. This was the perfect opportunity. Sinister purple tendrils erupted from the ground around him, a storm of shadow and blades. The larvae were impaled by the dozens, their soft bodies no match for the abyssal power. Notifications flooded his vision, a cascade of blue windows confirming the harvest. The slaughter was quick, efficient, and utterly overwhelming. Even the book was impressed. Pretty good proficiency, it grumbled. Zhou Chen surveyed the carnage. Death touch was far more efficient than fighting by hand, but it was not without its price. Unlike cooldowns, his skills ran on mental energy. A system alert flashed a dire warning. He was reaching his limit. Pushing further could lead to collapse, or worse. With the minions cleared, only the wounded king worm remained. It roared in fury, a boss monster deprived of its brood. Zhou Chen didn't flinch. He became a phantom, a blur of motion carving impossible geometric patterns through the air. The king worm was shredded in an instant. A final, massive notification confirmed the kill. The evil god gave a grudging compliment, but urged him to work faster before the rift closed. Time to collect his prize. He commanded his shadow tendrils, now repurposed as tireless mining tools, to harvest the crystals. As he sat enthroned on the corpse of the beast he had slain, he watched his mission objective fill. The clock was ticking. The solo mission was a resounding success. Over 15,000 souls in the bank. He popped a minor stamina potion, the green glow of recovery washing over him. Now for the real reward. He opened his attribute screen. The cost of leveling up was immense, but necessary. He invested further in constitution, strength, and mental, forging his body and mind into a more effective weapon. Investing in his stats yielded new battle skills. Strength level 5 granted, increasing his stability. More importantly, mental level 5 unlocked, which improved mental recovery. This was a game changer. Combined with Death Touch, he could stand still and recover energy almost as fast as he spent it, making his most powerful AoE skill virtually free to cast. He analyzed his remaining stats. Strength was attack power, agility was speed, but what did senses do? With an abundance of souls, he decided to find out. A new skill materialized. His vision shimmered, and the world resolved with new clarity. Information overlays appeared on the dead larvae, detailing their traits. Knowledge was power, and he had just unlocked a new way to acquire it. His new skill flagged an anomaly within the king worm's corpse. Directing a tendril to excavate, he retrieved a pulsating, mutated purple crystal. The evil god was intrigued. It could sense the power but couldn't absorb it. Zhou Chen's appraisal skill, however, gave him the answer. As he held it, a second notification appeared. It was an upgrade material for his. The evil god reeled in shock. The methods for forging and upgrading demon armor were secrets lost to time. How did you? It began, but the rift was already starting to destabilize. There was no time for explanations. Zhou Chen pocketed his spoils and prepared to return to the real world. Outside, a crowd watched the purple vortex shrink. The mission was a gathering run. If the rift was closing, it meant the boss was dead. But what of the team? A staff member explained a grim reality. No one would risk a rescue in a kingworm's nest. As the portal flickered, Zhang Hao stared, his face a mask of guilt. He believed Zhou Chen was dead, sacrificed to save him. Then, a figure stepped out of the collapsing gate, wreathed in crackling purple energy. The crowd gasped. It was Zhou Chen. Didn't he get swallowed? How was he alive? He had survived the impossible, emerging from the belly of the beast without a scratch, leaving everyone to wonder how. Zhang Hao and his team rushed over, overjoyed and confused. Zhou Chen fed them a simple lie about getting stuck between the worm's teeth and crawling out. He casually mentioned submitting the crystals they'd abandoned for the mission reward, a half-truth that concealed the vast private fortune he'd just acquired. As his grateful teammates led him away, a final notification confirmed his true victory. His reward materialized in his inventory. Later that night, his sister arrived at Tianmon Hospital for her daily visit. She stopped dead in the doorway of room 320. Her mother's bed was empty. She's gone. Panic seized her as she ran into the hall, crying out for a nurse. My mother in this ward, where is she? The nurse calmly explained the situation. The patient had been moved to the intensive care unit. Principal Hu of Lation Academy just prepaid for 6 months, the nurse said. He was assisting a child who couldn't be here in person. The sister froze. A child, could it be? Miles away, Zhou Chen was finalizing his gains. He poured 3,000 souls into the demon armor fragment, fusing it with the mutated crystal. It gained new traits, increasing his strength and adding a defensive energy release. Today was a very fruitful day. He reviewed his new assets. The 2 boss crystals from his missions sat in storage, their purpose still a mystery. Checking his phone, He saw a message from Principal Hu confirming his mother's care was handled. The 5 million from Senior Lin was gone, but his mother was safe and his immediate debts were cleared. This was a temporary reprieve, not a victory. To truly be safe, he had to get stronger. He needed to dive into more rifts, and he needed to do it solo to maximize his soul intake. Lounging on his couch while the evil god snacked on fried chicken, he browsed the campus recruitment forum. It was all experienced teams looking for specific roles, forcing him to compete for kills. That wasn't efficient. He needed a team he could control. He needed newbies. An idea, audacious and arrogant, took shape. He typed out a new recruitment post with ridiculous conditions. He wanted only support-type teammates with no combat ability. He would guarantee the mission's success, but they had to obey his commands without question. In exchange for being carried, they would split the rewards 50-50. He posted it, not expecting any replies, and decided to call it a night. The next morning, a relentless knocking echoed through his apartment. It had been going for 10 minutes. Grumbling, he opened the door to a shocking sight. A massive crowd of students filled the hallway, led by a bright-eyed girl. "Boss, you're finally awake," she chirped. His absurd recruitment post hadn't just gotten a response. It had gone viral. Expecting silence, Zhou Chen opened his door and was met with a hallway overflowing with hopeful students. The girl at the front, a familiar face, quickly explained. His audacious recruitment post hadn't just been seen, it had gone viral. In a world where every team prioritized damage dealers, low-level support players were desperate, and his ridiculous offer of a guaranteed carry was the only lifeline they'd seen in months. Skepticism rippled through the crowd. Clearing a rift with a single attacker was unheard of. Many suspected a scam. The girl quickly vouched for him, her guarantee silencing some of the murmurs. When another student cautiously asked about the 50-50 reward split, Zhou Chen's answer was cold and absolute. "Yes, as long as you listen and don't interfere with my actions." His confirmation ignited a frenzy. The crowd surged forward, a desperate clamor of voices begging to be chosen first. Where his teammates saw chaos, Zhou Chen saw pure potential, a vast field of souls ripe for the harvest. An avaricious grin spread across his face as his eyes glowed with abyssal power. "I'll take all of them." Elsewhere, in the cold offices of the Hengxing Group, a different kind of pressure was being applied. A man was brutally beaten by his furious boss for poor performance. The boss raged, kicking the subordinate across the floor, screaming that he didn't care how the debts were collected. If he had to kidnap people and sell them into servitude, so be it. The threats became personal. The boss warned that if his performance didn't improve, the debt owed to the company would be taken from his body and from his family. The beaten man, Lin Yu, finally left the office, bloodied and bruised. He tried to brush off his subordinates' concerns, claiming the wounds were just a scratch. One of his men suggested they stoop to the same depraved levels as the other collection teams. Lin Yu shot the idea down with disgust. There were still lines he refused to cross. But pressed for results, his mind turned to another option, another debtor. A hidden rank guy, Zhou Chen. Lin Yu pulled up the file. The details were astounding. A 2 million gold payment on September 13th. Enrollment in the elite Dawn Academy on the 9th. This wasn't the profile of a destitute student. A greedy, predatory smile spread across Lin Yu's face. He had just stumbled upon a very big fish. Days became a blur of slaughter. With a new team of support players watching from a safe distance, Zhou Chen became a reaper. Abyssal tendrils erupted, impaling the beast instantly. The mission was complete before his new teammates could even process what happened. The harvest continued. A rift filled with yielded another 10,100 souls. A towering was shattered by abyssal force, adding 5,000 more. For the revolving door of support teams, it was an effortless payday. For Zhou Chen, it was business. Standing over the corpse of another monster, he reinvested his profits. He bolstered his strength and spirit, then dumped a staggering 14,640 souls into potential. The system rewarded his investment. His newest team's mission went sideways almost immediately. They were ambushed by a swarm of D-rank crystal shell scorpions, and panic erupted. But before the beasts could attack, a chilling presence descended. Zhou Chen stepped forward, wreathed in a terrifying purple aura. "Who allowed you to touch them?" he asked the monsters. The scorpions froze, paralyzed by a wave of pure terror. Zhou Chen's confirmed their new status, fear. The synergy was perfect. His passive aura inflicted the status, and his new skill could capitalize on it. A cruel smile touched his lips. It was time for a test. An invisible wave of power pulsed outwards. The scorpions contorted as abyssal tendrils erupted from within their own bodies, tearing them apart in a grotesque display of dark energy. His teammates could only stare, their fear replaced by slack-jawed awe. This wasn't combat. It was a horrifying spectacle of extermination. He analyzed the result. If an enemy felt fear, he could heart control them and make them detonate from the inside. A convenient tool. The team finished harvesting, their tasks completed in record time. As they parted ways, promising to call on him again, Zhou Chen noted the diminishing soul returns. Back in his room, he confirmed his suspicion. The system had a punishment mechanism, reducing soul gain from low-rank rifts to prevent power leveling. He needed C-rank dungeons, but the Academy's rules blocked him. As he pondered his next move, his phone chimed with an incoming DM. The message was absurd. A bodyguard job for 100,000 gold, just for a day of shopping. He refused. The sender persisted, upping the offer to 300,000. He shut them down again, dismissing it as a prank. Souls were more important than easy money. Just as he was about to block the user, a final message came through that stopped him cold. Actually, there's a wild rift here. I want you to protect me. Wild rift. Unsanctioned, unregistered, and outside the Academy's restrictive system. This changed everything. He arrived at the park the next day, only to find it was a trap. The person he was supposed to meet was being held hostage by Lin Yu, the debt collector. The messenger scrambled away as Zhou Chen realized he'd been tricked. There was no wild rift, just an ambush. Lin Yu smirked, confirming he knew about the 2 million payment. He demanded Zhou Chen reveal the source of his wealth, promising a safe exit in exchange for the secret. Disappointed and bored, Zhou Chen simply sighed and started to walk away. The entire trip was a waste of his time. Brat, did I say you could leave? Enraged by the disrespect, Lin Yu unleashed his power. Red energy crackled around him as he activated his combat skill. It's been too long since I showed my power, he seethed. People forgot my name, Lin Yu. The crushing pressure had no effect. Zhou Chen stopped, not from fear, but from a flash of cold recognition. This man wasn't just some random thug. An icy blue light ignited in Zhou Chen's eyes as a forgotten memory surfaced. You're the one who gave me the loan shark interest, right? Zhou Chen stood unfazed by the ambush, his calm demeanor a stark contrast to Lin Yu's predatory grin. I already made the repayment on time, he stated flatly. Lin Yu laughed, his logic simple and cruel. It was precisely because Zhou Chen the money that he was being targeted. Realizing the futility of reason, Zhou Chen's gaze turned cold. These people could not be trusted. Tired of the talk, Lin Yu lunged, intending to teach the student a lesson. But his punch met only air. In the same instant, a sharp impact snapped his head back, sending a spray of blood into the afternoon sky. He staggered, completely disoriented. What happened? He didn't even see the attack. Lin Yu's mind reeled in disbelief. He was a C rank, the boy was only D rank. It should have suppressed him completely. His pride, wounded and furious, dismissed the blow as a fluke. Roaring in frustration, he unleashed his power. As the thug charged, his fist glowing with red energy, Zhou Chen moved with chilling speed. He didn't dodge, he intercepted. A hand grasped Lin Yu's head, and with contemptuous ease, slammed it into the stone path, cratering the ground. Lying in the dust, concussed and broken, Lin Yu's mind grasped the terrifying truth. This boy wasn't D rank at all. Zhou Chen stood over the whimpering man. Get up. Lin Yu immediately surrendered, his bravado shattered. As he begged, a malevolent presence filled the air. The evil god's grimoire materialized, its voice a hateful rasp in Zhou Chen's mind. So this is the guy? Interesting. Should we kill him? Or maybe torture him a bit first? I still have things to ask him, Zhou Chen replied, his voice an unsettling murmur. The grimoire vanished, grumbling about boredom. Overhearing the word kill, Lin Yu panicked, babbling that it was all a misunderstanding. A notification flashed in Zhou Chen's vision. The world dissolved around Lin Yu, replaced by an abyssal void filled with countless watching eyes. Zhou Chen emerged from the oppressive darkness, his own eyes glowing with red malice. A system window burned into view. Activating. Let's have a chat, Zhou Chen's voice echoed in the void. And I can tell if you're lying. The terror was absolute. Lin Yu broke, promising to reveal everything. Zhou Chen's first question was direct. Why were you looking for me? Are you harassing my family? The man attempted to lie, calling it a joke, but a system notification betrayed him. Zhou Chen sighed. This was a waste of time. The renewed pressure worked. Lin Yu confessed his desperation for money after seeing the 2 million payment, and swore he never considered threatening Zhou Chen's family. He even claimed to have disposed of the subordinates who broke into the house. Zhou Chen watched him, his authority eyes silent. For now, he was telling the truth. Zhou Chen moved to the core issue, a 3 million loan snowballing to over 100 million. Lin Yu quickly deflected, blaming the predatory Hengxin group. He was trapped in their system too, forced to meet impossible quotas or face ruin. For him, Zhou Chen was just a mark, a potential escape. For Zhou Chen, the real enemy was finally revealed. Zhou Chen pressed, knowing a management position wasn't earned through innocence. Lin Yu frantically confessed his most immoral act, capturing an E-rank beast and selling it in the Blackwater district. The mention of the district made Zhou Chen pause. The underground fighting ring, the Wild Rift. The lie he was fed might have been a lead after all. Do you know where the Wild Rift is? He asked. Lin Yu's eyes widened. Perfect. Lin Yu led him not to a park, but to a warehouse in East District 7. Inside, a violent fissure of purple energy confirmed it, a genuine C-rank Wild Rift. Lin Yu nervously explained his racket. Corrupt officials in the administration bureau would tip him off to new Rift locations, letting him skim materials before they were officially reported. The final piece was the key. Lin Yu held up a crystalline shard, a black market device for opening unregistered rifts. Zhou Chen looked from the key to the pulsing portal, a hungry glint in his eyes. The trap he'd walked in had turned out to be a gold mine. Good, he said, his smile sharp. Open it. They stepped into a world of stone and shadow. Instantly, a system window appeared. This was exactly the opportunity he needed. Lin Yu, assuming they were both there for a quick score, grew nervous and suggested they leave. But Zhou Chen's ambition was far greater. Who said I wanted to skim profits? My goal is to conquer this rift. Are you crazy? Lin Yu shouted, his past experience as a conquest team member flooding back. He knew the numbers by heart. A C-rank rift required at least 5 C-rank oracles or a small army of D ranks. The idea of 2 people tackling it was pure suicide. It was basic common sense. Deciding the joke had gone too far, Lin Yu turned to leave, only to find Zhou Chen dangling the rift key. Looking for this? Zhou Chen asked, his voice laced with amusement. It would be troublesome if we couldn't get out. He pocketed the key, his expression hardening. And you got one thing wrong. It's not us conquering it. It's conquering it alone. You are not allowed to interfere. Deeper in the cavern, glowing red eyes ignited in the darkness. A horde of cave ape demons scrambled down the walls, their chittering filling the air. Lin Yu paled, recognizing the cruel pack hunters. We're done for, he cried. We're going to be eaten alive. While Lin Yu saw only death, Zhou Chen saw a bounty. A pack that is truly lucky. Abyssal energy swirled around him. The lead apes lunged, only to be impaled midair by tendrils of pure shadow that erupted from Zhou Chen's feet. They fell, lifeless, before they even knew they were under attack. The massacre was brutally efficient. More C-rank demons leaped forward, only to be instantly dispatched by the swirling darkness. Lin Yu could only stare in horror and awe. These were powerful beasts, being slaughtered like cattle. In that moment, he understood. This was the secret to Zhou Chen's impossible wealth. This was his business. Inside the C-rank rift, the slaughter was absolute. As Zhou Chen stood motionless, abyssal tendrils tore through the remaining cave ape demons. With each kill, a notification burned into his vision. The currency of the evil god flowed in, a steady stream earned through merciless efficiency. Watching from a safe distance, Lin Yu's mind failed to process the scene. He saw C-rank demons, beasts that could tear men apart, being annihilated by the dozens. Is this really the strength a D-rank should have? He stammered, a strange pity welling up inside him. He felt sorry for the monsters. Zhou Chen gave a slight, predatory smile as the soul count climbed. As expected of a C-rank rift, the rewards were substantial. This wasn't just a conquest, it was a harvest, and business was good. Suddenly, a larger, more powerful presence hurtled down from the cavern ceiling. It flared, identifying the incoming threat. Zhou Chen unleashed his, but the shadow tendrils sparked uselessly against the creature's incredibly dense hide. This one was different. The attack failing to pierce its skin confirmed his suspicion. Looks like you're the boss here. he murmured. He glanced back at the terrified Lin Yu. Find a place to hide yourself. With a panicked nod, the lone shark scrambled for cover as the massive ape demon rose to its full, intimidating height. A system window overlaid the beast. The final line of text was the most critical. As if on cue, a crimson aura exploded from the chieftain as it entered a berserk state, its power and ferocity amplified. Did killing your subordinates displease you? Zhou Chen taunted, a cold smile playing on his lips. As the beast roared, he reached into his dimensional storage. Don't worry, he said, leveling the blade. You'll be going to find them soon enough. The chieftain charged, its fists pounding the ground. In a blur of movement, Zhou Chen met the charge head-on. He danced around the enraged beast, his sword a streak of purple light, delivering dozens of slashes in the blink of an eye. Lin Yu watched from his hiding spot, utterly dumbfounded. This movement technique, and those tentacles, I've never seen such potential before. Lin Yu's reality was fracturing. Soloing a rift was already madness, but being evenly matched with the boss was unheard of. A D-rank shouldn't be able to do this. He had stumbled upon a secret so profound, no one would ever believe it. Who or what was Zhou Chen? The chieftain roared in agony, its body riddled with wounds. The relentless assault was too much. The rage was gone, replaced by a new, more useful emotion. A malevolent grin crossed Zhou Chen's face. Activated. An oppressive, terrifying aura flooded the cavern, manifesting as a legion of glowing red eyes in the darkness above the chieftain. Its will broke. The abyssal tendrils erupted once more, no longer deflected by a hardened hide, but empowered by the beast's terror. They pierced through its body, and with a final, choked scream, the Rift Lord fell. Zhou Chen caught his breath. The boss's hide was tough. Without the fear debuff, it would have taken far longer. Just then, 2 notifications appeared. He looked at the 3 glowing gems now in his possession. So they were for synthesis. Without hesitation, he initiated the command. Upgrade. The 3 rare crystals, from the Rock Wolf King, the Worm Queen, and now the Ape Chieftain, orbited his hand, merging in a flash of light. A new necklace materialized and equipped itself, pulsing with power. A 10% increase to the drop rate of rare materials. Perfect. Lin Yu emerged, his face a mask of disbelief and reverence. You actually killed the Lord. Zhou Chen turned to him, his expression cold. Hey, the man jumped. Yes, Big Brother Zhou. What are your orders? Zhou Chen gestured to the pile of corpses. Are these guys worth anything? He asked. Of course. Lin Yu stammered, eager to be useful. Leave it to me. As Lin Yu began his grisly work, Zhou Chen pulled up his own status. Level 9, with 20 potential points unspent. His attributes had grown, but more importantly, so had his arsenal. The Abyss was providing. With the evil god's wishes still numbering 989, he was just getting started. 2 hours later, they arrived at a pier warehouse. Lin Yu, now looking more like a subordinate than a boss, led the way. Boss Wang, he called out, greeting a shifty-looking man. Wang shook his hand, his eyes immediately falling on Zhou Chen. This is... Wang gave Zhou Chen an appraising, slimy look. Not bad. This young lad is top-quality goods, he sneered, reaching out to touch him. I know a few buyers who'd pay a good price. Before his hand could make contact, Lin Yu grabbed his wrist in an iron grip. Boss Wang, he said, his voice dropping to a low growl. We are only discussing the Rift business today. I'm not interested in anything else. Stunned by Lin Yu's sudden and violent protectiveness, Wang quickly backed down, stammering an apology. Let's talk business, he offered, trying to smooth things over. Seated in his office, he asked what Lin Yu was selling so urgently. With a confident smirk, Lin Yu placed a large case on the desk. This time, it's all heavy, good stuff. Take a look. He opened the lid, and the color drained from Boss Wang's face. Boss Wang's jaw went slack as Lin Yu opened the case. The bounty was staggering. 8 demon claws, fur, and a trove of elemental star crystals. Staring at the centerpiece, the chieftain's horn, the greedy merchant stammered. Old Lin, where did you get all these top-tier goods? Lin Yu, acting the part of the cool-headed broker, simply told him to inspect the goods and name a price. After a moment of feigned calculation, Wang offered a lowball figure, 1.5 million. Zhou Chen's eyes widened slightly. He'd never realized monster parts could fetch such a price. Now, the government's strict control over the market made perfect sense. Lin Yu slammed the lid shut, his smile vanishing. Boss Wang, has it been so long since you've handled C-rank treasure that your memory is getting fuzzy? He threatened to take his business elsewhere, a move that made Wang sweat. This wasn't just a one-time score, it was a potential pipeline. Wang backpedaled instantly, nervously offering 2.2 million. With the power dynamic now firmly established, Zhou Chen stepped in with a cold, simple command. Add another 300k. Lin Yu, translating for his new boss, locked eyes with Wang. 2.5 million. Final offer. Lin Yu leaned in, the final nail in the coffin. Think it over, Boss Wang. C-rank materials are worth more than cash. He painted a picture of a future where Wang was the go-to source for high-level gear, with major clients lining up at his door. The vision of power and profit was too much for Wang to resist. Naturally, pleasure doing business, he exclaimed, eagerly shaking Lin Yu's hand. The deal was done. They walked along the pier under the night sky. Zhou Chen glanced at his phone as a notification confirmed the transfer. 2.5 million instantly. Lin Yu, now the picture of a loyal subordinate, approached him with clasped hands. Big brother Zhou, the money has arrived. Is there anything else you need from me? Zhou Chen looked him over, a flicker of consideration in his eyes. This loan shark, for all his bluster, had proven surprisingly useful. Suddenly, a voice cut through the quiet night. Boss, we finally found you. A group of men in black suits approached, their leader looking relieved. Why are you guys here? Lin Yu asked, annoyed. His subordinate explained they had gotten worried when he disappeared without a word, his phone unreachable. After learning of his meeting with Boss Wang, they tracked him down, their eyes falling on the unfamiliar young man standing beside their boss. The lead subordinate, Aze, completely misread the situation. He saw his boss standing next to the student he was meant to be collecting a debt from. Oh, boss, so you already caught this little brat, he sneered, assuming Zhou Chen was their captive. He stepped toward Zhou Chen with a predatory grin. How about it? Did the kid honestly hand over the money? Before he could finish his next sentence, a loud crack echoed across the pier. Lin Yu had backhanded his own subordinate with ferocious speed. Shut up, he roared, his face contorted with rage and panic. Who told you to talk to Big Brother Zhou like that? No manners. He then spun around, bowing deeply to Zhou Chen. Big Brother Zhou, I'm so sorry. I've been so busy I've neglected to discipline my subordinates. The slapped man and his crew could only stare in utter disbelief, the term Big Brother Zhou echoing in their stunned minds. Zhou Chen was unbothered. It's fine. I should be going now. He then added, I'll split 1 million of that money with you. Consider it payment for a happy collaboration. Lin Yu was floored by the amount. He had literally done nothing but broker a deal. Zhou Chen simply waved him off and began to walk away. No need to drive me back. It wouldn't look good if people saw us together. As he walked, the evil god's grimoire materialized, its voice dripping with contempt. Why did you let him go? If it were me, I'd keep him as a slave for life. Zhou Chen's response was pragmatic. Always leave a door open. Who knows? Maybe if there are benefits in the future, he'll think of us. Besides, he's not my enemy. Watching him depart, Lin Yu's men were baffled, but their boss was lost in thought, a new resolve hardening his features. Lin Yu turned to Aze, his eyes glinting with newfound purpose. Tell the boys to search for news on wild fishers with everything they've got. It doesn't matter if the finder's fee is high. He stared into the night, the memory of Zhou Chen's overwhelming power replaying in his mind. This was more than just a chance encounter. This might be the only chance to buy our freedom. A few days later, Zhou Chen found himself on the commercial street of Dawnbreaker Academy. The grimoire commented on the crowd as he took in the bustling, lively atmosphere for the first time. Having familiarized himself with the area, he walked with purpose towards his destination, a storefront labeled Nikuru General Store. Inside, he perused the various skill stones on display. The prices were astronomical. Even a mediocre C-rank offensive skill cost over $500,000. His newly acquired funds suddenly seemed paltry. However, he had no need for more offensive power. Instead, he selected 2 utility skills that would make his future harvests more efficient, and they were investments in his business. Next, he browsed the armor section. His casual hoodie was torn from his last battle, a clear sign he needed a proper combat outfit. As an agility type, the bulky plate armor was useless to him. His eyes scanned the lighter options until he spotted a design that seemed perfect for his fighting style. Found it. This one's not bad. A booming voice startled him from behind. You've got a good eye, young man. Zhou Chen turned to see the shopkeeper, an intimidatingly muscular man with puffy blue hair and full lips. The man presented the armor, calling it his lightweight, durable masterpiece. Despite his slight unease at the man's jarring appearance, Zhou Chen had to agree. Yeah, I like it. The shopkeeper then suggested a haircut would complete the ensemble. Zhou Chen ran a hand through his hair, realizing it had grown long and unkempt. Seizing the opportunity, the shopkeeper declared himself the best stylist on the street, brandishing a pair of scissors. Just leave it to me. Zhou Chen hesitated for a moment before sighing in resignation. Then I'll trouble you. The total came to 910,000 gold. Emerging from the store, Zhou Chen was a new man, clad in a sleek, modern trench coat over a white turtleneck and black tactical pants. He felt the quality of the 700K armor. It was as comfortable as it was stylish, a perfect fusion of form and function. His transformation did not go unnoticed. A group of female students stopped and stared, whispering amongst themselves about the handsome stranger. The grimoire scoffed at their shallow reactions, but Zhou Chen merely smirked. That's just how people are. They always like pretty things. In a playful mood, Zhou Chen produced a lacy, frilled cravat. I picked out an outfit for you too, boss. You should change into it. A dark aura pulsed from the grimoire as it recoiled. Get lost. Who wants to wear that flashy garbage? Zhou Chen just chuckled. Don't say that. Trying it on won't kill you. As he was teasing his spectral companion, a voice called his name. Senior Lin In? He turned to see his mentor approaching, her eyes wide with surprise. Oh, Zhou Chen, what a coincidence. I almost didn't recognize you just now, she exclaimed, her gaze taking in his new look. Actually, she added, I was just looking for you. The sight of the two attractive students together set tongues wagging, with onlookers immediately assuming they were a couple. The whispers and admiring glances made Lin In blush. Flustered by the attention, she grabbed Zhou Chen's hand. There are too many people here. Let's find a quiet place to talk. Sitting at a quiet cafe, Lin In listened to his recent exploits. She was stunned to learn he had already broken through to D rank and awakened a new potential tier without her knowledge. As your mentor, I'm ashamed that I knew nothing about your growth. Zhou Chen smiled faintly. It's nothing. I'm grateful for your help, senior, but I haven't seen you much lately. You seem busy. Lin In's expression grew grim as she stirred her drink. Yeah, the guild has had a lot of troublesome matters recently. She looked up, her voice low and serious. A battle that is extremely important to all the major guilds is approaching. A memory of a blinding golden light flashed in her mind. The Golden Radiance Fissure is about to appear. Zhou Chen's interest was piqued. The Golden Radiance Fissure? Lin In nodded, taking a sip of her drink as she began to explain. It was a unique fissure, appearing only once every 2 years and lasting for a full month. Inside lay the ruins of another world, towers teeming with powerful monsters, forgotten materials, and incredible challenges. She continued, painting a picture of immense opportunity. The rewards for conquering its ruins were legendary: money, rare resources, and even unknown powers. A lucky D rank could emerge with strength rivaling an A rank. This was why, every time it opened, the major guilds waged all-out war for control, and as an heir to Shenhua, she was duty-bound to fight. A predatory grin spread across Zhou Chen's face. A month-long fissure with high-level monsters was the perfect soul farm. Senior Lin In, can I participate? He asked eagerly. Lin In's expression fell. She explained that it was a guild war, and his level didn't meet Shenhua's recruitment standards, a rule her hands were tied by. Worse, the monsters were B rank or higher. For him, it would be suicide. Zhou Chen was undeterred. It doesn't matter if it's a high-level zone. I can protect myself, he insisted, pressing for another way in. After a moment of hesitation, Lin In conceded. If you insist on going, there's one way. She suggested he join the logistics team, which had no level requirement since they didn't participate in combat, though the work was grueling. Zhou Chen immediately accepted the offer. With the plan settled, Lin In confirmed that the fissure would appear in 2 weeks, and she would take him to the assembly point. As they prepared to part ways, she smiled. By the way, to celebrate your enrollment, I had a few gifts delivered to your dorm. I hope you make good use of them. A few hours later, Zhou Chen returned to his dorm, the challenge of the fissure weighing on his mind. The monsters inside were B rank, a significant jump from the C rank ape demon he'd struggled against. The evil god's grimoire materialized, its voice dripping with amusement at his sudden motivation. As he approached his door, he found an ornate purple box waiting for him, Linen's gift. He opened the box and his eyes widened in shock. It was filled with dozens of vials of high-grade star energy supplements, a treasure trove worth well over $1 million. The sheer casual wealth of a major guild was staggering, but his awe was cut short by the grimoire's mocking voice, reminding him that due to his unique leveling method, these potent supplements were utterly useless to him. He couldn't return the gift without exposing his secrets, but selling a kind gesture felt wrong. As the grimoire suggested he do just that, an idea sparked in Zhou Chen's mind. 2 days later, he was inside a D-rank subjugation mission, casually taking a call amidst the damp quiet of a cave. On the other end of the line, his old friends' voices erupted with shock and gratitude. "Boss, these supplements are insane. Where did you get them?" one yelled. Zhou Chen calmly replied that he had no need for them, so they should put them to good use. He wasn't just giving away a fortune, he was investing in his allies, strengthening his foundation. As his friends pledged their undying loyalty, they noticed the sounds of combat in the background. Around Zhou Chen, D-rank cave spiders swarmed, but he continued his conversation, completely unbothered. He effortlessly dodged the lunge of a much larger giant cave spider, ending the call with a casual, "Yeah, see you then." The moment the call ended, a single tendril of dark energy shot out, annihilating the boss monster. A notification flashed across his vision. Acquired 900 souls. The other hunters in his party could only stare, dumbfounded. He killed the boss while on the phone, one gasped. The young woman with him just smiled faintly. "I'm already used to it." Checking his status, he saw his soul count was only 52,300. Days of grinding low-level fishers had yielded pathetic returns due to level restrictions. This pace was too slow. With a new determination, he accessed the system shop and spent almost his entire fortune. Spent 50,000 souls to purchase. A shimmering golden key materialized in his hand. The grimoire questioned the exorbitant purchase. Zhou Chen explained it was a new item unlocked with his oracle rank, one he had ignored due to its price. Needing a private space, he found a secluded corner of the academy grounds to activate his expensive gamble. 50,000 souls was a massive price, enough for a significant level increase. But the potential rewards of such a high-cost item had to be equally great. He crushed the fragment in his fist. A brilliant portal of light and crumbling stone erupted before him as the system announced its destination, connected to Grillo's treasure haul. The aura emanating from the portal was unlike anything he or the grimoire had ever encountered. This was not a standard fisher. He took a deep breath, reached out a hand to the shimmering, unstable light, and stepped through into the unknown. He found himself in a vast, ancient forest, not the treasure-filled maze he'd expected. The fact that he entered without a world tree fragment was proof enough that this place operated on different rules. He tensed, knowing his assumptions were useless here. He had to be ready for anything. The grimoire's voice echoed in his mind. Something's coming. From between the trees, 2 lanky goblins ambled into view, one carrying a simple basket. Zhou Chen relaxed slightly, seeing only low-level fodder. He assumed the monsters in this fissure wouldn't pose much of a threat. He was catastrophically wrong. In a blur of motion, one of the goblins shot forward, its speed impossible, and slammed a fist into his shoulder with crushing force. As he recoiled in shock, the other goblin hurled a simple rock. Zhou Chen dodged just in time to see the projectile obliterate a thick tree trunk behind him. The force of that impact sent a chill down his spine. These were no ordinary goblins. Their strength and speed were monstrously out of proportion to their appearance. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to end this quickly, preparing to unleash his trump card. But as he gathered his power, a glaring blue notification window materialized, stopping him cold. Wish mission, use of prohibited. A hidden mission had triggered, and its conditions were brutal. Survive until the second day. The system followed with another restriction. The following abilities have been prohibited. His heart went cold. His entire potential, the source of his overwhelming power, was sealed. As the goblin lunged again with a terrifying snarl, Zhou Chen was forced onto the back foot, relying on nothing but his physical prowess and combat senses to dodge the attack that scraped the ground where he'd stood a microsecond before. His mind raced. The goblin's attacks were simple, but their exaggerated speed and power meant a single mistake would be fatal. Stripped of his abilities, he was in a true life-or-death battle. He had to find a flaw in their relentless assault, an opening for a counterattack, or he would be torn apart. Stripped of his true power, Zhou Chen was forced to rely on pure instinct, weaving through the forest as he dodged the relentless goblins. He activated his, hoping to find a weakness, but his vision was met with a frustrating wall of question marks. The system couldn't parse their data. Were they too high level, or was something else at play in this bizarre fissure? He parried another clumsy but powerful swing. Their movements were crude, their attack patterns monotonous and predictable. Despite their monstrous speed and strength, they were just brutes. A cold resolve settled in his eyes. If he kept his composure, he could find an opening. There was a chance to counterattack. He committed. Activating, he surged forward, not to dodge, but to intercept. His fist met the goblin's claw in a clash of force. To his own astonishment, he blocked it. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple. He had actually stopped the attack with his own physical power. But it wasn't just his power. A system notification flared to life, explaining the impossible feat first rank. Kydra's demon armor fragment releases energy upon attachment, negating the attack. A faint blue energy, previously unnoticed, now pulsed around his gauntlet. He had another weapon in his arsenal. He followed through with a punch, but the goblin was merely knocked back, wounded but not dead. Zhou Chen's expression tightened. Even combining with the demon armor wasn't enough for a kill. He grimaced, the reality of his situation sinking in. He had never realized just how much he depended on his potential. The wounded goblin let out a piercing shriek, a signal that echoed through the unnaturally quiet woods. The sound was answered by a rustling in the trees, a sound that grew from a whisper to a roar. From the gloom, a horde of identical, hate-filled goblins emerged, their eyes glowing with malice. The grimoire materialized, its voice dripping with sarcasm. "I didn't expect you to have friends." But Zhou Chen had no time for banter. The goblin mob let out a collective hiss and charged. He was no longer in a fight. He was at the center of a swarm, completely surrounded. There was no escape. Zhou Chen made a split-second decision. He threw open the system shop, his mind racing. Purchased lesser one-handed sword. Souls minus 1,100. A blade materialized in his hand just as a goblin lunged, and he ran it through without hesitation. A new notification flashed. Souls plus 1,000. An idea sparked. This was an investment. His potential might be banned, but the shop and his stats were fair game. This was no time to be stingy. He began pouring souls into his attributes, feeling his body rewrite its limits in real time. Strength, 9-11. Heavy strike, LV1-LV2. If his strength was too low, he couldn't kill them fast enough. More souls flowed. Strength, 11-15. He ducked under a swing, his new sort of blur. Agility, 5-10. Godspeed, LV.1-LV.2. Then again, agility bonus increased 10-17. If his speed was too low, he'd be overwhelmed. With every kill, he earned back his investment, fueling his own explosive growth in a deadly cycle. He didn't stop. Spirit, 5-10. Sense, 9-10. With his sense stat enhanced, his skill leveled up, he finally understood. Focusing only on potential had been his greatest mistake. In a true battle for survival, every single stat was crucial. The upgrade worked. A new window appeared, detailing the goblin's pack mentality and morale-based weaknesses. As his slaughter intensified, another notification popped up. Target is feeling fear. He had found their breaking point. With a cold smile, Zhou Chen thanked his unwilling teachers. Now die. Meanwhile, in a sunlit hall far away, Lin Yin discussed the impending Golden Radiance fissure with her aide, Yin Shi. Though preparations were nearly complete, Yin Shi was worried. But Lin Yin was resolute. As a guild heir, she had no choice but to participate, knowing full well her rivals planned to use the battle to oust her from her position. Yin Shi confirmed the sabotage. 10 veteran members had been poached by their rival, Dao Mingwei. Lin Yin sneered, dismissing him as a worthless heir, but acknowledged the true threat lay elsewhere. She shifted topics, asking about the progress of her new recruits. Yin Shi's report was glowing. Their growth was astounding, with all for having already broken through to B rank. The report highlighted one girl in particular, a twin-axe wielder who had already solo cleared a C-rank fisher. A confident smile touched Lin Yin's lips. With such talent on her side, victory was possible. She took a sip of her tea, adding, "It would be even better if Zhou Chen could learn something in the Golden Radiance Fissure too." Yenshi's concern was immediate, but his level, Lin En waved it off, explaining he would be joining the logistics team. His current level was irrelevant. She saw a glimmer of immense possibility in him, a seed that, if nurtured, might just grow into a powerful asset they couldn't afford to ignore. Back in the blood-soaked forest, Zhou Chen stood over a field of goblin corpses. It was finally over. As he caught his breath, the grimoire manifested, observing that the aura of these monsters felt off, artificial, not like true fissure creatures. The grimoire theorized that since this fissure was a product of the system shop, it was likely connected to the creation authority itself. That would explain the massive soul reward, 1,000 per goblin. His theory was proven when he tried to harvest a body, only to be met with a system alert. Material cannot be harvested. Though he couldn't gather materials, his lucky hunter ability had still procured a few forest goblin crystals. He smirked, spending 600 souls to rank them up into accessories. A crystal of power and a crystal of speed materialized, granting him a permanent boost of +3 strength and +4 agility. A small gain, but an improvement nonetheless. He checked his mission status. The hidden survival quest was complete, but the main goal, clearing Grillo's treasure haul, remained elusive in this vast forest. Deciding it was time to rest and consolidate his gains, he began searching for a safe place to wait for the next phase. But rest was a luxury he would not be afforded. A sharp glint of light, a new hostile presence. He spun around just as a new wave of enemies emerged from the shadows. These weren't simple brutes. They were robed mages, armored warriors, and stealthy assassins. He grit his teeth in frustration. Seriously? Do I not even get a moment to breathe? A glint of light, a sharp sting in his hand. Zhou Chen caught the incoming projectile just before it found his throat. He looked down at the fletching arrows. These weren't mindless brutes anymore. They came with equipment. Before him, an organized squad of goblins emerged from the shadows. Armored warriors, blindfolded assassins, and in the back, a cloaked mage. This wasn't a fight, it was an army. His flared to life, but his vision was met with the same infuriating wall of question marks. Even with his sense stat leveled up, the system returned nothing. The implication was immediate and chilling. Their levels were significantly higher than his own. This test was designed to be unwinnable by conventional means. A wry, self-deprecating smile touched his lips. Just when he thought he'd grown strong enough, the system reminded him how much further he had to go. The goblin mage's jaw unhinged in a guttural shriek as its staff began to glow with a malevolent, golden light. An order had been given. On command, the goblin archers let loose a volley, but the projectiles didn't fly straight. They twisted in midair, curving unnaturally as they locked onto his position. Homing arrows. It wasn't just equipment. These monsters had active combat skills. Relying on pure perception, Zhou Chen moved to intercept the deadly barrage. The first arrow was parried with a clang of steel, but the brief opening was all the enemy needed. A flicker of movement in his periphery, a blade arcing for his neck. An assassin had closed the distance in an instant. He dodged, the blade whispering past his ear. There was no reprieve. A heavy goblin warrior brought its cleaver down in a crushing blow. He met the strike head-on, his sword groaning under the impact. He could feel the raw power difference, but there was a crack in their armor. Their skills were advanced, but their base stats were still manageable. He could fight this. Suddenly, the force against his blade doubled. A golden aura flared around the warrior. Zhou Chen was thrown back, his eyes narrowing as he traced the source of the power. It was the mage, a support class, buffing its allies' strength from the rear. He had his target. He dodged another assassin, parried a warrior, and deflected a homing arrow, but it was too much. The buffed monsters were too strong and too coordinated. Brute force was failing. He needed to adapt, to counter their strategy with his own. If they had the weapon advantage, he would use the system to turn it against them. Spent 1,200 souls to purchase. A new weapon materialized in his hand. His one-handed sword was too slow against these assassins. He needed speed. The lighter blade became a blur, a silver streak weaving through the enemy lines, each movement bringing him closer to the mage. His enhanced perception revealed the key. The mage had to gather astral energy into its staff to cast the buffs. With a flick of his wrist, he threw the dagger. It spun end over end, striking true and shattering the staff's skull totem. The buffs vanished. Obtained 2,500 souls. As he'd predicted, without their enhancement, the goblin's movements became sluggish and predictable. With the assassins and mages neutralized, only the heavy warriors remained. He opened the shop once more. Spent 1,500 souls to purchase. The weight felt perfect. Against a heavy sword, he would use a heavier one. He brought the great sword down in a devastating arc, cleaving the armored goblin in two. Obtained 4,000 souls. The remaining archers launched another desperate volley. Another trip to the shop. Spent 1,100 souls to purchase. He planted his feet, raising the shield just as the homing arrows impacted, sparking harmlessly against its surface. The goblins shrieked in frustration. Seeing their projectiles fail, the remaining warriors formed a shield wall, a crude but effective defensive line. Zhou Chen dismissed his great sword, his lips curling into a grin. He thought, "You think these flimsy shields spent 1,500 souls to purchase can stop me?" He surged forward, the hammer a maul of destructive force. Wood and bone splintered as he smashed through their pathetic defense, each kill adding another 3,000 souls to his balance. The battle had become a harvest. The last goblin, the enraged and now powerless mage, charged him with a dagger. Zhou Chen simply stepped aside and ran it through with a newly purchased sword. The field fell silent. Obtained 7,000 souls. It was a profitable exchange. But the silence was fleeting. A familiar rustling echoed from the trees, the sound of another horde. He sighed, the exhaustion of constant battle setting in. Spent 100 souls to purchase. As the potion's warmth spread through him, he knew there would be no rest tonight. He watched the endless tide of monsters pour out of the forest, his expression hardening into cold resolve. Fine. Since they insisted on delivering themselves to his door, it would save him the trouble of finding them. The quest window shimmered in his mind, a constant reminder: survive until the second day. The sun crested the horizon, its light filtering through the trees to illuminate a field of slaughter. After a night of endless battle, Zhou Chen sat amidst a mountain of goblin corpses, the silence of the forest a stark contrast to the chaos that had just ended. The war of attrition was over. He had won. A system notification confirmed the recovery of his mental strength through. As he let out a long, weary breath, the Book of the Abyss materialized, expressing its shock that he had survived the onslaught. Believing the threat was over, Zhou Chen attributed his victory to stamina potions and his skills, confident he'd eliminated them all. But the system had one last surprise. A new window materialized. Congratulations on completing the hidden quest. Before he could process it, a torrent of dark purple energy erupted from his chest, flooding his senses. Talent unlocked. Obtain skill. The notifications continued, detailing his new power, the ability to capture and command the souls of the dead, retaining their skills and memories, with attributes boosted by his own potential. A second talent, a second awakening? This was unprecedented. His initial assessment showed his talent was, this changed everything. The Book of the Abyss offered an explanation. As an apostle to a demon god, possessing multiple authorities wasn't unusual. It mused on the unpredictable nature of Satasto, the demon god of creation, concluding that Zhou Chen's increasing strength was ultimately beneficial for them both. A strategic advantage bloomed in Zhou Chen's mind. Since this new power was separate from his abilities, using it wouldn't violate his active quest conditions. With a smirk, he extended his hand and invoked the skill. Soul Slave. A shadowy miasma enveloped the goblin mage's corpse, tearing its soul from the flesh and binding it to his will. No quest anomaly warnings appeared. His guess was correct. He now had a servant who not only retained its combat abilities, but also its memories. His eyes hardened, glowing with a chilling blue light as he gave his first command. "Where is Grilav's palace? Let me there." As his stats updated from the grueling battle, he noted the significant drain from controlling even a single soul, resolving to allocate future points to intelligence. Following his new, silent guide, he walked. The undead priest led him out of the forest, gesturing towards an impossible sight. Before him stood a massive, fortified city, teeming with goblins going about their day. A society, a civilization, built within a rift. This was the true power of the demon god of creation. He couldn't just charge into a fortress this size. His eyes narrowed on the most prominent structure, That had to be Grilav's palace, and inside, the boss. An opportunity presented itself, a supply cart trundling toward the city gates. He gave his soul slave a new order. The resurrected priest stepped out, and the goblin guards recoiled in shock, addressing it as High Priest. Before they could question further, the priest attacked, its shadowy blade decapitating them in a single, silent motion. It worked perfectly. The goblin's innate hierarchy and the slaves' retained memories made for a perfect disguise. Zhou Chen watched from the trees as their heads fell, a cold smile spreading across his face. This skill was more than just a combat ability. It was the ultimate tool for infiltration. Concealed within the supply cart, Zhou Chen was escorted past the city's main defenses. His new soul slaves, the former guards, pulled the cart while his priest led the way. The palace sentries grumbled about the delay, but the authority of the high priest was absolute, and they were waved through without inspection. From his hiding place, Zhou Chen marveled at the skill's utility. The slaves acted on his simple command to act normal, their retained memories filling in the details flawlessly. They entered the throne room, and his gaze fell upon the target, Grilav, the Goblin King. His returned only question marks. This was the boss. His perception was still too low to pierce the boss's stats, but he had expected as much. Just as he prepared to emerge, the Goblin King's eyes snapped open. With a roar, his giant axe cleaved the cart in two, splintering wood and exposing Zhou Chen to the entire throne room. The Goblin advisor shrieked, raising the alarm. Guards! An intruder! The Goblin King lunged, his axe crashing down where Zhou Chen had just been standing. The element of surprise was lost. Now, he was alone, surrounded by the king's elite guards. Zhou Chen moved like a phantom, his blade a blur as he dispatched the incoming guards. But the Goblin King was a different beast. With a single swing, he obliterated Zhou Chen's newly acquired soul slaves. Zhou Chen met the king's next strike, the impact shuddering up his arm as his sword barely held against the monstrous axe. He was surrounded. The Goblin King, furious at the intrusion, leveled his weapon. "You reckless rat! Today, I will mince you into meat paste." But Zhou Chen was unfazed by the threat, or by the fact the monster could speak. "Sorry, but I don't plan on dying here," he stated coolly. "On the contrary, I'm here to take your life." As he spoke, the shadows behind him began to stir. The Goblin King's eyes widened in realization as shadowy figures of his own dead soldiers rose behind the intruder. "To think you'd use my own people against me," he snarled. "Fine then." His rage coalesced into raw power, his great axe glowing with murderous intent as he prepared to unleash his full might. The throne room floor cracked under the force of the Goblin King's miss. Zhou Chen stood his ground, unfazed, his blade held loosely at his side. The battle had been joined, but he was in no hurry. He watched as the king, seething with rage, turned his furious gaze from the splintered floor to the human who dared to defy him. At Zhou Chen's silent command, his two new soul slaves shuffled forward, their bodies still bearing the armor of the royal guard. Grilav's eyes burned with betrayal. "Get lost, you traitors!" he roared, swinging his massive axe in a wide, shimmering arc of pure power, aimed to cleave his former subjects in two. But Zhou Chen was faster. He vaulted over the king's attack, his body a blur of motion. In the same fluid movement, he brought his own sword down from above. The Goblin King reacted instantly, raising his axe to block. The impact of steel on steel sent a deafening clang and a shockwave through the throne room. Grilav's eyes widened, a flicker of surprise cutting through his rage. He shoved Zhou Chen back, his gaze falling upon the soulless puppets at his flank. "You wretched human," he snarled, finally understanding the necromancy at play. "How on earth did you turn my own soldiers against me?" A chilling voice, devoid of life, answered from behind Zhou Chen. It was the undead high priest. "You'll find out soon." As it spoke, a purple aura flared around it, and a system window materialized in Zhou Chen's vision. Skill activated. His undead army's strength and speed increased by 10%. The Goblin King stared in disbelief. "Shaman, even you dare to defy me?" Livid, the king bellowed at his remaining guards. "What are you standing around for? Take down the traitors and this human at once." Spurred by their king's command, the loyal goblins surged forward. In seconds, the throne room descended into chaos as Zhou Chen's buffed soul slaves met the charge head-on. The battle was a one-sided slaughter. Empowered by, The undead warriors cut through their living brethren with ruthless efficiency. Notifications flooded Zhou Chen's site. Souls plus 1,100. Souls plus 1,300. His army wasn't just fighting, it was growing stronger with every enemy that fell. The Goblin King watched the massacre, his fury turning to alarm. He could see the purple energy empowering the traitors, making them faster and deadlier than his own elite soldiers. They seemed stronger than before. He muttered, realizing the tactical disadvantage he was in. Zhou Chen gave the king no time to process. He closed the distance, his blade a silver whirlwind that hammered against Grilav's defenses. The king was forced onto the back foot, parrying a relentless storm of attacks that drove him across the polished stone floor. With a roar, Grilav finally found an opening, batting Zhou Chen's sword aside. "Human, I must admit you have some skill," he growled, raising his axe high for a devastating overhead chop. "But this is your end." As the axe fell, a notification burned through Zhou Chen's vision. Souls minus 1,500. Purchased lesser greatsword. He dismissed his blade and, to the king's utter shock, caught the massive axe head between his bare hands. Before Grilav could react to the impossible feat, Zhou Chen drove a newly materialized greatsword through the king's unprotected chest. The force of the impalement sent the Goblin King stumbling backward, his momentum broken. He stared down at the blade embedded in his torso, then back at Zhou Chen, his rage reaching a fever pitch. "Enough!" he bellowed, his body beginning to radiate a crushing pressure. A new skill activated. Majesty of the Goblin King. The wave of force washed over the throne room, a royal decree compelling all to kneel. Zhou Chen felt his knees buckle under the immense pressure, but his soul slaves remained standing, their dead eyes fixed on their master. The king sneered. "Now you can't order my subordinates around anymore, can you?" Looming over the struggling Zhou Chen, Grilav offered his final terms. "Human, I admire your strength. Kneel and beg for mercy, and I'll grant you a quick death." A slow smile spread across Zhou Chen's face. "Thank you, but they'd much prefer to obey me." The king's jaw dropped as he realized the soul slaves were immune to his authority. How is this possible? At Zhou Chen's mental command, his undead army answered the king's question with action. A volley of arrows flew, and blades flashed. Grilav, still reeling from the shock, was forced to defend himself, his huge axe now a desperate shield against the swarm of his own turned people. The onslaught was overwhelming. The soul slaves descended upon their former king, a tide of vengeful corpses. Arrows pierced his hide and blades bit deep into his flesh. Grilav roared in pain and fury, swarmed from every angle until he could no longer stand. Ayayoa. Covered in wounds and pinned by arrows, the Goblin King collapsed to his knees, his power extinguished. "No, this is impossible," he gasped. Zhou Chen walked toward him, his greatsword held ready. "What's in this?" The final swing was swift, and the king's defiant roar was cut short. As the king's body disintegrated, a flood of triumphant notifications filled Zhou Chen's view. Souls plus 50,000. Quest complete. In his hand, a brilliant blue crystal materialized. Obtained Goblin King, Grilav's crystal. Intermediate shop is now open. He examined his reward. The crystal pulsed, upgrading one of his passive abilities. Increase monster drop rate became greatly increases monster drop rate, with a new chance to drop rare treasures directly. I didn't know trait effects could be upgraded, he mused. But what exactly does it mean by rare treasures? The Book of the Abyss appeared, opening a swirling green portal. The exit is open. Zhou Chen glanced back at the silent army of soul slaves kneeling before the empty throne, then turned away with a satisfied smile. Time to head back. He stepped through the portal and reappeared in the familiar courtyard. Immediately, his phone began buzzing nonstop. He frowned, pulling it out to see a stream of urgent messages. It's only been a day. He wondered aloud, checking the dates. His eyes widened in shock. Wait, I entered the rift on the 19th. Why is today the 22nd? At the academy, within the sterile confines of the student council meeting room, an urgent discussion was underway. A representative explained the developing situation to the council members gathered around a long, imposing table. A randomly spawned rift had overlapped with one of the academy's own capture-type rifts, creating a dangerous and unstable mixed rift. A holographic display projected the swirling, chaotic energy of the new gate, a problem that demanded immediate attention to ensure student safety. Acting President Liu Yunzhou, B rank level 9, considered the data with a practiced calm. He estimated it was at least a C rank, possibly even B rank. Across from him, the B rank level 10 Vice Minister, Chen Lai, scoffed at the caution, confident that the three of them could handle it. But Secretary Ji Yun, B rank level 7, pointed out the critical issue. All of the school's high-level combatants were preparing for the imminent Golden Radiance rift, leaving them dangerously short on personnel. It was then that Su Han, another council member, interjected with a surprising proposal. She knew someone who could help, a freshman capable of soloing a D-rank boss with strength equivalent to a peak C rank. Chen Lai immediately shot down the idea as a joke, reminding her that student safety was their top priority. Ji Yun, however, seemed to realize exactly who Su Han was talking about. The secretary's fingers flew across her keyboard, pulling up a file on the main screen. The data was astonishing. In less than a month, the candidate had completed nearly 40 commissions and cleared every rift he entered with 0 casualties among his party members. A few days prior, his potential was officially judged as, marking him as a key target for the Academy's special care program. His name, Zhou Chen. Chen Lai remained unconvinced, arguing that no freshman had ever reached C rank, let alone possessed the kind of star energy required for such feats. Even the president, Liu Yunzhou, found the data hard to believe without seeing it firsthand. When he asked for Zhou Chen's whereabouts, Su Han admitted sheepishly that he hadn't replied to her messages in days, but she'd preemptively told him to gather at the site tomorrow just in case. Chen Lai slammed his fist on the table, his energy flaring. He was furious that Su Han would unilaterally decide on such a dangerous matter involving a mere freshman. She quickly clarified she had only asked for help, not ordered him. Liu Yunzhou intervened, his voice cutting through the tension. He would allow it for now, and they would see if the mysterious freshman even appeared. The meeting was adjourned until 7 the next morning. The next day, the 4 council members assembled before the crackling, unstable portal. The air hummed with raw energy, a clear sign of the danger within. Liu Yunzhou noted that it seemed their backup wasn't coming, and they would have to proceed alone. Su Han's face fell, a shadow of disappointment crossing her features as she accepted that Zhou Chen was a no-show. Suddenly, her expression shifted from disappointment to bright relief. "Zhou Chen, you're here," she exclaimed. He had arrived just in time, his presence calm and his expression unreadable. The others turned, sizing him up. Chen Lai scoffed, unimpressed. He doesn't seem like anything special. Liu Yunzhou wasted no time on pleasantries. He addressed Zhou Chen directly, confirming he was the one Su Han recommended and immediately laying out the stakes. A special B-rank mixed rift, where death was a constant possibility. He gave Zhou Chen a final chance to back out, but Zhou Chen's gaze was fixed on the swirling vortex. Mixed rift, a B rank. The danger was irrelevant. All he could think about were the rewards. "I'll join," Zhou Chen stated coolly. "However, I have 2 conditions." Liu Yunzhou raised an eyebrow. Zhou Chen held up 2 fingers. First, only the 5 of them would enter. Second, rewards would be distributed based purely on contribution. This audacity was too much for Chen Lai, who exploded. "Nonsense. Who do you think you are?" Zhou Chen ignored the outburst, his cold logic cutting through the anger. He correctly deduced that if a mixed rift was left alone, it could merge with others and become more dangerous. The fact that the council had to ask a freshman to join an investigation of this magnitude proved one thing. They were critically short on manpower. It was a simple transaction. They needed his strength, and he wanted his fair share of the rewards. Liu Yunzhou pushed his glasses up, a thoughtful gleam in his eyes. He hadn't expected such sharp observational skills from a freshman. "The student council didn't misjudge you," he conceded. He agreed to Zhou Chen's terms, with one caveat. If the mission was on the verge of failure, all conditions would be voided, and the council would not be responsible for his life. "No problem," Zhou Chen replied, his smile unwavering. Stepping through the portal, they found themselves in a strange, ethereal forest under a purple-hued sky. Liu Yunzhou immediately began his analysis, confirming it was a mixed rift. Kneeling, he pointed to the glowing flora. "This is netherlight moss, which only grows deep inside caves. B-rank rifts typically had forest environments, while those below B rank were almost always caves. The evidence was clear. Zhou Chen's mind raced. That meant the Goblin King's rift must have been at least B rank. The president noted that the entrance size suggested the second rift wasn't B rank, which was good news. Two B ranks combined could create an A-rank threat. His words were cut short as a shadow descended from above. A winged beast of living stone dove at them. Chun Li reacted instantly, his massive axe swinging up to meet the attack in a shower of sparks and stone dust. The monster was thrown back, its stone body already cracking from the impact. A system window materialized for the party to see. B-rank gargoyle. Chun Li grinned, eager for a fight. A gargoyle? How interesting. Let me take you on, he roared, charging forward to meet the beast head-on. As Chun Li rushed in, Lu Yunzhou began his incantation, a golden book materializing in his hands. A brilliant light enveloped Chun Li. Divine blessing. All attributes increased by 20%, lasts for 8 seconds. His power surging, Chun Li leaped into the air, bringing his glowing axe down in a devastating overhead chop. The axe cleaved through the gargoyle, shattering it into pieces. Chun Li stood over the rubble, his chest puffed with pride. With this level of difficulty, there was no need to look for anyone else, he boasted. But Zhou Chen's voice, cold and calm, cut him off. Don't speak too soon. Zhou Chen's gaze was fixed on the sky. The real trouble is yet to come. From the depths of the forest, a swarm emerged. Dozens, then hundreds of gargoyles, their red eyes glowing with malice as they descended upon the group. From the shadowy depths of the ethereal forest, the gargoyles' swarm descended. What was one B-rank monster was now 100. Their screeches echoed through the trees, a tide of living stone preparing to overwhelm the small party. As Su Han shouted a warning, the council members braced for impact, their expressions grim. But while the others prepared for a desperate defense, Zhou Chen was already on the attack. Dark, crackling energy coiled around his outstretched hand. He wasn't just observing, he was calculating his contribution score. With a flick of his wrist, shadowy tendrils shot forth, lancing through the air with impossible speed. Several gargoyles in the vanguard exploded into stone fragments. Their advance halted before it even began. Lu Yunzhou stared in utter disbelief. To pierce through a B-rank gargoyle in one hit. Even without divine blessing, this freshman's raw power defied all known metrics. As the president grappled with this impossible data, Chun Li roared, his staff barely holding back the tide of claws and stone. Stop spacing out, he bellowed, his muscles straining. I'm not going to be able to hold on much longer. The team scrambled to support their tank. Ji Yun's weapon flared with golden light, crackling with raw energy as she stepped forward. I'll hold them off, she shouted, planting her feet to create a choke point. You guys find a way to take them down one by one. She was buying them time, a stalwart defender against the encroaching horde. Su Han moved, a purple blur of an assassin capitalizing on the opening. She vaulted over the line, her twin daggers flashing as she descended upon an isolated gargoyle. Vice Minister, now's your chance, she cried out. With a ferocious battle cry, Chun Li swung his massive halberd, cleaving through another beast as Su Han engaged a second one. It was a chaotic, yet coordinated dance of death, but they were still outnumbered. More gargoyles poured from the trees, replacing their fallen brethren in an instant. Su Han looked on in dismay. To think there are still so many. Chun Li gritted his teeth, batting away another monster as his stamina began to wane. Drat it, they're endless. Their initial confidence was eroding, replaced by the grim reality of a battle of attrition they could not win. Su Han activated her stealth, attempting to flank the swarm and assassinate a key target. But as she moved, a gargoyle swiveled its head, its eyes locking onto her position. It saw through her concealment. In a flash of motion, it struck her arm, not with a claw, but with a sharpened limb that injected a foreign substance. She stumbled back, clutching her arm in shock and pain, just as another gargoyle swung its stone sword down. Su Han, Chun Li yelled in horror. The blow shattered the ground where she had been. Lu Yunzhou was instantly at her side, his hands glowing with green diagnostic magic. His face went pale. This is the cave spider's paralyzing toxin, and the concentration is over 10 times higher than normal. The horrifying truth of the mixed rift became clear. Not only had the terrain fused, but the monsters themselves had inherited each other's deadliest traits. Lu Yunzhou's mind raced, calculating their dwindling chances. Chun Li and Ji Yun were nearly spent, and Su Han was poisoned. Continuing to drag this out will lead to casualties, he thought, his expression hardening. They had underestimated the danger. He made the only call a leader could. Ji Yun, cover us. Everyone, prepare to retreat. With a cry of lightning barrier, Ji slammed her staff into the ground. A wall of crackling yellow energy erupted, holding the gargoyle swarm at bay. The barrier sizzled and popped as the monsters threw themselves against it, buying the council a precious few seconds to escape. Lu Yunzhou turned, his eyes wide with urgency. "Zhou Chen, keep up!" But Zhou Chen didn't move. He stood with his back to them, facing the horde alone. His voice was unerringly calm. "You guys head back first. I'll stay behind and clear the rift." The 4 student council members froze, their faces a perfect collage of disbelief. Had he lost his mind? Chun Lai exploded with frustrated anger. "You still want to play the hero? Don't end up actually throwing your life away." Lu Yunzhou tried a more logical approach. "Zhou Chen, your strength has exceeded my expectations, but our investigation is complete. There's no point in wasting energy on them. We should retreat and plan." But Zhou Chen just smiled faintly. "I'm not playing the hero. Rather, there's no need to." In that instant, an oppressive wave of dark energy erupted from him. The air grew heavy as spectral figures clawed their way out of the shadows at his feet. A veritable army of goblin soldiers, berserkers, and mages, led by the hulking form of the Goblin King. The king raised its axe and let out a guttural roar that shook the very rift. "Kill!" The shadow army crashed into the gargoyles like a tidal wave of death. The B-rank monsters that had pushed the council to their limits were torn apart with brutal efficiency. Shadow blades shattered stone skin, and spectral axes cleaved monsters in two. Within seconds, the clearing was littered with nothing but rubble and dust, the once terrifying swarm utterly annihilated. As the last gargoyle fell, Zhou Chen waved a dismissive hand. "Go back." His army dissolved back into whispers of shadow. He stood alone in the silence, turning to face the dumbfounded council members, who could only stare, their mouths agape. Lu Yunzhou finally found his voice, a tremor of awe and fear in his tone. "Zhou Chen, who exactly are you?" Zhou Chen ignored the question, his gaze unwavering and cold. "If you want to go back, suit yourself. Just don't forget what we agreed on before, distributing the reward according to effort." With that, he turned and walked deeper into the strange forest, leaving the 4 most powerful students in the academy standing frozen, completely reevaluating everything they thought they knew about power. After annihilating the gargoyle swarm, Zhou Chen strode deeper into the twisted forest, leaving the student council to follow in stunned silence. Their entire understanding of power had been rewritten in a matter of seconds. They soon arrived before a massive stone gate carved into a cliff, its presence radiating the unmistakable pressure of a boss chamber. "That should be where the Lord is located," Zhou Chen observed, his tone flat, as if merely noting the weather. A palpable wave of pressure washed over them as the colossal doors groaned open. Dust and ancient air billowed forth, revealing a new, far more imposing silhouette within the gloom. A system notification flashed into view. It was larger, its stone hide thicker, and its glowing red eyes burned with a malevolent intelligence that made the previous swarm seem like mindless pests. The commander let out a guttural roar, and from the shadows behind it, a fresh legion of gargoyle soldiers charged forward. The path they had just cleared was now a death trap. Lu Yunzhou's face went pale. "I was wondering why it was so quiet," he stammered, realizing their mistake. "They were waiting for us here." The ambush was perfectly sprung, cornering them in the open. "Protect the wounded," Lu Yunzhou commanded, his voice tight with urgency as the party scrambled into a defensive formation. But Zhou Chen had already stepped past them, his expression one of pure boredom. This was just another obstacle, another collection of souls for the taking. He lifted a hand, dark energy coiling at his fingertips as he uttered a single, chilling command. "Come out." In response to his call, the very ground boiled with purple shadows. The Goblin King and its spectral army clawed their way into reality, their eyes glowing with an eerie light. They met the charging gargoyles head-on in a brutal clash. Stone claws met spectral steel, and the clearing filled with the sound of shattering rock and dissipating energy. The B-rank gargoyles, which had nearly overwhelmed the Academy's elite, were now being decimated. The Goblin King's berserkers tore through their ranks with contemptuous ease. Seeing its forces collapsing, the gargoyle commander lunged, attempting to bypass the minions and assassinate their master. "Pretty fast reaction," Zhou Chen commented dryly, not even bothering to move as a shadowy form intercepted the attack. The Goblin King met the commander's charge, its twin axes a blur of purple light. With a mighty leap, it brought both weapons down in a devastating overhead strike. The impact shattered the stone ground, sending a shockwave through the clearing. The commander barely raised its spear to block, but the raw force of the blow drove it to its knees, its stone body cracking under the immense strain. The commander was formidable, but it was still just a beast. Zhou Chen decided to end the game. He activated a new skill, its name a Whisper of Dread. The commander's aggressive charge halted as its mind was flooded with an absolute, primal terror that paralyzed its very being. Before it could recover, dark tendrils erupted from below, piercing its stone form and tearing it apart from the inside. A system window materialized, souls plus 30,000. As the monster disintegrated, it left behind a glowing blue crystal. Obtained. Immediately, another system prompt appeared. Effect activated. The crystal pulsed and reformed into a rare drop. Zhou Chen examined its stats. Excellent defense, but its weight was impractical for his own fighting style. A good sale for Lin Yu later, he mused. Just as he was about to store the armor, an idea sparked. His enslaved spirits could already wield weapons, so why not other equipment? A true commander didn't just summon soldiers. He armed them for war. He turned to the hulking Goblin King, a new strategy clicking into place. "Try it on," he commanded, holding out the heavy stone chest plate. The Goblin King took the armor. The moment it made contact, a notification flared. Equipped successfully. The stone chest plate glowed with purple energy, magically resizing and reshaping to perfectly fit the berserker's powerful frame. "It actually works," Zhou Chen noted, a satisfied smile touching his lips. This changed everything. No drop, no matter how ill-suited for him, would ever be wasted again. At that moment, Shun Lai, having finished off the last of the lesser monsters, turned around. "The last one. Are you guys done on your end?" His triumphant roar died in his throat. He could only stare, wide-eyed, at the scene. Zhou Chen, standing calmly before a newly armored, impossibly menacing Goblin King and its spectral legion. The power radiating from them was on a completely different plane of existence. Lu Yunzhou rushed forward, his expression a mix of awe and desperation. "Zhou Chen, after this rift, I formally invite you to join the student council. Name your conditions." But Su-Han cut him off with a sly smile. "Actually, Zhou Chen has already been reserved by Senior Lin." Lu Yunzhou's jaw dropped as Chun Lai muttered, "No wonder. He's stronger than all of us combined." Ignoring their chatter, Zhou Chen turned. "Let's go. Time to meet the real lord here." He led them to the true end of the dungeon, a gargantuan set of doors that dwarfed the previous gate. With a single, steady push, the doors ground open, revealing a cavern littered with bones. At its center, a beast of immense size stirred from its slumber. Chun Lai's breath hitched in his throat. "Holy heck!" Its molten gold eyes snapped open, a low growl rumbling from deep in its chest. "It's actually an earth dragon," Lu Yunzhou whispered, his voice trembling. "Look at that size, it's nearly A rank." Yet, Zhou Chen remained utterly unfazed. "Being large means it's an easier target," he stated coldly. A final notification appeared, B rank lord. "You guys stay outside," he commanded, drawing his sword. "I'll go alone. Come on." The Earth Dragon King met his entrance with a deafening roar. In response, Zhou Chen charged, his blade a streak of cold light against the cavern's gloom. He vaulted, aiming for the beast's massive head, but the impact was like striking a mountain. Sparks flew as his sword skidded uselessly across the dragon's impenetrable hide. He landed, sliding back from the force of his own blow. "So tough," he muttered, the vibration still humming through his arm. This creature's defense was on another level entirely. It was nearly A rank, and his physical attacks alone were a waste of energy. A direct assault was pointless. It was time for a change in strategy. With a grim smile, he called forth his general. Grillop, the Goblin King materialized, its armored form a beacon in the shadows. At its master's silent command, it led the charge, a tide of spectral goblins flooding the cavern floor to swarm the colossal dragon. The Earth Dragon King unleashed its own attack, and that turned the ground into a forest of deadly spikes, impaling dozens of goblin soldiers. The spectral minions dissipated, their purpose served. But Grillov, armored and resolute, met the beast's furious charge head-on, its armored body absorbing a blow that would have pulverized any of the others. Zhou Chen watched from the periphery, his eyes glowing with faint purple light as he directed the flow of battle. Dark tendrils of pure power lashed out, striking the dragon's armored plates and sparking harmlessly. He wasn't trying to wound it, not yet. He was testing, probing, searching for the seams in its defense. His eyes narrowed, locking onto the gaps between the thick, rock-like scales. I need to attack the unarmored areas. The new command was issued telepathically to his legion. The Goblin King responded instantly, its attacks shifting to target the vulnerable joints with crushing force. But the goblins were only the first wave. From his shadow, a new form arose, a spectral gargoyle, its wings wreathed in purple flame, an echo of the commander he had just slain. Its eyes glowed with malevolent purpose. "Go," Zhou Chen commanded, unleashing his newest asset. A swarm of phantom gargoyles burst forth, their stone forms now remade in shadow. They descended upon the Earth Dragon King, a shrieking whirlwind of claws and spears. They were the perfect weapons for this fight. Their own venomous natures turned against a new enemy, relentlessly stabbing and tearing at the giant beast's flesh. Goaded beyond endurance, the Earth Dragon King let out a guttural roar. It arched its neck, its throat glowing with incandescent heat. A torrent of molten fire, a devastating, erupted from its jaws, incinerating the gargoyle's swarm in an instant. The phantoms dissolved into smoke and ash. Zhou Chen stood calmly atop the still-burning corpse of one of his larger minions, the flames parting around him. The dragon, seeing its enemies vanquished, roared in triumph. "Fools," it bellowed, its voice echoing with arrogance. "You lower life forms actually think you can kill me?" Zhou Chen glanced at his grimoire, which floated faithfully by his side, before turning his ice-cold gaze back to the beast. "And what are you then?" he asked, his voice dripping with disdain. "Just a big lizard." Enraged by the insult, the dragon's body began to glow with fury. "Scum, I'll show you a dragon's wrath." The dragon's rage was met with a chillingly calm question. "Did you notice? Those toxins from earlier might not keep you paralyzed for long." As the dragon faltered, Zhou Chen gestured to his remaining army. "But I have as many venomous gargoyles as I need." Suddenly, a massive, terrifying eye of pure dark energy tore open in the air above, gazing down upon the beast. "Now, who do you think is the lower life form?" The conditions were finally met. A system notification burned into Zhou Chen's vision. Activation conditions met. The dragon's mind shattered under the weight of absolute terror, freezing it in place. Shadowy tendrils erupted from the ground, piercing its unarmored flesh and tearing it apart from the inside. Souls plus 80,000. As the life faded from the dragon, another prompt appeared. Effect activated. The beast's massive soul condensed not into armor, but into a glowing red skill stone. Zhou Chen picked it up, examining the reward. It was the dragon's ultimate attack. He turned to his floating grimoire. "Boss, thanks for earlier." It conveyed, gratitude evident in its psychic link. Zhou Chen tossed the skill stone to the book. "Think of it as a reward," he said, a rare hint of appreciation in his voice. "Besides," he added, looking at the dissipating shadows of his army, "these are the only thralls I have left. Grilov and the others can't be resummoned until tomorrow." With the battle won, it was time for the spoils. "Now for the long-awaited treasure hunt," he declared, beginning to harvest valuable materials from the dragon's massive corpse. Finished, he opened a portal and stepped out of the rift, leaving the stunned student council members behind. "I'll leave the reward distribution to you guys. Just transfer my share when you're done." Lu Yinzhou quickly stepped forward. "About that." The student council unanimously decided that the entire 1.5 million reward for this rift will go to you. Zhou Chen was taken aback. "All of it?" Lu Yunzhou insisted. "If it wasn't for you, we never would have closed the rift. You earned this." Seeing their sincerity, Zhou Chen relented with a slight smile. "All right, thanks then." Just as he returned to the academy grounds, a familiar, icy voice stopped him. "Zhou Chen, where have you been?" It was Lin, her arms crossed and her expression severe. "You haven't been replying to your messages." A sweat drop formed on his brow as a single thought dominated his mind. "Shoot, I forgot about her." He quickly composed himself, offering a plausible excuse. "I've been in a rift this whole time, just finished dealing with a mixed one." No chance to reply. Waving a hand dismissively, he added, "I'm exhausted. I'm going to head back and rest." She watched him go, simply stating, "Remember to reply promptly next time." As Zhou Chen walked away, Lin stared after him, deep in thought. His star energy hadn't increased, but his aura, it was completely different. Just then, Su Han and Lu Yunzhou arrived, confirming her suspicions. "Based on what you're saying," she began, her gaze sharp, Zhou Chen cleared a mixed rift all by himself. After getting their confirmation, her expression hardened. "In that case, regarding what happened today, keep it a secret." The next day, back in the quiet of his apartment, Zhou Chen summoned his newest acquisition. The gargoyle's soul had been reforged into a cloaked, goblin-like shaman. "Let's see if you can learn this skill," he mused, offering the blazing skill stone. The thrall tilted its head, a silent question in its glowing eyes. Zhou Chen corrected its clumsy attempt to handle the stone. "Not like that. Put the stone in your palm and treat it as a part of yourself." With a guttural cackle, the shaman absorbed the stone. A torrent of raw fire erupted from its core, wrapping it in a cloak of magma. It worked. "So enslaved spirits can use things oracles can use too," Zhou Chen noted with a predatory grin. The grimoire protested, questioning the waste of such a valuable item. "The rift Senior Lin mentioned is opening today," Zhou Chen explained, his gaze distant. "I have to use everything that can enhance my combat power." "Then why not just take that earth dragon as an enslaved spirit?" the grimoire pressed. Zhou Chen's smile vanished. That was the plan. He recalled the final moments of the battle, the wisps of his mist reaching for the dragon's soul. But as I reached out, I saw the silhouette of a giant dragon behind it. In his memory, a terrifying, colossal shape loomed in the flames, its crimson eyes burning with ancient power. After that, I couldn't perceive the earth dragon's soul at all. The grimoire buzzed with intrigue. Dragon souls were notoriously tough, and for one to be completely erased meant something else was at play. Zhou Chen shook off the memory. It's too late for regrets. The top priority is to prepare for the Golden Radiance Rift. He pulled out his phone, already making arrangements. Since enslaved spirits can use equipment and skill stones, let's buy some practical ones in bulk. He arrived at the discreet office of his underworld contact. The man, built like a brawler, greeted him with a grin. "Big brother, you're here. The things you contacted me for are already prepared." He gestured to a table piled high with gleaming equipment, armor, shields, swords, and a case filled with vibrant skill stones. "Come and check them over." Zhou Chen inspected the items, his focus landing on the skill stones. Blue HUDs materialized in his vision, detailing their effects. And, simple, but effective. "Not bad," he approved. His contact beamed. "These are the most cost-effective combat skills I could find. But big brother, why do you need so many?" "To prepare for the Golden Radiance Rift," Zhou Chen stated, not elaborating further. With a gesture, his goblin shaman materialized, absorbing the pile of equipment into its shadowy form. The contact watched, stunned, a flicker of understanding crossing his face. No wonder he needed an army's worth of gear. Zhou Chen then unleashed the real payment. Shards of shimmering, crystalline dragon scale erupted from his shadow storage. "Take these materials and sell them. We'll split it 50-50, he instructed. "Use my share to offset this time's expenses." The contact stared, dumbfounded. "Are these dragon scales?" He and his men bowed deeply as Zhou Chen left, promising it would be more than enough. "Take care, big brother." Leaving the building, Zhou Chen was stopped by the sight of a sleek black car. The window rolled down, revealing Lin's impassive face. "Senior Lin, why are you?" he began. "I came to pick you up," she stated flatly. "You're all prepared, right?" Before he could process it, he was in the car and they were speeding away. Inside, Lin got straight to the point. "Don't be nervous. I'm not investigating your private life. I'm here to explain the rules." She detailed the nature of the shattered gold wasteland. The key to entry was a ticket, a golden radiance fragment, which only appeared periodically inside the powerful demonic beasts that populated the rift. She couldn't bring him into the main rift as part of the Shenhua Guild, but there was a loophole. If you can get a fragment yourself, you'll be able to enter legitimately. She watched him, gauging his reaction. "If you feel it's too difficult," Zhou Chen cut her off with a confident smile, a spark of challenge in his eyes. "It's exactly what I want." They arrived at a magnificent hall, buzzing with hundreds of oracles gathered before a shimmering portal. "Are all these people here to snatch fragments?" Zhou Chen asked, taking in the scene. "More than that," Lin replied coolly. "This is just one of the entrances." His eyes were drawn to a disciplined group in uniform. "Is that Shenhua's team?" he noted. Lin scoffed. "They really live up to their reputation. Too bad right now they are just a disorganized mess." Aren't you the heir, senior? Zhou Chen asked, confused by her tone. The shadow passed over Lin's face. My father disappeared in a rift 8 years ago. Grandpa's health is deteriorating. We must choose a new president soon. She was the heir on paper, but in a guild defined by strength and resources, she couldn't convince the masses on her own. Lin began to profile the vipers in her nest. Shin Xinghe, mid-A rank. He joined late, but his popularity is extremely high. She gestured to a charismatic man holding court. Then there's Qin Mo, low A rank. She seems passive, but in every major battle, she secures a huge portion of the resources and hides it extremely well. Her gaze then settled on a mountain of a man, his presence radiating raw power. That person requires special attention. Pujuan, a peak A-rank oracle, the strongest of our generation. Lin's voice was grim. He respects my grandpa, but as a leader of Shenhua's militant faction, he thinks my strength is unqualified and is the one most dissatisfied with me. Just then, an arrogant voice cut through the air. Yo, eldest Miss Lin has finally arrived. And where did this pretty boy come from? A man named Dao Mingwei swaggered towards them. Lin's expression turned to ice. Dao Mingwei, your father made great contributions. But what about you? Enraged, he sneered. A piece of trash who hasn't even reached A rank, and you dare to act arrogant in front of me? Before the fool could continue, a heavy presence descended. Pujuan stepped forward. Lin, is this the reserve member you recruited at a high price? His gaze locked onto Zhou Chen. A flicker of crimson flared in his eyes as he assessed his rank. Dear rank. His voice dripped with contempt as an oppressive aura slammed down. Are you trying to humiliate me, or humiliate Shenhua? Zhou Chen didn't flinch. He met the peak A rank's glare without a trace of fear. Enough. The single word, spoken calmly, shattered the tension. Pujuan and Lin both started in surprise. Just then, an ancient, commanding voice echoed from the hall's entrance. President, the crowd murmured, parting in deference. Now is not the time for internal strife. The tension in the hall shattered as an old, commanding figure arrived. Lin bowed her head slightly. Grandpa, the crowd murmured in deference. President. The president of the Shenhua Guild ignored the pleasantries, his gaze falling directly on the peak A-rank oracle. Pujuan, as a core member of Shenhua, your every action represents the guild. Pujuan's arrogance vanished, replaced by stoic respect. Understood. Thank you for your teachings, President. With the internal squabble quelled, the president turned to his guild. He raised his hand, his voice resonating with authority. Let's set off. Let them witness the strength of Shenhua. A thunderous roar of yes answered him, the unified shout of hundreds of elite oracles shaking the very foundations of the hall. They stepped through the portal into a desolate, sun-scorched wasteland. A system notification materialized, shattered gold wilderness. Zhou Chen surveyed the barren canyon, the Shenhua Guild marching as one entity. If a rift of this level is only for fighting over tickets, he mused, then what will the real Golden Radiance rift be like? His eyes narrowed. But first, I need to find an opportunity to leave the team and act alone. A voice suddenly broke his thoughts. Your name is Zhou Chen, right? Zhou Chen turned, startled to find the president standing beside him, having approached without a sound. Don't be nervous, the old man said with a disarming chuckle. I watched your performance in the previous district exchange match. You performed very well. The president's tone grew serious, his gaze sharp. However, you've seen our guild's current situation. My granddaughter faces many difficulties and is still far from qualified to lead. He was testing Zhou Chen, gauging his ambition. Lin spent a fortune to recruit you. She trusts you. So what do you think? Will you assist her, or will you consider someone else? Zhou Chen met his gaze without flinching, his answer direct and devoid of flattery. To be honest, I have no interest in power struggles. But Senior Lin has helped me a lot. If necessary, I will give her a hand. That's all. The president's eyes crinkled. Good, good, he murmured, a faint smile playing on his lips. I've heard many flattering words. You are indeed different. He placed a firm hand on Zhou Chen's shoulder. Since that's the case, then do what you want to do. With a final, meaningful look, he added, let me see what you're capable of. As the old man walked away, a silhouette disappearing into the dusty haze, Zhou Chen's resolve hardened. This was his chance. Having slipped away from the main group, Zhou Chen found a desolate canyon pass. There shouldn't be anyone around here, he thought, relaxing his guard for a moment. But his danger sense screamed, He leaped back just as the ground beneath him exploded, and a monstrous serpent with a hide of red thorns erupted from the earth with a furious hiss. Is activated, feeding him data. Firethorn Python. The beast shook its body, launching a volley of sharp, hardened thorns. Zhou Chen sidestepped the projectile shower with ease, shadows swirling at his feet as he judged the monster's simple attack pattern. A condescending smirk touched his lips. Is this the only move you know? He activated. Tendrils of pure black energy coiled around his arm as he lashed out. The corrupting power sliced through the air, tearing into the python's scales and forcing a pained roar from the beast as it recoiled violently. With a final shudder, the Firethorn Python collapsed. The demonic beasts here aren't as powerful as the gargoyles from before, Zhou Chen noted, unimpressed. The real targets were different. My target is those special, glowing demonic beasts, the ones that hold the fragments. Miles away, an explosion echoed. A man with stylish sunglasses, Amir, lounged on a thick tree branch, lowering his glasses slightly as his senses picked up the disturbance. His gaze fell upon a canyon filled with the identical corpses of pythons. He saw Zhou Chen standing amongst them, dismissing the common beasts before turning to leave. As Zhou Chen prepared to move on, a strange sound filled the air, the whisper of shifting sand, moving unnaturally. He shielded his face as a figure materialized within the dust devil. His instincts took over. "Who?" he shouted, a tendril of dark power lashing out defensively. The newcomer walked forward, casually swatting Zhou Chen's shadow attack aside with a flicker of pale green energy. A-rank Oracle Amir, the system window declared. Recognition dawned on Zhou Chen's face. It was the man from the training facility. To think he also came to fight for the Golden Radiance fragments. Amir's lips curled into a predatory grin, his eyes glowing green behind his shades. "It really is an unusual power," he commented, his voice smooth. "My intuition back then was right. You are the Lone Star." Zhou Chen stood his ground, dark energy coiling around him, unimpressed by the cryptic title. Amir slowly took off his sunglasses, his playful demeanor vanishing. "You don't need to know what that is," he said, his voice dropping to a deadly whisper. "You only need to understand, you won't survive tonight." Action followed threat. Amir lunged, his fist wreathed in crackling green energy. He slammed his attack into Zhou Chen's hastily formed shadow shield. The impact was immense, sending a shockwave tearing through the ground and blasting Amir backward, though he landed on his feet with practiced grace. A beat of silence. Thin cuts appeared on both their necks simultaneously, mirroring each other. "Huh, you've got some skills," Amir conceded, a thrill entering his voice. But Zhou Chen's face was ice. "No matter what your reasons are," he stated, his eyes flaring with cold blue light as his thralls materialized from the shadows around him. "If you want to kill me, it won't be that easy." Amir looked upon the summoned thralls, his expression one of bored amusement. "Controlling dead souls," he mused, a smirk playing on his lips. He dismissed the display with a wave of his hand. "Do you think you can bridge the gap between us with sheer numbers?" In response, Zhou Chen's largest thrall let out a guttural roar and charged. A system tag flared in the air, combat skill, sand shadow step. The creature blurred, its massive blade descending on Amir in an instant, smashing into the canyon floor with tremendous force. But the attack missed. Zhou Chen's eyes flared with a cold, blue light as is activated, feeding him data. "I can see it," he thought, his mind processing the information at inhuman speed, his movement trajectory. He moved before Amir could complete his counter, intercepting the A-rank Oracle strike. Sparks flew as their blades met. Amir's casual grace faltered for a split second, replaced by genuine surprise as the rest of the thralls swarmed him. "To think Amir Durank can see through my movements," he admitted, deftly evading the onslaught. "It indeed surprises me a little." With a flick of his wrist, Amir retaliated. Combat skill, Sunwheel Slash. A golden arc of energy tore through the ranks of the shadow soldiers, carving a path of destruction. However, he began, turning his attention back to Zhou Chen, a dark energy surrounding him. "This level of death touch is merely basic to me." Amir stomped his foot, and the very ground answered his call. Golden light erupted from the sand. "Hot sand purgatory," he announced, as a massive vortex of sand and energy began to swirl, pulling everything towards its center. Zhou Chen found himself caught in the maelstrom. "It's useless," Amir's voice echoed over the roar of the sand. Glowing golden chains shot out from the vortex, binding Zhou Chen's limbs. No matter how peculiar your abilities are, as long as your star energy is below mine, it's impossible to escape this purgatory. Trapped and helpless, Zhou Chen could only watch as Amir raised his curved blade, which began to pulse with the light of a miniature sun. "It's time to end this," Amir declared, his voice cold and final. Combat skill, blazing sun judgment. But as the killing blow was about to fall, Amir froze. A new presence appeared, a gargantuan, draconic skull wreathed in flames, summoned from the dead souls Zhou Chen had been saving. Dead souls? When did they appear? Amir thought, his mind racing back. He realized Zhou Chen had been planning this diversion from the very beginning. The dragon soul unleashed a torrent of fire, forcing Amir to abandon his attack and leap back. The trap had failed, but the objective remained. Eliminating the anomaly is the primary mission, Amir snarled, his eyes locking onto the bound Zhou Chen. "Kill him first." Before Amir could strike, a woman's voice cut through the chaos. "All of you stop." A spear of pure ice energy shot across the canyon, erupting into a massive wall of frost that separated the combatants. The blast wave of cold flash froze Amir's arm and blade. The ice shattered Amir's purgatory, freeing Zhou Chen. He looked up to see Lin standing between them, her presence radiating an icy authority. "Lin," Amir exclaimed, his annoyance palpable as he brushed frost from his collar. "If it isn't the little princess, what wind blew you here?" Zhou Chen eyed Lin warily. He wasn't sure if she was here to help him or get in his way. But Lin's focus was entirely on Amir. "Although I don't know what conflict exists between you two," she stated, her voice firm, "he's with me." Amir's expression turned deadly serious. "He is the anomaly in the prophecy who will change the world's landscape. I must eliminate him." Zhou Chen scoffed at the fanaticism. But Amir was resolute, turning his threat to Lin. "The prophet's prophecies have never been wrong. If you insist on stopping me, I'll have no choice but to strike at you too." "Enough," Lin roared, her power flaring around her. "Amir, I understand what the prophet means to your country. But Zhou Chen is a student of Shengquan Academy and a reserve member of Shenhua." Her gaze was steel. "If you attack him, you are declaring war on Shenhua and declaring war on Country A." Lin offered a single concession. "Of course, if one day he truly does something that endangers the world, I will personally hand him over to you." Amir stared at her for a long, tense moment before letting out a sharp humph. He shattered the ice on his blade and slid his sunglasses back on. "Remember your words." With a final, chilling threat, he fixed his glowing green eyes on Zhou Chen. "If any signs of abnormality appear in him, I won't show mercy again." Then, in a flash of green light, Amir was gone, leaving only the scarred canyon behind. The tension finally broke. Zhou Chen turned to Lin with a simple, "Thank you." She met his gaze, her expression softening slightly. "It's nothing. I believe in you." A faint smile touched her lips. "You came out here looking for a special demonic beast, right? It just so happens I know of a nest nearby. Want to try your luck?" Zhou Chen simply nodded. "All right." They walked through the desolate, moonlit expanse of the shattered gold wasteland. After the near-death battle, the silence was heavy until Zhou Chen broke it. "Did you know that guy from earlier?" Lin explained the fated history between their families, alliances made by her father with Country E, pacts that now existed in name only. Her guild, Shenhua, had been in turmoil since her father disappeared, but her focus shifted, her gaze sharpening as she confronted Zhou Chen. "What concerns me is the prophecy Amir mentioned," she began, listing the inconsistencies. "His academy records were completely average, yet the strength he showed was anything but. Such a drastic difference. It's like you're not even the same person. What exactly are you hiding?" Zhou Chen met her piercing stare with a steady gaze. The truth of his regression, of the future he fought to prevent, was a burden he had to carry alone. "Now is not the time," he said, his voice firm. "The only thing I can tell you is that I will never use my power to harm this world. Please trust me." He promised that when the time was right, she would be the first to know everything. Lin searched his face for a long, tense moment, the fate of her trust hanging in the balance. A faint, knowing smile touched her lips as she made her decision. "All right," she said, the words a balm on his weary soul. "I trust you." True to her word, Lin led him to a wasteland hyena lair. "We're in luck," she murmured. A system tag hovered over the alpha of the pack, C rank intermediate. A crackling golden aura surrounded it, the telltale sign of a beast influenced by a golden brilliance fragment. As Lin began outlining a strategy, Zhou Chen held up a hand, a confident smirk playing on his lips as he uncorked a vial. "No need for all that trouble," he said, before stepping out from their cover. He deliberately drew the attention of the entire pack, a lone figure against a sea of snarling beasts. The lesser hyenas charged in a mindless wave. Zhou Chen didn't move. In a blink, dark, shadow-like tendrils erupted from the ground, impaling the creatures before they took a single step. Watching from the rocks, Lin could only stare in shock. How does he still have stamina after a battle like that? She wondered. Enraged at the loss of its pack, the golden glowing alpha let out a furious roar and lunged. It was a C-rank beast, a formidable foe for any other hunter. For Zhou Chen, it was merely an obstacle. Another, larger set of shadow spikes burst from the earth, skewering the creature midair and ending its assault instantly. As the beast fell, its golden glow faded. "The fragment must have vanished," Lin said, her voice tinged with disappointment. But as she spoke, a system window flared into existence only Zhou Chen could see, effect triggered. A small, hexagonal chip of gold clattered to the ground, falling from the dead hyena's maw. Lin's jaw dropped. How is that possible?" she gasped, explaining the abysmal drop rate was 1 in 30 on average. "Your luck is just way too good." Zhou Chen ignored her shock, picking up the golden brilliance fragment. The moment he touched it, the artifact dissolved into golden light, branding a key-shaped sigil onto the back of his hand. Lin's expression grew serious. Getting a fragment this early might not be a good thing, she warned. The competition would be fierce, and he was now a target. They agreed it was best to separate to avoid suspicion. He would lay low, while she returned to camp alone. Meanwhile, in the country E camp, Amir knelt before a figure shrouded in white, their eyes covered by a blindfold. He had returned in failure. "Oracle," he reported, his head bowed. "I failed to eliminate the anomaly." The oracle's voice was calm, without a hint of reproach. "There is no need for guilt, Amir. I know your nature well," they said. "Even if the target is an anomaly, you find it hard to deal a lethal blow if they haven't committed any crimes." Amir looked up, stunned. "I sink you exactly because I knew this. You foresaw this." The oracle ignored his question, instead issuing a new command. "Go and seek the golden brilliance fragments. The prophecy shows that a massive mutation will occur in this year's golden brilliance rift, a mutation that is closely tied to the anomaly." Amir's frustration boiled over. "I knew it. I should have finished him off right then and there," he snarled. The oracle's response was chilling. "No," they said, their head tilting slightly. "The anomalies in the east, there is more than just one." Far away, in the heart of Central City, the gears of a different machine were turning. At the Corporate Alliance headquarters, top executive Ling Hanshen gazed out at the city skyline, a storm raging in the distance. "The guild's power has grown too strong, hindering the corporation's layout," he seethed. "It's time to take our authority back." "Why the rush?" Another executive, Yin Weiyue, mused from his desk. He reminded him that Shenhua, the linchpin guild, had been teetering on the edge of collapse ever since its leader vanished 8 years prior. "Once Shenhua falls," he smirked, "taking down the other guilds will be a walk in the park." A third executive, Qin Daoi, laid out a more predatory plan, flipping a coin with a flick of his thumb. He saw Shenhua's massive resources as ripe for the picking. "When something goes wrong for Shenhua and the Rift, and that little girl Lin can't handle the pressure," he schemed, "we'll push our people forward to take over. All those resources will naturally fall into the corporation's hands." Ling Hanxing turned from the window, his face set like stone. Their methods differed, but their goal was the same. "I've recruited many powerful oracles from across the country. They will participate in this rift as the corporation's direct task force." His voice was low, filled with cold resolve. "The era of guilds is about to end." Zhou Chen faced his new opponent. Behind the man, a hulking orc and its goblin minions materialized from purple smoke, their eyes glowing with malevolent energy, controlling the souls of the dead. The newcomer, Amir, sneered with utter confidence. "Did you think sheer numbers could bridge the gap between us?" With a guttural roar, the orc charged, its massive form surprisingly swift. Skill, Sand Shadow Step flared in the air as Amir himself became a blur, kicking up dust, and aiming for a decisive first strike. He moved with the arrogance of a predator who had never known defeat. But Zhou Chen's eyes were not of this timeline. A blue light ignited within them, granting him a hyper-awareness that processed the attack in slow motion. I can see it, his trajectory, he thought. With minimal effort, he shifted his weight, and Amir's blade met nothing but empty air as Zhou Chen sidestepped the lethal rush. Amir spun around, his attack connecting with nothing. The shock was plain on his face as he watched Zhou Chen evade not just him, but his summoned minions as well. To be able to see through my movements despite being only at D rank. It truly surprises me a little, he admitted, his confidence taking its first hit. Regaining his composure, Amir unleashed a wide-sweeping attack. Skill, Moonwheel Slash. Arcs of energy tore through the battlefield, but Zhou Chen was already moving. However, Amir declared, his body glowing with power. This level of is merely basic to me. Dark spikes erupted from the ground, a cage meant to impale and trap his elusive target. Amir stomped his foot, pouring his energy into the earth. The ground itself became his weapon. Scorching sand purgatory, he chanted, and the battlefield dissolved into a swirling vortex of burning sand, seeking to engulf Zhou Chen completely. Zhou Chen attempted to leap clear, but the sand was too fast. It solidified into glowing golden chains that wrapped around his limbs, binding him tight. It's useless, Amir stated, his voice absolute. No matter what bizarre abilities you possess, as long as your star energy is beneath mine, it's impossible to escape this purgatory. Believing his opponent completely immobilized, Amir decided to end it. It's time to end this, he shouted, his curved blade igniting with the light of a miniature sun. He raised his arm to deliver the final blow. Skill, Scorching Sun Judgment. Suddenly, Amir froze. A new, overwhelming presence appeared behind him. A spectral dragon wreathed in fire, summoned by a skeletal mage. Souls of the dead? When did they appear? He stammered. His mind flashed back to the start of the fight, realizing Zhou Chen's dodge wasn't just an evasion. It was a feint to set this trap. The summoned dragon unleashed a torrent of molten rock, forcing Amir onto the defensive. He had been completely outmaneuvered. His mission resurfaced in his mind, overriding his surprise with cold fury. Eliminating the anomaly is the primary mission, he snarled. Kill him first. Before any attack could land, a clear voice cut through the chaos. Stop right there, all of you. A spear of pure energy shot between them, erupting into a colossal wall of jagged ice that separated the combatants. The sudden, intense cold flash froze Amir's arm and blade. This power is... Lin walked calmly into the tense standoff, her presence radiating an icy authority. Amir's shock melted into a wry, condescending smile. Lin, if it isn't the little princess, what wind blew you here? He asked, brushing his hair back. Zhou Chen looked from the shattered chains at his feet to Lin, his gaze calculating. Thank you for blocking that magma for me. I just don't know if you're here to help me or to hinder me. Lin didn't spare him a glance, her focus locked on Amir. He is with me, she stated, her words an undeniable fact. Amir's expression hardened. He is the anomaly from the prophecy. I must eliminate him. Zhou Chen scoffed. You want to put me to death just based on a single prophecy? Amir's conviction was unshakable. Lin, if you insist on stopping me, I will have no choice but to attack you. Her patience finally broke. Enough, she roared. A chilling aura flared around Lin, her eyes glowing with power. Amir, I understand the Oracle's importance to your country, but Zhou Chen is a student of Dawn Academy and a reserve member of Shenhua. Attacking him is declaring war on my guild, and on country A. She paused, then added a solemn vow. Of course, if there ever comes a day when he truly does something to endanger the world, I will personally hand him over to you. Cornered by international politics, Amir let out a sharp sigh of frustration. He shattered the ice, encasing his arm with a flex of his will. Wordlessly, he produced a pair of sunglasses and put them on, hiding the fury in his eyes. Remember your words, he said, his voice cold. As he turned to leave, he threw one last threat over his shoulder. If any signs of abnormality appear on him, I will not show mercy again. With a burst of speed, he vanished into the desolate landscape, leaving Lin and Zhou Chen alone in the sudden quiet. Zhou Chen looked at Lin, a genuine smile touching his lips. Thank you. She met his gaze, her own expression softening. It's nothing. I believe in you. Changing the subject, a hint of mischief entered her tone. By the way, you came out here to look for the special monster, right? I happen to know there's a lair nearby. Want to go try your luck? He simply nodded. All right. A team of adventurers raced through the desolate canyon, their shouts echoing off the stone walls. They were in hot pursuit of a lone, cloaked figure who moved with impossible speed. Don't run, one yelled in frustration. Their high-agility specialist couldn't even close the distance, baffled by the target's rank and sheer velocity. Suddenly, the figure stopped. Zhou Chen glanced back at his pursuers, an air of annoyance in his posture. So troublesome. With a single thought, shadowy tendrils erupted from his form, slamming into the canyon walls above. A torrent of rock and debris crashed down, creating an impassable barrier. That should be enough to stop them. Alone once more, Zhou Chen examined his prize. Second piece secured. He murmured as a glowing sigil materialized on his hand. That was easy. As the spectral grimoire floated beside him, he inspected the fragment, a strange sense of familiarity washing over him. Shaking it off, he focused on the mission. Let's keep going and find the next one. A golden tracker pulsed in his palm, guiding him through the wasteland with unerring accuracy. The hunt was a blur of calculated violence. The third piece, torn from a roaring beast. The sixth, claimed from a chittering insectoid. The 11th, ripped from an avian horror. One by one, the fragments were his. Meanwhile, at the Shanhua Guild's forward camp, Lin stood over a tactical map, listening to a grim report. Her aide gestured at the charted territory, his face tight with concern. Miss, something's not right with this area this year, he stated gravely. I took our people to 7 or 8 lairs, and we only found 2 special demonic beasts in total, he continued, pointing at the marked locations. Every lair has traces of battle. It seems someone beat us to them. Lin's brow furrowed. The area was close to their camp. No one should have been faster. Just then, another guild member hurried in. Miss, someone just left these at the camp's entrance with a note. She held out several of the golden trackers. Lin took one, her expression shifting from confusion to shock as her aide explained their likely purpose. Find special demonic beasts, they exclaimed in unison. A slow, knowing smile spread across Lin's face. Only one person could have done this. At that moment, her squad finally arrived, a boisterous woman with blue hair leading the charge. Sorry, boss, she said, slinging a massive weapon off her shoulder. There was a crowd at the entrance. The rest of the team filed in behind her, reporting that they were late. Not at all, Lin replied, her eyes gleaming with newfound purpose. She held up the golden tracker, the light catching its metallic sheen. You're just in time to test whether this thing is actually useful or not. Elsewhere, in a dimly lit room, the mood was far less optimistic. Men in dark suits reported to their boss, the man Zhou Chen had previously robbed. Boss, Big Brother Zhou Chen not only took the storage bracelet, but also our radiance tracker, one reported nervously. Are we just going to wait? We won't be able to complete the company's quota. The boss, known as Big Brother, took a slow sip of his drink, unfazed. Don't panic, he said calmly. He then revealed his plan. His men were to discreetly create a black market, offering a supply channel of fragments to other bosses. All right, no buts. He cut off their protests. Just go. He added a final, critical instruction. Do it cleanly. Don't let anyone know the source, especially the company. As his men left, vowing their loyalty, a cruel smile touched his lips. He knew those old foxes would promote the deal heavily, drawing all the company's attention and making them the scapegoats for his own operations. The fallout of this scheme was immediate. Across the hunting grounds, other adventurers grew frustrated. It feels like fragments have become increasingly hard to find, one complained. When another suggested buying them from the new black market, their team leader snapped. Don't talk nonsense. The company just issued a notice prohibiting private buying and selling. We'll be doomed if we're caught. The adventurers speculated on the source of the black market fragments. How could anyone find so many so quickly without a radiance tracker? One mused. The leader's eyes narrowed. Could it be one of our own? It makes sense. No wonder the higher-ups have suddenly been checking so strictly. They exchanged worried glances, suspicion poisoning the air. Nearby, a lone swordsman battled desperately against a pack of spectral wolves. He moved with practiced skill, but he was outnumbered and outmatched. Huffing for breath, his muscles burned with exertion as he parried another vicious attack, sweat stinging his eyes. The other adventurers spotted the commotion and froze, their faces paling in terror. Shadow. Shadow beast, one stammered. The truth hit them like a physical blow. Run. This is a B-rank, pack-living demonic beast. They turned and fled without a second thought, leaving the lone warrior to his fate. The swordsman braced himself as a massive shadow wolf lunged, its claws poised to tear him apart. But before it could connect, an inky black tendril shot out from the ground, wrapping around the beast and yanking it backward. The warrior stared, utterly bewildered by the sudden intervention. Zhou Chen walked calmly onto the scene, his hands in his pockets. His internal sensors registered no change. Souls haven't increased, he noted. Not dead yet. The captured beast dissolved into nothingness, its essence absorbed by the shadows. Zhou Chen's eyes narrowed in analysis. It's an ability similar to mine. Another beast lunged at Zhou Chen's exposed back. Watch out, the swordsman yelled. Without turning, Zhou Chen lifted a hand, and the creature slammed into a shimmering blue barrier, bouncing off with a yelp of pain. The attack had been completely nullified, leaving only a scorch mark on his cloak. From the pack, a new figure emerged, larger than the rest and wreathed in a malevolent golden aura. A notification flared in Zhou Chen's vision. Shadow Wolf King, B-rank advanced. The boss had appeared. It seems, Zhou Chen said, a dark blade coalescing in his hand. I'll have to spend a bit more time. The barren ground crawled with lesser shadow beasts, their forms little more than snarling darkness. Zhou Chen stood at the epicenter of their hate, his expression one of pure dismissal. Drawing a long sword wreathed in his own abyss energy, his eyes flared with a dangerous purple light as he issued a final, cold command. Get out of my way. His first strike was a blur of dark energy, cleaving through the lesser beasts with contemptuous ease. But from the swirling pack, a true monarch emerged. The Shadow Wolf King, wreathed in a malevolent golden aura that marked it as the region's boss, roared its challenge, its sheer presence a physical force that shook the very air. The Wolf King lunged, its claws descending with enough force to shatter stone. Zhou Chen met the blow head-on, his blade groaning under the strain. A deafening clang echoed through the canyon as their powers collided, the impact throwing up a cloud of dust and raw energy. This was a B-rank advanced beast, a significant threat. The swordsman he'd saved watched in horror, shouting warnings that were useless. Those small shadow beasts aren't dead yet. Physical attacks don't seem to work. But Zhou Chen, analyzing the reforming creatures, corrected him with chilling calm. Shadow beasts aren't immune to physical attacks. They just have insane regeneration. As a new wolf coalesced from dissipating shadow particles, Zhou Chen finished his lesson. As long as your attack frequency is faster than their regeneration, you can kill them for good. The puzzle was laid bare, the solution brutally simple. A faint, knowing smirk touched his lips. I see. With a decisive motion, Zhou Chen sheathed his longsword. A blue system window flared in his vision, withdrawn. He was disengaging one power system to access another, one more suited for pure speed. Purple lightning began to crackle around his arms as he prepared a new strategy. The air filled with the hum of activated power. In an instant, the battlefield was crisscrossed by a lattice of violet light. 1,000 slashes delivered in a single second. The lesser wolves were shredded, their forms unable to regenerate before they were completely annihilated. A new notification confirmed the result. Souls plus 3,600. It worked. As the last of the lesser beasts dissolved, the Wolf King lunged from the chaos, its attack a golden blur. Zhou Chen sidestepped with effortless grace, his cloak barely fluttering as the beast's claws missed him by a hair's breadth. He used the opening not to attack, but to analyze. His eyes narrowed, dissecting the boss's movements and abilities. TSK, are its moves and attributes exactly the same as the Abyss? He muttered to himself. It could shift its form, phase through solid matter, and move through shadows. It was like fighting a mirror image of his own dark powers. The remaining lesser wolves were a distraction he could no longer afford. With a simple thought, shadow portals opened at his feet, and his goblin summons emerged, their eyes glowing with the same purple energy. Hold off those annoyances, he commanded, and the shadow soldiers charged, intercepting the pack. With his flank secure, Zhou Chen's full attention fell upon the king. I'll handle the big one, he declared, his body erupting with tendrils of pure darkness that anchored him to the ground. He drew twin daggers, his stance low and ready for the true fight to begin. He activated once more, But this time his focus was singular. He became a whirlwind of motion, his daggers weaving a net of brilliant blue energy trails around the Shadow Wolf King. Each flash of light was a strike, delivered faster than the eye could follow, carving deep gouges into the beast's shadowy hide. The assault ceased, and Zhou Chen stood poised for the final blow. But instead of collapsing, the Wolf King let out a defiant howl, its wounds visibly stitching themselves closed. The terrifying truth hit him. It's actually regenerating faster than my full-speed attacks. The beast retaliated, its claws crashing against Zhou Chen's desperate, energy-wreathed blocks. Each impact drove him back, his arms rattling from the force. For the first time, a sliver of doubt entered his mind. Is jumping 2 ranks to fight a boss really pushing it too far? The spectral grimoire materialized, its single, ravenous eye wide with alarm. It fed him a critical analysis. The fragment within the beast was amplifying its power, and its star energy was rapidly increasing. If we leave it alone like this shadow beast is going to break through to A rank soon. The grimoire shrieked in his mind. When that happens, you probably won't be able to handle it. Seeing Zhou Chen falter, the swordsman charged in with a valiant yell, only to be swatted away and sent tumbling through the dirt. The power differential was absolute. Realizing speed alone wasn't enough, Zhou Chen made a decision. No, still not fast enough, he growled. I'll boost my stats and finish it in one breath. He attempted to pour his accumulated souls into his attributes, but a stark blue notification blocked his path. Total attribute value has reached the maximum for this star rank. Please rank up first. He was hard-capped. To think there was a restriction like this. He muttered in frustration. The Wolf King gave him no time to reconsider, charging forward to finish the downed swordsman. There was no other choice. No time to think about it. Zhou Chen thought, his finger stabbing at the holographic menu floating before him, pressing the one option he had left, star rank up. A column of violet energy erupted from Zhou Chen's body, a violent, uncontrolled explosion of power. The ground cracked beneath him as his very being was reforged. The nearby shadow beasts recoiled, howling in fear as the wave of raw energy washed over them. System notifications cascaded across his vision, a blur of light and text. Congratulations, successfully broken through to C rank. Current, C rank LV.1. Attribute cap unlocked. Summons upgraded. Power, raw and unbound, flooded his system. His upgraded summons, now larger and imbued with C rank energy, made short work of the remaining lesser wolves, their blades cutting through shadow like hot knives through butter. The Wolf King roared, sensing its prey had just become a predator. Zhou Chen's silhouette was outlined in a storm of purple energy. He raised his hands, and jagged shadow spikes erupted from the earth, impaling the Wolf King from all sides and pinning it in place. The beast was trapped. Checkmate. Desperate, the king tried to dissolve into the ground to escape, but Zhou Chen was ready. A single stomp sent a wave of power through the earth, solidifying the shadows and cutting off its retreat. Trying to run? He asked, before appearing before the beast and delivering a final, decisive slash that ended the fight for good. The C-rank power coursing through him was absolute. The Shadow Wolf King dissolved into wisps of dark energy, its very essence obliterated. 2 system windows burned into his vision, souls plus 100,000, and a bonus. Lucky Hunter effect activated, golden fragments rained down, the spoils of a hard-won victory. He held the loot in his palm, 10 brilliant fragments shimmering with power. 10 fragments. No wonder it was so strong, he mused. The grimoire floated beside him, its single eye smug. It had provided the critical analysis that made this possible. Good job, Zhou Chen acknowledged. To think you were hiding a trick like that. The swordsman he'd saved approached, his gaze fixed on Zhou Chen's wrist. That bracelet, you're from the company, right? He asked, confused. Corporate people always focus on cost-effectiveness. Why come here? Despite his suspicion, he offered his gratitude. Regardless, thank you. My name is Wan Li. And you? Zhou Chen ignored the introduction, pulling his hood lower to obscure his face. Let me give you some advice. Don't casually show others the fragment mark on your wrist. He tossed a single, glowing fragment toward the man. You helped me just now, so this is what you deserve. A simple transaction. A debt paid. By the way, it's best if you don't tell anyone you saw me, he added as a final, cold warning. Then, in a blur of motion, he was gone. Wanli stood alone in the desolate canyon, staring at the priceless artifact in his hand. "What a weird guy," he muttered, utterly baffled. 5 days passed. Zhou Chen stood on a cliff edge, surveying the silent wasteland. The system's clock was a persistent reminder in the corner of his eye. Mission time remaining, 7 hours, 56 minutes, and 34 seconds. He checked his progress on the secondary objective. Hidden mission, 500/614. He was close, but time was running out. Time's almost up, he thought. With the fragments scattered across the region, finding the last 100 special monsters would be a grind. He pulled out the Radiant Seeker, a compass-like device that pulsed weakly. Then, suddenly, its light flared, indicating 2 massive sources of energy converging nearby. He spotted them in the valley below. A large party of hunters, cornered by a smaller, more aggressive group. The leader of the aggressors, a blond man named Dao Minghui, smirked at his prey. "You guilds have been pretty active," he taunted. "I bet you've collected quite a few fragments. Hand them all over." "Dao Minghui, do you really have to drive us to a dead end?" A mage from the surrounded group shouted in fury. His companion was more pragmatic. "Don't waste your breath on them. We have the numbers. Let's rush them together." At their leader's command, the cornered hunters charged forward with a desperate war cry. The counterattack was pathetic. Dao Minghui's forces met the charge with chilling efficiency, their energized blades cutting through the disorganized ranks. It wasn't a battle, it was a culling. Dao Minghui watched the slaughter with a bored expression. A bunch of rabble. "Formation," Dao Minghui ordered. His team locked shields, creating an interlocking wall of hexagonal energy barriers. The remaining attackers threw everything they had at the wall, spells, arrows, and desperate strikes. But their attacks shattered harmlessly. The difference in power and coordination was insurmountable. With their enemy's momentum broken, Dao Minghui's team went on the offensive. Combat skill, flowing shadow. He and his elites became purple blurs, phasing through the battlefield. They converged on the defiant mage from before, their blades piercing him from multiple angles in a single, coordinated strike. He fell without a sound. Zhou Chen watched the one-sided conflict from his perch. "The competition this time is really fierce," he mused, understanding why the fragments were fetching such a high price. The grimoire stirred, sensing the loot. "Those guys probably have a dozen or so fragments. Should we make a move?" But Zhou Chen remained still. "Never mind. It wouldn't be good to show my face in front of Dao Minghui right now." He glanced up at the sky as the fissure began to warp and contract. The gateway was closing, with the major guilds wiping each other out and clearing the special monsters in the process. His own hunt had just become much simpler. "Looks like all the special monsters have been wiped out. Saves me the trouble." Below, the slaughter was complete. Dao Minghui stood over the defeated leader, his sword resting on the man's neck. "Do you still want to fight?" he asked, his voice laced with venomous superiority. The leader looked at his fallen comrades, his spirit broken. "We admit defeat," he choked out. "Give the fragments to them." Back in the Grand Hall, the air was thick with confusion. Why did it end in just 5 days? "It usually takes at least half a month," someone shouted. A nearby hunter offered the prevailing rumor. "I heard the company distributed some sort of Radiant Seeker, making finding fragments super fast." Zhou Chen stood amongst them, his face a neutral mask. Cascading blue notifications appeared, visible only to him. "Mission complete. Clear this shattered gold wasteland within 5 days. Reward, 150,000 souls." Another followed. "Hidden mission complete. Defeat 500 plus special monsters. Total reward, 300,000 souls." A wave of relief washed over him. His soul reserves, nearly emptied by the forced rank up, were full once more. He had his safety net back. A hand touched his shoulder. Zhou Chen. He turned to find Lin Yu, her eyes wide with utter shock as she scanned him. "You broke through to C rank?" she exclaimed, her voice barely a whisper. "Just in these past few days?" He offered a casual shrug, the picture of nonchalance. "Yeah, ran into some stuff inside. Managed to break through by a stroke of luck." Her shock melted into a wry, appreciative smile. "Looks like this trip really wasn't a waste for you. By the way, about that matter earlier, thank you," she said, her voice softer. "With that thing, finding fragments on my end went a lot smoother." Zhou Chen dismissed her gratitude. "You've helped me a lot, senior. This is just a small matter." Lin Yu's smile was radiant. "The Golden Radiance Fisher. I'm looking forward to your performance. It was a clear challenge, an invitation to a much larger stage. A confident smirk touched Zhou Chen's lips as he met her gaze. "I won't disappoint you." With a final, satisfied smile, Lin Yu turned and walked away. She had seen the raw potential she was scouting for, and now the real test was about to begin. The board was set for the Golden Radiance Fisher, and she had just found her ace. The news cycle exploded. On screens everywhere, the headlines burned. The shattered gold wasteland, an event that typically lasted weeks, had been cleared in a record-breaking 5 days. This meant every last golden brilliance fragment was now in the hands of the various factions. With the rift not opening until the next day, it created an unprecedented scenario. Every major player would enter the final stage simultaneously. A news broadcast featured an exclusive interview with a top executive of the corporate alliance, Qin Daoyi. The reporter wasted no time. "Mr. Qin, we've heard that the corporation's newly developed brilliance tracker played a key role in this. Is that true?" Qin Daoyi gave a smooth, practiced smile. "Yes, although it's still in the internal trial phase, the results have been quite impressive." The reporter pressed on, bringing up the rumors of trackers and fragments being sold on the open market. As he spoke, Zhou Chen walked down a quiet hall, the interview playing on his phone. Qin Daoyi's voice was firm, denying any corporate involvement and stating that they had solid leads on the illegal sales. He gave the standard corporate line, claiming it wasn't appropriate to reveal any more details. Back in his apartment, Zhou Chen watched the broadcast with a grim expression. The corporation has leads? His first thought was of Lin Yu. Could she get caught in the fallout? Just then, his phone buzzed with an incoming call. It was his associate, practically shouting with excitement. "Boss, we hit the jackpot. I tallied the net profit, and it's over 16 million G." Zhou Chen remained perfectly calm. "Calm down. Did you see the news?" he asked, cutting through the man's excitement. He explained the situation, but his associate was unfazed. "Don't worry, boss. I've got everything locked down. Even if they investigate, they'll only track down some freelance oracles. They could never trace it back to us." Assured, Zhou Chen ended the call after his associate promised to transfer his cut. With the call ended, Zhou Chen finally allowed himself to relax, falling back onto his bed. 16 million G, a breakthrough to C rank, and a future signing bonus from Shenhua. For the first time, his crushing debt felt manageable. But he couldn't get complacent. The guild admission process was on hold until after the Golden Brilliance Rift. For now, that was his sole focus. He summoned a system window, intermediate shop. With his soul reserves replenished to 461,750, it was time to spend. The prices were staggering. 100,000 for a skill, 150,000 for a rift fragment. He hadn't looked closely since unlocking it, but now he understood the cost of power at this level. Still, most were one-time purchases, a justifiable expense for a permanent upgrade. His eyes landed on a skill, Abyss Corrosion. It was an Abyss series skill that imbued attacks with a persistent damage over time effect. This was the perfect solution for enemies immune to his fear-based abilities. Without hesitation, he confirmed the purchase. Souls, minus 100,000. His balance dropped, but his arsenal grew. Next, he selected Weapon Upgrade. For 80,000 souls, it was a direct enhancement to his combat effectiveness, a solid investment for his fighting style. The transaction processed instantly. Satisfied with his preparations, he laid back on the bed, a confident smile spreading across his face. That should do it. He was ready. The next day, beneath the shimmering canopy of the World Tree in Central City, throngs of hunters gathered, their faces tilted up in awe. The massive, ethereal tree crackled with energy, its light pulsing in time with the crowd's anxious heartbeats. The air hummed with raw power and anticipation. Lin Yu approached Zhou Chen, a confident smile on her face. "You're here. Perfect timing. Let me introduce you." She gestured to a diverse group of 6 hunters. White Crow, Amber, Shigang, Jiangyan, Qiyu. These 6, just like you, are the formidable new generation I've recruited for Shenhua. Zhou Chen studied the faces of his new teammates. Trustworthy, he thought, recalling Lin Yu's earlier confession that she had almost no one left in Shenhua. The truth was clear. This wasn't just a team of rookies. This was her personal army, cultivated to be loyal only to her. The whip-wielding girl, Qiyu, stepped forward with a wide grin. "Zhou Chen, right? The boss told us all about you. We'll be counting on you." Her outstretched hand triggered a flicker of a memory for Zhou Chen, a girl from his past, an unwelcome echo. He paused, his expression momentarily blank. "See? You're always so loud and obnoxious. You scared him," Jiang Yin chided. Shiyu looked flustered, but Zhou Chen quickly recovered, shaking off the memory. He smiled smoothly and took her hand. "It's fine. I just remembered some old acquaintances. Leave it to me." A sneering voice cut in. "Yo, is the young miss holding a welcome party?" Dao Minghui sauntered over, his eyes locking onto Zhou Chen. "Isn't this that pretty boy from last time?" He gestured to the fragment on Zhou Chen's hand. "I don't recall seeing your name on the distribution list. Don't tell me you bought that thing on the outside." Shiyu bristled, ready to throw a punch. "Huh, can I hit him? I've been sick of this guy for a while." Jiang Yin grabbed her arm, holding her back. "Forget it. The time isn't right." Before the situation could escalate, a new voice interjected, and a man named Xinghe clapped Dao Minghui on the shoulder. "It doesn't matter how you got the fragment. Getting your hands on one is a skill in itself." A studious-looking woman holding a book, Qin Mo, added her support. "I agree. Having those kinds of connections counts as a form of strength." She fixed Dao Minghui with a cool, sharp gaze. "Dao Minghui, you're the least qualified person here to judge him, aren't you?" The pointed remark struck home, and he fell silent, a bead of sweat tracing its way down his temple. Dao Minghui couldn't believe it. Xinghe was one thing, but for Qin Mo to step up for this kid, he seethed with indignation. As the group's internal politics played out, another man, a hulking warrior with wild blue hair, suddenly turned his attention to Zhou Chen. His eyes narrowed, a flash of energy glowing in his irises. A faint shadow of dark energy swirled around Zhou Chen, visible only to the warrior's enhanced senses. His eyes widened. "See rank?" he murmured, impressed. "Breaking through in such a short time. You really are qualified to join our Shanhua." He paused, his expression hardening. "However, if you think this level is enough to carry the weight of Shanhua, you are far from ready." Dao Minghui's head snapped up. "C rank." He remembered Zhou Chen being a mere D rank level 1 in the wasteland. It all clicked. The protection from Xinghe, the defense from Qin Mo. It wasn't about connections. Those two old foxes must have their eyes on his talent, he realized, grinding his teeth in frustration. Suddenly, a thunderous crack echoed from the world tree. The simmering tensions were instantly forgotten as a wave of pure golden energy washed over the assembled hunters. The trunk of the great tree split apart, revealing a blinding, swirling portal. Someone in the crowd shouted what everyone was thinking. "It's open. The rift is open." The final battle was about to begin. This strip is a chapter title, logo, and credits page. It has been filtered and will not be included in the narrative. The moment the Golden Radiance rift opened, it was chaos. Hunters surged forward, a tidal wave of ambition and steel, each team desperate to gain an advantage. As Dao Minghui's squad charged ahead, Lin Yu placed a firm hand on Zhou Chen's arm. "Ignore him," she commanded, her voice a calm anchor in the storm of frantic energy. The first move was not always the best one. Lin Yu laid out the strategy. "The arrival points are different depending on the time of entry," she explained. "We're entering in time batches to cover more ground and maximize exploration efficiency." It was a simple but effective plan, turning the chaotic race into a calculated division of territory. Zhou Chen watched another team vanish into the light, understanding the logic. In a place like this, intelligence was as valuable as strength. Finally, it was their turn. Zhou Chen, Lin Yu, and her hand-picked team stepped into the portal. A disorienting flash of gold washed over them, and the world dissolved. They rematerialized on cracked stone, surrounded by the majestic ruins of a forgotten civilization. "Whoa," Shiyu gasped, taking in the alien sky. "So this is the Golden Radiance Rift?" Zhou Chen's gaze fell upon the grand structure before them. "What's that?" Lin Yu smiled, a hint of satisfaction in her eyes. "Looks like our luck isn't bad. This is the third side hall, one of the richest resource points in the entire rift." She confirmed his unspoken question. There were others. To be exact, there are 12 side halls in total, arranged in a ring. Lin Yu projected an image of the rift's layout for the team. A grand central palace, connected by ethereal bridges to 12 surrounding manors. The main hall is the true key to this rift. Legend says a pillar of inheritance lies within, granting incomparable strength. But there was a catch. To open it, one must gather all 12 keys from the side halls. With oracles from across the world competing, it will be a fierce battle. Even so, each hall was a treasure trove in its own right. There was no time to waste. As Lin Yu spoke, Zhou Chen felt a prickle of familiarity from the golden energy suffusing the air. A question formed on his lips, but it was drowned out by a sudden, violent surge from within him. The grimoire, his malevolent partner, pulsed with an ancient, seething rage. It recognized this place. It recognized its enemy. A dark silhouette formed in Zhou Chen's mind, the evil god's voice roaring directly into his soul. Abundance. So it was you. The grimoire shuddered in his hands, its voice of venomous command. Kid, this time, no matter what, you must enter the main hall. I will finish that guy off with my own hands. A system notification burned across his vision, sharp and absolute. Mission: gather all the keys and enter the main hall. Snapping back to reality, Zhou Chen followed the team as they pushed open the towering doors of the third hall. The sight that greeted them was breathtaking. Piles of gold, chests overflowing with jewels, and priceless artifacts carpeted the floor of a vast chamber. It was a treasure hoard beyond the wildest dreams of any hunter. Whoa, we struck it rich. Shiyu cheered, ready to dive into the fortune. But amidst the glittering gold, a single object commanded attention, a small, green artifact, pulsing with a steady light. So that's the key, someone murmured. It looked deceptively simple, almost mundane compared to the riches surrounding it. The key itself isn't special, Jiang Yan confirmed, her eyes narrowed. The troublesome part is the seal around it, as well as. Her voice trailed off as the green energy around the key flared. It twisted and coalesced, pulling dust and rubble from the floor to form hulking, stone monstrosities with glowing red eyes. The palace guards. For Shiyu, this was no cause for alarm. It was a cause for celebration. I was worried it would be boring, she grinned, a wild light in her eyes. Perfect timing. With a battle cry, she charged, her twin axes slamming into the golem's torso with a deafening clang. Rock grated against steel, but the guard didn't even flinch. It's not over yet. She roared, her battle lust igniting. A blue aura flared around her as she activated a combat skill. Soul Ignition, a status window flickered in her vision. As her attacks increased in number, her speed and strength would continuously climb, up to a maximum of 210%. She became a whirlwind of strikes, each blow hitting harder than the last. Even with her power boosted, Shiyu's relentless assault was met with overwhelming force. The golem swatted her away like a fly. But before the blow could land, Gang, the team's tank, threw himself in the way, his shield groaning under the impact. As the front line buckled, Jiang Yan acted. Don't waste your energy, he yelled, launching crackling red chains that bound the golem in place. The chains strained, but they held. Jiang Yan focused his power. Combat skill, Prairie Fire Spark. Each link of the chain erupted in a small explosion, chipping away at the golem's stone exterior. The strategy worked. The blast revealed a glowing, patterned core in the creature's head. It's in the head, Jiang Yan shouted. Aim for the head. With a clear target, the team's damage dealers moved as one. Understood. White Crow, the swordsman, unleashed a flurry of wind-infused slashes. Simultaneously, Amber, the archer, leaped into the air, loosing an arrow crackling with purple energy. Both attacks struck the core in a perfectly timed pincer movement, shattering it instantly. The light in the golem's eyes flickered and died. With its power source destroyed, it became a simple stone statue. The rest of the team rushed in, their own blades and spells striking true, reducing the once menacing guardian to a pile of crumbling rock and dust. The first obstacle was cleared. The team's healer rushed forward to check on the frontline fighters. Zhou Chen watched the efficient display, a new appreciation for the squad forming. Everyone has gotten a lot stronger, he noted quietly to Lin Yu. She glanced at him, a flicker of pride in her sharp gaze. You noticed it too? This was her design, her carefully selected force, proving their worth. Their respite was brief. A shift in the light at the grand entrance drew their attention. Looks like we'll be entertaining new guests, Lin Yu murmured, her voice losing its warmth. Silhouetted against the rift's glow stood another team, the same group with the menacing, eye-patch-wearing leader. Their first competitors had arrived. This strip is an advertisement, an outro. It has been filtered and will not be included in the narrative. One of the men from the rival team stepped forward, his eyes burning with resentment. You Shanhua people have repeatedly stolen our fragments in the shattered gold wasteland, he declared, his voice dripping with old animosity. We're going to settle this score today. The eye-patch-wearing leader gripped his massive sword, a cruel smirk on his face. Seeing the confrontation escalate, she used battle instincts flared as she called out to her leader, "Boss!" Lin Yu turned, her expression one of utter disdain. "I was wondering who it was," she said, her voice like ice. "So it's just a sore loser." She didn't even give them the respect of a direct gaze. "Only daring to attack when our forces are scattered, and you think you have the guts to talk about revenge?" The insult struck home. The eye-patch-wearing leader's face contorted in a snarl of pure fury. "Don't get so cocky," he roared, his rage exploding. "I just broke through to A rank too. With this many people, you think I'm scared of just you?" His patience had vanished, replaced by a lust for battle. "Kill them," he commanded, leading the charge himself. His blade, now wreathed in a crimson aura, swung toward Lin Yu. He channeled his power, unleashing his signature skill. Void-rending slash. A blade of pure, destructive energy shot across the hall. But Lin Yu was faster. With a subtle shift, she dodged the main thrust, her own power erupting from the ground. A jagged wall of crystalline ice materialized in an instant, stopping the deadly slash cold. The leader stared in disbelief as his attack shattered harmlessly against the ice. "Just broke through to A rank?" Lin Yu mused, her voice calm and analytical. "No wonder you're so arrogant." Her eyes, glowing with a chilling blue light, narrowed. "However, there is a vast difference even among A ranks." Before he could react, she released her power. A torrent of frigid energy flooded the chamber, not as a direct attack, but as an overwhelming pressure wave. The leader turned in horror to see his teammates, caught in the icy blast, frozen solid in their tracks. He was alone. "Still have the luxury to worry about others?" Lin Yu's voice echoed from right behind him. He spun, swinging his blade wildly at the space she had just occupied. But she was already gone, reappearing several feet away, watching his futile attack with cold amusement. He had completely lost track of her. Gasping, the leader recognized the impossible gap in their abilities. As expected of the Lord of Winter, he conceded, a new resolve hardening his features. "But I haven't survived this long on just luck alone." He roared, and a violent, fiery energy erupted from his body. Skill, flame demon possession, a demonic avatar of fire coalesced around him, granting him terrifying new power. Empowered by the demon, he launched a furious assault. He became a blur of motion, his flaming fists and demonic slashes forcing Lin Yu onto the defensive. For the first time, she was parrying and dodging, the sheer ferocity of his attacks driving her back across the marble floor. The leader taunted her. "Is hiding all you can do?" He focused all of the demon's power into his weapon, raising it high for a decisive blow. His sword transformed into a massive, jagged blade of pure flame. Flame demon slash. He brought the weapon down, aiming to incinerate Lin Yu where she stood. Faced with the overwhelming attack, Lin Yu's expression remained unchanged. She simply raised a single hand, and a wave of blue energy swirled before her. It coalesced into a perfect, crystalline shield. Skill, ice mirror reflection. The fiery slash met the ice, and instead of shattering it, the attack was completely nullified, its energy absorbed and dissipated in a flash of light. The leader staggered back, breathing heavily, his demon form flickering. His body was covered in frostbite. "Strange," he gasped, confused. "I just unleashed such powerful flames. So why? Is it still so cold?" A horrifying realization dawned as he looked at his own hands, which were now covered in spreading ice crystals. He was freezing from the inside out. "The cold air I release conceals countless microscopic shards of ice," Lin Yu explained, her voice devoid of emotion as she walked towards him. "And yet, you never even noticed." The man fell to his knees, his body succumbing to the creeping frost. "That is the difference between you and me." Watching from the sidelines, Zhou Chen analyzed the battle with a professional eye. He finally understood the true nature of her power. It wasn't about raw output, it was about absolute precision. At that moment, Yu and the rest of the team returned, their own battles won. "Boss, we've taken care of things on our end," she yelled, charging forward. "We're coming to help." Her voice trailed off as she saw the result. The entire enemy squad stood before them, perfectly preserved as statues of ice. She could only stare in awe, as expected of the boss. With the intruders neutralized, the team returned to the task at hand. Jiang Yin placed her hand on the pulsating green seal protecting the key. This seal is more complex than I expected, she reported grimly. To completely break it, it will take about 3 days. 3 days? That's too long, Lin Yu stated, her expression hardening. She identified the defeated intruders. That group from just now was from the Red Line Academy, one of the 5 great academies. She knew their reputation well. Their academy never teaches its skills to outsiders, and they place immense value on camaraderie. Since these people haven't returned, the rest of their group will likely come looking for them. The implication was clear. A much larger, more coordinated force was on its way. Then what should we do? Shiyu asked, knowing they couldn't just abandon the hall. Lin Yu immediately took command. Mingcheng, notify the other members. Have them regroup at the 3rd side hall immediately. Assign people to transport out all the resources we can carry. We'll secure the key at the end. But as her subordinate moved to obey, a calm, confident voice echoed from the hall's entrance. There's no need for all that trouble. The team turned as one. Zhou Chen recognized the voice instantly. A man in sunglasses stepped into the light, flanked by 2 imposing figures. It was Amir, the leader of the reinforcements Lin Yu had just predicted. Just as Lin Yu finished giving orders, a new voice cut through the tension. Amir, the leader from Red Line Academy, stepped forward. Relax. I'm not here to pick a fight this time, he said, his sunglasses hiding his eyes. Zhou Chen stood his ground, skeptical. Then what do you want? Amir stared him down, a single word hanging in the air. Cooperation. Amir laid out his proposal, his tone pragmatic. You guys break the seal? He began, making it clear this wasn't a selfless offer. Zhou Chen, ever wary, cut to the chase. Help us? What's in it for you? Amir gestured around the hall. Because we also want to enter the main hall. If the key is taken out of the rift, it benefits no one. Our interests simply align, that's all. Lin Yu considered his words, her expression cold and calculating. True, she conceded. The circumstances are special this year. If we don't hold a single key, we'll be left at a disadvantage. The impromptu alliance was formed. She immediately pivoted, issuing new commands with crisp authority. Yinshi, start analyzing the seal right now. Mingcheng, explain the situation with the keys as well. Tell them now is not the time for infighting. Shiyu, still processing the rapid turn of events, leaned in. Boss, is there really no other way into the main hall besides using the keys? Lin Yu confirmed her fears. Yeah, it's the only way. A shadow passed over her face as she explained the deadly stalemate that had plagued this rift for years. If someone sneaks a key out, its power gradually fades until it becomes useless. Those who can't win, but don't want others to either, often resort to this method. That's the main reason the hall has never been opened. Amir chimed in, reinforcing the urgency. But like you just said, this year is an exception. Since the Shattered Gold Wasteland ended early, all the factions have come fully prepared. He scanned the faces around him. Everyone is here for the main hall. When the time comes, I'm afraid not even a mosquito will be able to fly out of here. One of the younger members scoffed. This so-called inheritance, what if it's just a myth? His negativity was promptly silenced with a sharp smack from a teammate. Shut up. Lin Yu's voice cut through the dissent, sharp and absolute. No. She looked at her team, the weight of her family's history in her eyes. The intel is real. Before my father disappeared, he witnessed with his own eyes the people from the corporation opening the main hall and obtaining the inheritance. But as for what that power actually is, there's no way to verify it now. A wave of shock rippled through the group. Shiyu gasped that the former guild master went inside before. Even Amir seemed taken aback by the revelation, adjusting his sunglasses. This is the first time I'm hearing about this. The subordinate who had voiced his doubts looked ashamed. Sorry, boss. I had no idea. Lin Yu waved it off. It's fine, don't worry about it. With the truth revealed, a new fire lit within Lin Yu. Right now, the only way to find out the details is to enter the main hall, she declared, rallying her troops. This year is our most promising one yet. We have to seize this opportunity. Watching the scene unfold, Zhou Chen's mind raced. Having made his decision, Zhou Chen stepped forward. Lin Yu, I'm going to check out the other side halls. I can use this chance to investigate the other keys and the movements of the various factions. Lin Yu nodded in agreement. All right, we'll stay here and protect Guiyanshi while she breaks the seal. Be careful out there on your own. Don't push yourself too hard if you run into danger. Zhou Chen simply replied, Got it. Meanwhile, in another desolate, icy section of the rift, the battle had just ended for another Shenhua squad. Their formidable leader, Pujuan, stood over the fallen. A messenger rushed towards them, shouting, "We've received news from Linyu. The third side hall has been secured, but the key will take 3 days to unseal. She's requesting backup." Without a moment's hesitation, Pujuan turned to his men. "Let's go. To the third side hall." Wait a minute," a blonde-haired subordinate cried out, looking at the spoils of their recent battle. "Are we just leaving all the stuff inside behind?" Pujuan turned, his eyes flashing with cold fury. If Lin Yu is asking for backup, it means what she's currently doing affects the development of the entire guild. If you can't even make that basic judgment, I really don't know how your father taught you. He then addressed the others, his voice booming. "Pack up these resources and keep up with Pujuan." In yet another ruined courtyard, a different kind of negotiation was taking place. A charismatic leader in a white coat, Shen Xinghe, addressed a coalition of smaller teams. He leaned against a dead tree, his tone condescendingly reasonable. "You all should know very well that with your current strength, you won't be able to hold on to a key even if you get one," he stated bluntly, "let alone collect all 12. One of the assembled warriors, wary but pragmatic, asked, "Then what are you suggesting?" Shen Xinghe smiled, extending a hand in a gesture of magnanimous offering. "You help me collect the keys, and I guarantee you'll get a share of the resources in this rift." His smile tightened. "As for the main hall, that's not something you should concern yourselves with." After a tense pause, the masked representative of the smaller teams reluctantly agreed. "Understood." A flicker of triumph shone in Shen Xinghe's eyes. Then it settled, he declared, sealing the one-sided alliance with a firm handshake. Another set of pawns had been moved into place on the chaotic chessboard of the rift. Back at Shen Xinghe's base camp, his second-in-command received a report. Lord Qin Mo and Dao Minghui have both gone to the third side hall. Shen Xinghe seems to be negotiating with people from other guilds. Should we also? Her commander cut her off. No need. She closed her book, her focus entirely on logistics. How is the harvesting of resources from the foreign factions going? The subordinate read from her own notes. "We've already collected over 300 pieces of golden brilliance ore and about 200 stalks of star energy grass, as well as a few scattered low-level skill stones." The commander was pleased. "Not bad, more than expected. Now that Pujuan is headed over, there's an 80% chance we won't even need to step in." She gave her final order. "Let's just gather as many resources from the outer areas as we can." As Zhou Chen raced through the crumbling corridors, the air vibrated with the clang of steel. He thought. He burst into a large chamber to find absolute chaos. Multiple factions had collided in a desperate free-for-all. Cries of "Everyone! Charge!" and "Let's take these corporation pawns down!" echoed as the battle for the rift's treasures descended into a bloody melee. The battle in the fourth hall was a brutal display of overwhelming force. Agents from the corporation, clad in sharp suits, moved with ruthless efficiency. They cut through the defending guild members like wraiths, their movements a blur of controlled violence. "You fiends!" a warrior screamed, his defiance cut short as he was swatted aside. It was a one-sided slaughter. The corporation's leader coolly assessed the remaining resistance. A skill activation registered across his vision. A blinding wave of energy erupted from his palm, tearing a massive trench through the stone floor. Bodies were thrown like rag dolls, and the hall fell silent under a cloud of dust and despair. The few survivors stared into the newly carved chasm, their will to fight completely shattered. "It's over. It's all over," one mumbled in shock. From the shadows, Zhou Chen analyzed the devastation. He watched as the elite squad formed a perimeter around the glowing key, making no move to break its seal. He mused. Concluding that a direct assault was suicide, he decided to withdraw. "We won't gain anything by rushing in. Let's check somewhere else." Outside, other factions buzzed about the tremendous burst of energy. "Did you see that white light?" one asked. "You could feel it from half a mile away." So these are the company's elites. Zhou Chen took a moment to strategize. With the corporation now in a standoff at the fourth hall, he would let the various factions exhaust themselves against each other while he continued his reconnaissance. At the fifth side hall, another guild was fraying at the seams. "This is already the third batch," their leader said, weary from the constant fighting. His subordinate exploded in frustration. "For days? You want us to risk our lives defending this for 4 days?" The pressure was mounting, and morale was hitting rock bottom. The leader tried to calm him down. "Panicking won't help. Our best analyst is on it, and I'll rotate guards." Just then, another member approached. By the way, someone from your guild came asking for reinforcements. The leader froze. What? I never sent for anyone. A sudden, chilling realization struck him. Something's wrong. There's an intruder, a guard screamed. A figure shrouded in dark energy blitzed past their defensive line, moving too fast to be stopped. The calls for reinforcements had been a diversion, a perfect feint to create an opening. Stop him, they yelled, but the phantom was already gone. Under the pale moonlight, Zhou Chen came to a halt in the ruins and deactivated his disguise. I didn't expect this mask from the shop to work so well, he murmured, peeling the item from his face. The illusion dissolved. It was an effective tool, but costly. The demonic grimoire materialized, its voice dripping with disdain. That group of people just now wasn't very strong. Why didn't we just kill them? Zhou Chen shook his head. Killing them would be useless. I can't break the seal anyway. We'll let them guard it for now. It won't be too late to steal it after Lin Yu gets the key to the third hall. The book seemed to ponder his words. Boss, you've been acting a bit off lately. Who exactly is this abundance? How could they make you so obsessed? A dark aura emanated from the book as it began to speak of its own past. Our demon god, Rage, was the supreme existence across all worlds, and I was once the most powerful among them. Images of a cosmic betrayal filled the air. They feared my power and united to besiege me. The demon god of abundance was one of them, the book explained. By a twist of fate, I fell into this world, my power scattered. This place, sheltered by the world tree, can block even demon gods. It completely shattered our understanding of reality. The grimoire's voice hardened with resolve. I slumbered for eons, forgotten. But now, they have found a way to intervene, to destroy me completely. How could I just sit and wait for death? Zhou Chen looked at the floating book, piecing it all together. So, you were kicked out by your own kind because you were too strong? It seems demon gods' thought processes aren't that different from us humans. The book bristled. Are you looking down on me? Zhou Chen smiled faintly. No, in my world, there were also people ostracized for being better than those around them. This is the first time you've told me about your past. I feel like I understand you a bit better now. Flustered, the book snapped. Glib talker, hurry up and get to work. Zhou Chen chuckled. Understood. His reconnaissance continued. He observed the sixth hall, where factions were still locked in a bloody struggle. The seventh hall was quiet, its ruin guards cleared but the seal untouched. At the eighth hall, a team had just begun the 4-day unsealing process. Every key was a different piece on an increasingly complicated board. Finally, he arrived at the massive doors of the ninth hall. Pushing them open, he was met with an eerie silence. The hall was pristine, with piles of untouched resources and treasure chests lining the walls. There were no bodies, no signs of a fight. He walked down the long hall, his footsteps echoing in the quiet. He approached the central pedestal where the key should have been resting. His eyes widened in sudden, horrifying realization as he stared at the bare stone. The key, it's gone. He walked into the pristine ninth hall, his mind racing. There were no bodies, no scorch marks, not a single sign of a fight. As he stood lost in thought, the demonic grimoire materialized with an impatient thrum. Hey, what are you zoning out for? The book's voice sharpened into a warning. You're being targeted. Zhou Chen's senses screamed in agreement as a figure emerged from the shadows, clad in the corporation's signature suit. The man's greatsword crackled with violent purple energy as he leveled it at Zhou Chen. He wondered, his hand reflexively going to his own weapon. The agent lunged, his electrified blade slicing through the air. Steel met steel with a deafening clang as Zhou Chen parried, a small crystal barrier shattering from the impact. But he was not alone. From the periphery, 2 more agents closed in, their movements synchronized and lethal, aiming to surround him. With a flick of his wrist, Zhou Chen activated a skill. A surge of chaotic energy erupted from the floor, throwing the agents off balance. From the swirling vortex, monstrous forms began to coalesce. A brutish, winged demon and a gargantuan fiend materialized, their glowing eyes fixed on the startled corporate soldiers. One agent scoffed at the display, summoning, "Don't be afraid. This kid's star energy should be below ours. His summons can't be that strong." He charged, swinging his sword, only for it to be stopped cold by the winged demon's massive arm. The agent's confidence shattered as he stared up at the creature that had effortlessly nullified his attack. Zhou Chen didn't waste the opening. A system notification flashed. A new, stronger blade materialized in his hand, and he lunged forward, the blue energy of his own power flaring. The spiky-haired agent barely managed to block the strike, his eyes wide with shock. What? Their blades locked in a furious exchange. Did you guys take the key? Zhou Chen demanded, his attacks relentless. The agent grit his teeth, snarling, "You think I'd tell you?" In response, shadowy tendrils erupted from the floor around them, lashing out and ensnaring the other agents before they could react. The lead agent stared in disbelief as his men were thrown about like dolls. What is this now? Isn't his ability summoning? His tactical analysis was cut short as the winged demon slammed into him, sending him and his last subordinate flying across the hall. Panic set in. Retreat. Something's wrong with this kid, the agents yelled, scrambling to get away. But Zhou Chen gave no quarter. The dark tendrils pursued them relentlessly, wrapping around their limbs and hoisting them into the air before piercing through their bodies with brutal efficiency. Only the leader remained. Zhou Chen slammed him to the ground, the demonic gargoyle pinning him with its immense weight. A notification flared. Dark energy coated his blade, a curse that would linger in any wound it inflicted. Trying to run? It won't be that easy. Leaning in, he activated another skill. Malevolent red eyes manifested behind him as his voice dropped to a terrifying whisper. I'll ask one more time. Did you take the key? The skill worked its magic, breaking the agent's will completely. Why? Yes. He stammered, his body trembling. Where's it now? And how did you bypass the ruined guards? Zhou Chen pressed. The agent spilled everything. The key has already been brought back to the main forces. To undo the seal, we used. Before he could reveal the secret, the agent's eyes shot open in horror. Veins of golden light cracked across his skin as he let out a guttural scream. "You are GHHH," he cried out, recognizing the energy surging within him. Hey, abundance. The power of abundance. The man's body erupted in a blinding explosion of holy light, incinerating him instantly. Zhou Chen leaped back, shielding his eyes from the blast. As the light faded, the grimoire spoke, its tone grim. This is the power of abundance. It's obvious they're silencing witnesses, but for the timing to be this exact. The book continued its analysis as the agent's remains turned to ash. It might be some kind of contract, just like the one we signed. Once a taboo is violated, the punishment is carried out immediately. Zhou Chen's expression hardened as the pieces fell into place. The corporation had made a pact with the demon god of abundance, and only a select few, those who could wield its power, were capable of breaking the ruined seals. A sudden footstep echoed from the entrance of the hall. Zhou Chen turned, his guard instantly up, to see his silhouette in the doorway. "It's you?" the figure exclaimed. As he stepped into the light, Zhou Chen recognized him. "You're Wanli." The muscular man smiled. "It's me. I really didn't expect to see you here." Zhou Chen surveyed the empty hall, then looked back at his old acquaintance. "Wait, are you here alone?" Wanli nodded. "Yeah," but his friendly demeanor vanished, replaced by sheer terror. "We have to run right now? Come with me." He pointed frantically toward the horizon. Marching over the hills was an army, the corporation's main forces, advancing on their position. The doors to the 9th hall burst open, and the corporation's main force strode in. Led by a commander in dark sunglasses, they surveyed the scene, their advance team, dead or dying on the pristine floor. One agent rushed to a survivor. "Commander, someone's here." The commander moved with cold speed, grabbing a wounded agent by the collar. He lifted the man effortlessly, his voice a low growl. "What happened?" One of the subordinates stared at a fallen comrade in disbelief. Who did this? But the commander was unmoved by the loss of his men. "It doesn't matter," he declared, his arms crossed. "That person already got the key, anyway. All that's left is to clear out the resources here. They died because they were too weak. We'll continue with the original plan." Meanwhile, Zhou Chen and Wanli were already sprinting through the ruins' outer courtyard. "You just pulled me out of there," Zhou Chen said, his breathing even. "What if I was with the corporation?" Wanli glanced back, a grim confidence on his face. "You aren't. I saw you take care of those agents. But if you knew, why didn't you let me ambush them inside? We might have gotten some keys." Wan Li's expression darkened with a painful memory. "We thought about fighting back, too, but it only resulted in the annihilation of our entire guild." He explained that beyond the A-rank commander, there was someone else, a being of unfathomable power. "My companions and I went all out, but couldn't even put a scratch on him." He has a special ability that can instantly undo seals. He's probably the one who took the key. They stopped at the top of a crumbling staircase. I originally planned to escape to the 9th hall and use the other factions there to pit them against each other, Wanli admitted. But you were the only one there. Zhou Chen processed the information. So, the corporation had someone who could bypass the ruins' protections. I'm planning to regroup with my companions, Zhou Chen stated. What are you going to do now? Wanli looked toward the desolate horizon. I'm going to look for any of my own who might have escaped. They might be looking for me, too. They exchanged a brief nod. Take care. Yeah. Elsewhere, outside the 3rd side hall, a frantic battle was raging. Lin's companions fought desperately against a seemingly endless horde of armored warriors. The clash of steel echoed through the ruins as they were pushed back, overwhelmed by sheer numbers. It never ends. One of them grunted, parrying another strike. Suddenly, a colossal arc of energy tore through the enemy ranks, carving a path of destruction. A new figure entered the fray, a mountain of a man with wild hair and eyes that blazed with power. With a guttural roar of "Die," he cut down an enemy as if he were nothing, his presence shifting the entire battlefield. One of Lin's men recognized him instantly. That's Shenhua's Pejuan. As if to answer, Pejuan slammed his great sword into the ground. A system notification flashed through the air. The earth itself seemed to groan as an immense pressure crushed every enemy combatant, forcing them to their knees. So heavy, I can't move, they cried out, pinned and helpless. With his opponents immobilized, Pejuan became a reaper. He moved through the gravity field with contemptuous ease, his great sword a blur of motion. He parried a desperate lunge, shattering the man's blade before cutting him down. He was a force of nature, an unstoppable juggernaut clearing the field of all opposition. Watching from the sidelines, one of the fighters cracked his knuckles, eager to join the fray. But a suited man put a hand out to stop him. I'd advise you not to interfere. The fighter bristled at the condescension, but the man calmly explained, Lord Pejuan is really enjoying himself right now. He'll be very angry if anyone else interferes. He might even cut you down as well. The warning hung in the air, heavy and absolute. The group watched in stunned silence. Is that Shenhua's strongest heir? One murmured. The last remaining enemy crawled away, screaming, a monster, before Pejuan's blade ended his terror. The warrior stood over the corpse, looking bored. Lin called us over for these kinds of enemies? He then turned his attention to the onlookers. Hm, are they from Country E? Lin's companions tensed as Pejuan bellowed. Hey. He strode toward them, his sheer size casting a long shadow. He leaned down, his gaze piercing and predatory. I heard you help out without charging a fee. What exactly are you after? His question was not a query, but a demand, a challenge from one apex predator to another. Pejuan, the colossus from Shenhua, towered over Lin's companions, his shadow eclipsing the ruined courtyard. His voice was a low rumble, laced with suspicion. I heard you people from Country E help out without asking for anything in return, he began, his gaze piercing. What are you really after? The accusation struck a nerve. One of Lin's men lunged forward, his face contorted in anger. How dare you accuse us of having ulterior motives? Another's fists ignited with fiery energy, ready for conflict. Boss, let's take him down, one snarled, but the suited man calmly held them back. With a raised hand, the suited man addressed Pejuan directly, his tone grave. The prophet foresaw a world-ending disaster, he explained, a vision of a blindfolded woman bathed in light flashing through his mind. Our operation is to prevent that power from shattering its shackles and descending upon Novus. When that happens, the entire world will be swallowed by a forbidden power. Pejuan's expression remained skeptical. Are you saying the inheritance in the main hall is actually a world-ending disaster? The suited man met his gaze without flinching. That's right. A low scoff escaped Pejuan's lips. What a bunch of mystical nonsense, Pejuan grumbled, turning away dismissively. His patience for prophecies was thin, his faith was in strength alone. He barked an order to his own followers. Why are you guys just standing around? Hurry inside the hall and help clear out the supplies. His men snapped to attention, replying with a unified, understood. As Pejuan's men moved out, Lin's companions breathed a collective sigh of relief. Phew, good thing a fight didn't break out, one of them muttered. I wouldn't even know whose side to take. But the calm was shattered when their leader's eyes narrowed. Someone's coming. A A figure descended from the sky, landing with practiced ease. It was Zhou Chen, his face etched with urgency. "Gather everyone," he yelled, his voice echoing across the courtyard. "The key to the ninth hall has been taken." The announcement hit like a shockwave, stunning every person present, from Lin's team to the mighty Pajuan himself. Inside the relative safety of a hall, Lin processed the dire news, her brow furrowed in thought. If that's the case, the corporation has at least 2 keys now. The suited man from Shenhua's group stood nearby, his usual calm demeanor strained. "This is going to be troublesome," he conceded. "To think the corporation has methods even more impressive than Yanxi's." Pajuan crossed his powerful arms, a predatory grin spreading across his face. "If so, why don't we just take the initiative and snatch the keys back?" Zhou Chen interjected with caution. "Word is, there's an exceptionally powerful individual in their main task force." But Pajuan was not deterred. "We won't know how strong they really are until we fight them." His very being vibrated with the anticipation of a worthy battle. Pajuan's eyes narrowed, sweeping over his forces. "Besides, the enemies around here have already been pretty much cleared out," he declared, making his decision. "Dao Mingwei, take your men and stay behind to guard the hall. Everyone else, get ready. March with me and flatten the 4th hall." A blonde-haired man named Yanxi stepped forward, his face a mask of indignation at being left behind. Pajuan and his chosen warriors strode past Yanxi without a second glance, their heavy footfalls echoing their purpose. Yanxi was left standing alone, his fists clenched and his teeth gritted in silent fury. The disrespect was a palpable insult, stoking the fires of his ambition and resentment. In another hall, a different scene unfolded. Lin held up a glowing crystal, a triumphant smile on her face. "We finally got our hands on the first key." Her companion, a girl with blue pigtails, grinned excitedly. "Where to next?" It was Yanxi who answered, his arms crossed, his earlier humiliation now channeled into a new plan. "Now that we have the key, there's no need to waste any more time here," he stated. "When Pajuan and I came here, we passed by the 1st and 2nd halls. We might as well go scavenge some supplies. Who knows, we might even snatch a key." Lin's expression grew worried. "But Pajuan has been gone to the 4th hall for so long now. I have a bad feeling about this." Yanxi scoffed dismissively. "Tisk, it's not like you don't know how strong that guy is. If you're scared, just say so. I'll take my men and go myself." He turned, his back to them, his voice filled with desperate bravado. "Once I bring that key back, let's see who dares to look down on me." With his hooded retainers in tow, Yanxi marched away, leaving Zhou Chen and Lin behind. The air grew heavy with unspoken concern. Finally, Zhou Chen turned to Lin. "Something is definitely wrong on Pajuan's end," he said, his intuition screaming at him. "Let's go together." The suited man from Pajuan's group stepped forward, flanked by Lin's men. "We'll go too," he offered. "Since we're going up against the corporation now, we can't afford to split our main combat forces." He glanced in the direction Yanxi had gone with a hint of disdain. "As for that rich kid, let him do whatever he wants." Meanwhile, Yanxi and his team arrived at the 2nd side hall, only to find it utterly desolate. Bodies were strewn about, but every valuable item had been stripped clean. "Boss, we've searched this entire place inside and out, and there's nothing," one of his men reported. Yanxi slammed his foot down in a fit of rage. "Curses! How did everyone clear this place out so fast?" As Yanxi fumed, a faint glimmer of light caught his eye, pulsing from the chest of a fallen warrior. Confused, he knelt down and cautiously drew a dagger. Prodding the body, he uncovered the source of the light. His eyes widened in disbelief. It was a key, a golden, crystalline key, humming with power in his hand. A slow grin spread across his face, quickly turning into manic laughter. "A key? This is a key. Huh, the heavens are truly on my side." He turned to his men, brandishing the key like a trophy. "Hey, did you see that?" His triumphant shout was met with silence. A sudden, chilling sound, a triple slash, cut through the air. Blood sprayed. He looked on in horror as his men collapsed, their throats slit. Before he could react, a searing pain erupted in his chest as a blade was driven deep into his own body. A figure emerged from the shadows, its eyes glowing with a malevolent red light. Yanxi choked, blood filling his mouth. "How dare you ambush the Shenhua Guild?" From his other side, a new assailant appeared, a smirk on his face as he plucked the key from Yanxi's weakening grasp. "Sorry about that," the man said, his voice dripping with mockery. This key doesn't belong to you. Driven by Lin's growing sense of foreboding, the newly formed alliance raced toward the fourth side hall. Their heavy footfalls echoed in the desolate, snow-dusted courtyard. They finally arrived, breathless, before its imposing doors. We finally arrived. The girl with blue pigtails panted, amazed. The distance between these halls is much farther than I thought. As they approached, the crimson grimoire, abundance, materialized by Zhou Chen's shoulder, its voice echoing only in his mind. Why didn't you tell them about me? It hissed. Zhou Chen's gaze remained fixed on the hall. Right now, our main goal is the key. He thought back, his focus unwavering. Telling them too much would only divide their attention and sow unnecessary panic. The great doors were sealed shut, and an unnatural silence permeated the area. There's no movement, the suited man from Shanhua observed grimly. Have Pajuan and his team already gone to the next side hall? Zhou Chen stepped forward, his senses on high alert. You guys stay here and stand guard, he ordered, his voice low. He would face what lay beyond alone. The moment Zhou Chen pushed the doors open, a collective gasp escaped the group. The grand hall was a slaughterhouse. Blood pooled on the flagstones, and bodies were strewn across the floor like discarded dolls. My God, one of them whispered in horror. All of them are Pajuan's people. The sigils identifying them as the Shanhua Guild's Pajuan squad were unmistakable. The team's healer rushed forward, her hands glowing with restorative light, but she fell back in despair. Unable to heal, everyone is dead. Amidst the carnage and the crushing weight of their failure, a single question hung in the air. Where was Lord Pajuan? Zhou Chen's eyes swept the scene, his analysis cold and immediate. The key was taken, just like the situation in the ninth hall, abundance noted. But this was different. There were no signs of a prolonged battle or an ambush. This was a swift, overwhelming suppression, likely by a single, terrifyingly powerful individual who had arrived after the main force. In that case, Zhou Chen concluded grimly, Pajuan's disappearance is almost certainly related to that person. The white-haired woman from Shanhua trembled, her sorrow twisting into a furious inferno. Blue energy erupted around her. How dare they hurt our Shanhua comrades like this? We absolutely cannot forgive them. She lunged toward the next doorway, but the suited man intercepted her. Stop, he commanded. You are not allowed to enter. Just then, another group emerged from the archway. The leader, a man with long brown hair, smiled warmly. Lin, I finally found you. Lin recognized him instantly. Xinxinghe, the A-rank intermediate operative from the Shanhua Guild, gestured to his men. I heard Pajuan came over first, so I found some helpers along the way, he explained smoothly. Since we've regrouped, let's hurry and find the next key. As the man turned to leave, Zhou Chen's voice cut through the air like ice. Wait a minute. Xinxinghe paused, his smile still in place. Zhou Chen's eyes narrowed. How did you know the key here was already taken? The facade shattered. Xinxinghe's friendly expression contorted into a maniacal sneer. TCH. I originally wanted to play with you guys a little longer, he snarled. What a sharp guy. The air crackled with hostility. A system prompt flared in the air as Xinxinghe attacked. He unleashed a barrage of spinning golden energy discs. Zhou Chen reacted instantly, his own skill activating in a swirl of darkness. Inky black tendrils shot from his fingertips, meeting the golden light head-on. The attacks collided in a violent explosion of light and shadow. Another of Lin's companions threw himself forward, creating a defensive barrier to block the shrapnel-like energy. Attacking directly with high-density star energy, he grunted, the power signature disturbingly familiar. The sheer force of the impact sent shockwaves through the ruined hall. At Xinxinghe's unspoken command, his so-called helpers charged Lin's group. Attack. The betrayal was absolute. Xinxinghe, are you crazy? The blue pigtail girl cried out, dodging a sword strike. Her armored companion slammed his warhammer into an opponent's shield. Stop wasting your breath on him, he roared. They came right for us. In the chaos, ethereal chains shot out and wrapped around Lin, binding her. The shock of being betrayed by a fellow guild member was paralyzing. Meanwhile, Xinxinghe gathered his power, a massive blade of energy forming above him as a skill window appeared. The blade, glowing with catastrophic power, began its descent. The white-haired woman from Shanhua met the attack head-on, her hands conjuring a storm of sharp, crystalline projectiles. The two colossal forces clashed in midair, shattering against each other in a blinding explosion. The shockwave tore across the courtyard, forcing everyone to brace themselves. Seeing an opening, the suited man with sunglasses moved with blinding speed, closing in on Shen Xinghe. He deflected a blade and was about to land a counterblow when Shen Xinghe's hand lit up, stopping him cold. The man gritted his teeth, barely parrying the strike with a shower of sparks. Shen Xinghe unleashed another attack, a skill window flashing into view. A devastating beam of golden energy erupted from his palm. The suited man's eyes widened behind his glasses in horrified recognition. That is the company's combat skill. Zhou Chen's voice rang out, confirming the unthinkable truth. Shen Xinghe is an undercover agent sent by the company. Heh, you finish one impossible task, and the evil god immediately hits you with a performance review. Classic middle management. So what's the play here? Liquidate your new assets for a quick payout, or start building the god's first corporate department. If you want to see which box he ticks, well, the next chapter's on laser manhua. So, you know? Shen Xinghe stood cloaked in golden light, his smile a mask of arrogance. 3 against 1, he sneered, looking down at Zhou Chen, Lin, and Amir. You're giving me far too much credit. Fury, cold and sharp, radiated from Lin. Did you kill our comrades in the 4th hall? She demanded. Shen Xinghe's smile widened into a predatory grin. What do you think? He taunted, his hand igniting with star energy. That was all the confirmation she needed. With a cry of pure rage, Lin's sorrow for her fallen comrades twisted into a weapon. A blade of crystalline ice materialized in her hand, its aura chilling the blood-soaked air. I'm guessing, she began, her voice a low growl as she lunged forward. You're going to die a very ugly death. Shen Xinghe's eyes widened fractionally. This guy is fast, he thought, raising his own golden blade to parry. Just you, he scoffed aloud, but the force of her strike was undeniable. Their weapons met in a shower of sparks, but the power disparity was clear. With a sickening crack, Lin's ice sword splintered and shattered against his superior energy. But Lin's attack was only the prelude. As her blade broke, she activated her next move. A system window burned into existence. Jagged pillars of ice erupted from the ground, instantly encasing a stunned Shen Xinghe in a frozen prison. Seeing the opening, Lin shouted the command, Zhou Chen, Amir now. The response was instantaneous. 2 skill prompts flashed simultaneously. Zhou Chen's dark tendrils and Amir's incandescent blade converged on the trapped apostle. Shen Xinghe let out a guttural scream as the combined assault tore through his icy cage, engulfing him in a maelstrom of destructive energy. Elsewhere in the hall, the secondary battle raged. A massive explosion signaled the activation of another skill. The blue pigtail girl roared with laughter as her tidal wave attack sent Shen Xinghe's lackeys flying. Shen Xinghe, where did you find all these scrubs? She taunted, cutting down another opponent with contemptuous ease. Panic ripped through the traitor's remaining forces. Didn't they say there were only 2A ranks and some guy from Country E? Why are all these people so strong? One of them cried. The sight of their leader being overwhelmed shattered their morale. Stop staring. Even Shen Xinghe got knocked flat. Run if you want to live. Shen Xinghe staggered to his feet, blood staining his chest. How? Unexpected, he rasped, clutching the wound. To think you could push me into such a corner. But his defeat was far from certain. A starburst of golden light emanated from his hand. I have no choice but to use that move, he snarled, his body erupting with power. Let them experience a power they could never dream of. The ground trembled. An anomaly? The suited man wondered. But Zhou Chen knew. His eyes widened as the crimson grimoire materialized, its voice echoing in his mind. It's the power of abundance. Could that kid be an apostle too? The realization was a cold weight in his gut. Abundance. Did he undo the seal on the key? Golden tendrils of energy writhed around Shen Xinghe, mending his wounds in an instant. He threw his arms wide, basking in the raw power flooding his system. His eyes snapped open, glowing with divine might. Who wants to die first? He asked, his voice dripping with condescension. Lin and Amir could only watch, horrified. His wounds healed? Something's wrong with this guy. Lin refused to back down. Channeling every ounce of her remaining energy, she unleashed her ultimate technique. A colossal dragon of pure ice formed above her, roaring as it descended upon the apostle. Shen Xinghe merely glanced at it, a bored expression on his face. Is that all you've got? He countered with his own devastating power. A razor-thin blade of concentrated light shot forward, slicing through the ice dragon as if it were glass. The attack continued unabated, striking Lin and shattering her defenses. She cried out as she was thrown backward, her consciousness fading. Lin, Zhou Chen roared, catching her before she hit the ground. With Lin neutralized, Shen Xinghe turned his attention to his next target. "Your turn," he declared, launching himself at Amir. He activated another skill, light gathering in a blinding torrent. Amir gritted his teeth, crossing his blades to block the overwhelming blast of energy that threatened to vaporize him. Just as the light was about to consume Amir, two monstrous figures appeared, intercepting the blast. Zhou Chen's summoned spirits had taken a hit. Shen Xinghe landed lightly, his eyes fixed on Zhou Chen. "Interesting," he mused. "You're only C rank, yet you have this much power." Zhou Chen didn't waste time with words. He charged, flanked by his demonic summons, closing the distance in an instant. Seeing such potential, Shen Xinghe made an offer. "How about coming to work for the corporation?" Zhou Chen's blade was his answer. "Not interested." The smile on Shen Xinghe's face vanished. "That's a shame." Zhou Chen's attack was a blur of black energy and icy determination. He ducked under Shen Xinghe's guard and landed a clean strike across his face. The apostle staggered back, a bloody star-shaped wound now etched into his cheek. "Heh!" Shen Xinghe wiped the blood away. Impressive as expected. The battle became a desperate dance. Amir and a recovered Lin launched a coordinated assault, but their attacks were effortlessly deflected. Shen Xinghe laughed, golden rings of power radiating from his body. "That's it," he mocked, his regenerative abilities rendering their efforts futile. With casual flicks of his wrists, he sent both Lin and Amir flying. "Hey, do you see now?" he gloated, his eyes glowing with malice. "This is the power of abundance. It's impossible for you to win." He threw his head back and laughed, a wild, unhinged sound that echoed across the courtyard, revealing sharp, inhuman fangs. Zhou Chen watched, his expression unreadable. Zhou Chen's voice cut through the apostle's laughter. "I have a way to block his healing," he stated calmly. He laid out the plan, a frontal assault to draw his attention. Lin and Amir exchanged a look and nodded. Understood. With renewed determination, they charged forward again, a whirlwind of steel and ice against Shen Xinghe's taunts. "It doesn't matter how many times you try, it's useless." As Shen Xinghe raised his hands to swat them away, he froze. "What is this?" he muttered, noticing strange, swirling black runes materializing all around him. Before he could react, the trap was sprung. Dozens of sharp, black spikes erupted from the runes, impaling him from every direction and lifting him into the air. Shen Xinghe grunted, blood seeping from his new wounds. "So that's how it is," he snarled. "But did you really think this would be enough to kill me?" He tried to channel the power of abundance, but a shock of panic seized him. What's going on? Why isn't it healing?" A new skill prompt pulsed with dark light. The dark energy wasn't just wounding him, it was consuming him. Zhou Chen stood over the apostle's writhing body, his hand emanating dark energy. That guy, Shen Xinghe, got a tiny taste of abundance's blessing and let it get to his head, he stated coldly. "This is what happens when you underestimate your opponents." Nearby, the suited man from Shanhua straightened his tie, watching the body dissolve into motes of light. "Whatever. Either way, our business here is already finished." While the main battle raged, the secondary fights concluded with brutal efficiency. The blue pigtail girl let out a triumphant cry, having just dispatched another of Shen Xinghe's lackeys. From across the courtyard, the suited man watched as Shen Xinghe's body dissolved into motes of abyssal energy. He straightened his tie with a detached air. "It seems," he mused, "they've wrapped things up over there as well." Amir and Lin stared at the dissipating remains, utterly bewildered. "Dead? How did you do that?" Lin asked, her voice laced with disbelief. Zhou Chen calmly examined his hand, where tendrils of dark energy still coiled. "I learned a new combat skill recently," he explained coolly, "one that can summon the abyss on wounds. It seems it counters his regeneration perfectly." The man from Shanhua watched Zhou Chen, his eyes hidden behind dark glasses. "So, is that how it is?" he murmured to himself. "I suppose this is another one of the anomaly's special traits." Zhou Chen's head snapped up, his gaze locking with the man's. He had no idea what anomaly meant, but he knew the term was directed at him. As Shen Xinghe's body vanished completely, 2 golden keys clattered to the stone floor. Keys. And 2 of them, the spectacled woman exclaimed, her voice filled with excitement. But as the others celebrated their good fortune, a cold realization dawned on Zhou Chen. No, that's not right, he thought, his eyes narrowing. If Xin Xinghe was the one who lifted the seal, why would he have 2 keys on him? The crimson grimoire materialized, its voice echoing only in Zhou Chen's mind. This kid has very little power of abundance, and his application of it is quite crude. The true apostle must be someone else. Zhou Chen understood. Xin Xinghe was a pawn. He then turned his focus back to the man from Shenhua. Speaking of which, how did you determine that I wanted the anomaly before? Does this guy even count as one? The suited man slowly removed his sunglasses, fixing Zhou Chen with a serious gaze. My criteria for judging is intuition, he declared with surprising passion. This guy just doesn't feel like the anomaly. Zhou Chen stared back, utterly deadpan. Intuition, he thought, his patience wearing thin. Prophets, prophecies, and now intuition. Are all people from country E like this? Before their strange conversation could continue, a new group arrived on the scene. I seem to have missed out on something. The leader, a woman with long dark hair, commented wryly. The blue pigtail girl immediately recognized her. Qin Mo, she shouted, her fists clenching. We've already secured the 3rd hall. What are you plotting, showing up at this time? Qin Mo smiled placidly. I'm late because we were quite far from here when we entered, she explained. We've been gathering resources on the outskirts. Plus, with Pujuan here, I figured nothing would go wrong. She then turned to Lin, her expression becoming serious. So then, what was your reason for attacking Xin Xinghe? Lin's face was grim. For some reason, he suddenly led a team to attack us. But one thing is for certain. He's with the company. Qin Mo nodded slowly. I see. On my way here, I saw Dao Mingwei severely injured in the 2nd hall. His wounds were very clean, not like he had been in a fierce struggle. The assailant must know him very well. Lin's eyes widened in fury. Dao Minghui as well. Qin Mo offered a faint, reassuring smile. That kid got lucky, he's still breathing. I had some people give him emergency treatment. He shouldn't die. Qin Mo elaborated on the situation. The outskirts of the rift were a bloodbath, littered with the injured and fallen from other guilds. They must have been cleared out by the company while fighting over the keys to the side halls, she surmised. It seems the company is dead set on opening the main hall again. Zhou Chen held up the 2 golden keys he'd recovered. As long as we hold on to these, the company will come looking for us sooner or later. The suited man from country E stepped forward, his resolve firm. We also have our reasons for needing to enter the main hall. Even if it means making an enemy of the company, I won't give up on this opportunity. After a moment of silent consideration, Qin Mo crossed her arms and nodded. Count me in. I'm quite curious myself to see what exactly is hidden in there. With the temporary alliance formed, Qin Mo's thoughts turned to their missing comrade. By the way, where's Pujuan? Isn't he with you guys? Lin's expression grew somber. He mentioned he wanted to secure the other side halls. We found the bodies of his subordinates in the 4th hall, likely after a clash with the company's people. We haven't seen him in person yet. The group moved, their search leading them to the ravaged 5th side hall. Suddenly, Zhou Chen's head whipped to the side. Over there, following his gaze, they saw a lone figure collapsed on the cracked marble floor far down the hall. The group rushed forward, their shouts echoing in the vast chamber. Pujuan. As his subordinate reached down to check his condition, Pujuan's eyes snapped open, wide with terror. With a surge of adrenaline, he violently grabbed her wrist, his grip like iron. Ah! She cried out in pain and shock. He thrashed wildly, lost in a waking nightmare, until Lin managed to help restrain him. Calm down, Pujuan, she yelled, but he only writhed in their grasp, whimpering, it hurts. The fog of delirium finally cleared from Pujuan's eyes as he recognized the faces of his allies. It's you guys, he mumbled, the tension draining from his body. He slumped to his knees, clutching his head in frustration. Ugh, that wretched company. Lin knelt beside him, her voice sharp with concern. What happened? Pujuan recounted his harrowing ordeal through gritted teeth. We were ambushed by those fiends from the company in the 4th hall. Although I slaughtered a few of their lackeys, my men, they all sacrificed themselves. Fueled by grief and rage, he fought his way to the 5th hall alone. After killing off the last of them, my stamina ran out and I passed out. When I woke up, I saw you guys. Suddenly, Pujuin's eyes lit up with a memory. "Oh, right," he exclaimed, a grim smile finally appearing on his face. "Those commanders were carrying some good stuff on them. I packed it all into a bag." He gestured to a nearby chest, which popped open to reveal its contents. The entire group stared in stunned silence at a massive pile of golden keys. "With these," Pujuin declared, "no one should be able to outcompete us." A mountain of keys. Pujuin thinks he just found the ultimate cheat code to win this whole thing. But you have to remember who they took them from. The company doesn't make mistakes, and they certainly don't leave treasure behind by accident. What if opening that chest isn't a reward, but the trigger for their real trap? You'll want to be here for what they unleash, so be sure to catch the next chapter from Lazy Manhua.